Good evening. It's Hobby Talk Live, number 287, the longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know.
Nor do we want to.
Oh, we want to know, Eric. We
No,
need to know. The people needs to know.
It's fun to search for that need. You know what it is.
It is. It's all about the journey, Scott.
That's
it's not
right.
about the destination. It's about the journey.
We don't want to catch it, right?
We continue down the journey. So we'll figure it out. First comment of the night here goes to Josh. All here for Eric. It's Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos is live. These are facts, Josh. Facts.
I don't know if Josh is actually listening or he just left this earlier, but let's start the show off right. Shut up, Josh.
Indeed.
I'm just a little heartbroken with Eric tonight. Just he wants to be adjacent so bad, but he denied us any content from his bike ride last week.
It's true.
Right, and that's upsetting.
It's on the Instagrams.
I saw it. It was all smiles and happiness. Nobody wants to see that.
Well, that's because we took the picture early in the ride.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like what the people want is you remember the old Wild World of Sports is it's the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat.
We wanted to see.
When does the agony of defeat come in?
We wanted to see your mom giving you the third place trophy in the 2-man bike race.
Yeah, it's like it's 2-man race. That's right. It's like he couldn't even qualify for a participation trophy in his own race.
It was not a race. I keep telling you people this. You won't listen.
Well, obviously not. You sucked at it. You couldn't even get a participation ribbon.
Was not a race.
Paul here said, let's start the show off right by hitting the like button and making Eric pay. Facts, Paul. Facts.
That's right, Paul.
E105 Milliman says a hobby video that's not live from Strong Dependence. It is live, and we're gonna get into something here in a second. It's gonna be very exciting. Joshua says, "Holy, Eric started his shift on time this week." Indeed, Josh. Indeed. So look,
and shut up, Josh.
In that vein, Scott, I'm glad that E105 brought this up. It's like it is not live from Strong Dependence. It is not. However, there's a tradition on this program every year on the national, like Shark Week, but lamer. I have my not national coverage. I've decided to expand. In this year, 2026, Scott, the BIC universe continues to expand outward. And we're going to add this week is going to be the very first BIC Not-Strongsville coverage. It's very exciting. Right. It's a big time. And not only that, Scott, I promised that there were going to be milestones along the way this year. And this day, April 10th, 2026, is 2,000 consecutive days since the weekly live stream streak began without missing a single week. And to commemorate these things, Eric, there's only one thing that can properly commemorate all these things. Brand new overlay.
Oh,
check it out. Oh. Look at that. Right there. BIC Live 287. Not-Strongsville coverage. And not only that, beside Eric, much like the rookie cup of tops. Check it out in the corner. And what it says there, Scott? It says 2,000 consecutive days of weekly episodic live streams.
Nice.
Yeah.
With the BIC logo embossed on it.
You shouldn't have Eric's face on it.
These are production value. Look at that, Eric. Production values.
That's the Mayo Cup.
That's big time right there.
That's what the like button was going to, man.
I think we should truly celebrate this momentous occasion. And I think you should fire me.
Shut up, moron.
Live on air.
Filmington's already answered for all of us here.
And I can leave.
Or we could increase the like button fee to continue to pay for these production values, Eric.
That's right.
This sucks.
That's all I'm saying. Check it out.
That's where all
Hobby Champs. Good evening. Yep. Hello, you smart fellows, and also hello to you, Eric. Valid. Indeed.
Hate this show.
Tecmo Bowl inspired lettering. You know the score, sir. You know the score. I love it.
I knew it reminded me of something.
Mm-hmm. Scott, it's all about the references. You got to have the references in there, and I'm liking. I felt that I was going to keep it nice and simple. I liked it, and then I like the little trophy at the bottom. The trophy in the bottom corner. What's that?
The show just got better.
It's improved on all angles. Everything's improved.
I like the
Love
cup.
it.
It looks like the Tufts rookie cup for a second-year player.
Let me tell you, this is why you get in good with the AI overlords, Scott. You get in good with the AI overlords, and they make things happen for you. I love it. Mark two events and and right there on the top, everything's covered. Beat that, people. Beat that. So yes, we may possibly have someone who is actually at Strongsville to give us the appropriate Not-Strongsville coverage, again following tradition. And then yes, 2,000 consecutive days. And we are now officially at the time that we're actually live right now. Eric, are you ready for the countdown timer? The countdown timer?
All right, I am. Yeah.
It's time. Boom, right there. We are under 20 days. It closes in.
I'm a little
Spring
jealous.
Expo.
It's coming, boys.
And at the rate we're going, there might be more autograph signers than people at Strongsville.
No shit.
And I'm not saying, Scott, that there aren't a lot of people at Strongsville. I'm just saying there's a lot of autograph signers.
Did they just add
A lot.
Another 2 or 3 today.
I feel like they add 2 to 3 every hour on the hour. Like it's a
Every
lot.
hour.
So
Like it's madness.
The same people that run your expos, the same people that do the national and Philly show, right?
They do.
No.
Yep,
Okay,
they
that
do.
makes
Yeah.
sense to me.
Oh.
Yeah, they get
It's the
lost.
exact. So yeah, Yannick, the Menzies group is actually the one behind Strongsville now.
Yeah, Strongsville. You said national.
He said national.
I did say
Maybe they
that.
should take over the national too. At the rate they're going, Menzies going to want it all. He wants all the Infinity
Yeah.
Gauntlet.
Steve Menzie is the same guy who runs the expo.
That's right. Yep. And the Strongsville one now. So let's see. Here's Jeff here. Good evening. Josh says, any update on getting Sheldon the Britt Baker 101? Yes. Iraq, they decided not to accept my most generous of offers, and they've decided to put it back on the eBays. So the game is once again afoot.
Ooh,
Game is afoot, Sherlock.
Mhm.
Wow.
Updates forthcoming. Hobby Champs, I hope CC2 joins the show from Space Mountain, maybe. He wishes. We might have to bump him. We'll see. We'll see if enough time for him and Matt Damon. Regardless, I was looking at it, and yeah, they added a couple more. I think they added Curtis Joseph, and who else did they add? Who was the other?
It's
Yeah.
just ridiculous.
They've got a crap ton of goalies. They went really heavy on goalies
Yeah, they
this
did.
time around.
People love the goalies.
Yeah, that's a big one. And then that was where a lot of their focus seems to be. Let me just see.
Hey, Eric, have you ever thought about wearing a goalie mask when you do a show? Maybe people will like you.
First of all, no one is going to like me, no matter what the
I
situation.
like you.
You're-
Ironic.
You're a
Yeah.
liar. And let's just move on from there. Okay.
Wow.
Doesn't matter what I do, no one is going to like me. I am extremely unlikable.
Well, that's a fact. But Eric, I guarantee you, I'd put me down for like if you would actually be a man and instead of doing 50-mile rides, 25-mile rides, 30-mile rides. Look, all I want you to do is ride 1 mile, but I need you to go at absolute maximum rate with an oxygen deprivation mask. Just 1 mile.
Just one
That's all I
mile.
want. 1 mile. That's all I
Yeah.
want. And they punch you in the gut first, or hit you in the stomach with a cannon. Let's make this properly challenging. Scott, see, this is the thing. He's like, oh, I'm on my bicycle. I went, 20 miles, 50 miles, whatever. Listen, I want to see how far you can get when we basically set you up to fall. I want to see if you can get to 1 mile. And by the way, the track is only 500 meters and then a cliff. All I want you to do is go 1 mile.
I think he should have just rode to the expo this year on his bike.
That would be interesting.
That's a great idea.
Not happening.
Falsey says,
Great idea.
live stream entered the Guinness World Record book. Well, look, based on the beauty of this, Scott, is that in the Guinness Record book, you can have an obscure, like the more obscure it is, the more likely you can have the record. So
Yes.
automatically, so literally I could be like, look at these consecutive weeks. In this case, it'd probably be consecutive weeks is the way you do it. But basically it's like, yeah, it's like, but you have to make sure you go like sports card related weekly episodic live stream. Episodic is also key. You got to add in all the keywords. The more words you add, Scott, the more perfect it is.
Yes.
And then you can be like Logan Paul and basically just have a bunch of Guinness World Records, and they just go like, "Congratulations, you are the Guinness World Record holder." Yes. Then every week you just keep adding your own world record. So yeah, I just tell the Guinness people to keep showing up every week. Hand me another plaque
I want another frame. Yes.
as I re-break my own record. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you. What the hell are you doing, Eric?
I'll show you. The
Based on
claw-
that sound, it sounds like the sound effects going on with Emmanuel and Space Watching. What are you doing over there?
claw was at it again. And
Pumping up the tire.
you guys know I collect Gordie Howe autos and everything Gordie Howe.
So you're saying you just forge one right now?
This came in. You should have seen it a few minutes ago. The auto was smudged and ruined and everything. And it was just the paint pen just was everywhere. And I'm just taking a little Goo Gone and just cleaning some things up.
It almost like somebody drew a dirty picture on there and blurred it out.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just sitting here trying to clean this up a little. It's not going to be perfect. But
The sound effects are just what makes it, Scott. Because
Yeah.
Eric has the sound effects. It's like, I'll leave it to you guys to figure out your own meme. Think about it. So anyway, real quick, since I mentioned it. So as I mentioned, Curtis Joseph was added to it, and also announced today was Chris Neal, formerly of the Ottawa Senators,
Yes.
which is to say,
Cujo.
yeah, so Cujo and Chris Neal. And then when you get to Chris Neal, Yannick, that's when we're talking about, like, we're just randomly finding people. It's like, did you play hockey once? Come and sign for us. Chris Neal is not exactly a name that comes off the page, but he existed.
I was like, okay, I know who Cujo is.
Yeah. Yeah. Trust me, Chris Neal is not somebody that anybody thinks of fondly unless you're a Senators fan from back in the day. That's about it. Like that right there is an SP signature legend type of name. That's the category you go under. A bunch of these other guys are definitely, hockey greats or legends, or at least, perennial all-stars. They've got a lot of those. But then Chris Neal.
Ray Boy.
You think Chris Neal called up and said, "Do y'all want me to come?"
Yeah, at that point, it's like, look, at that point, you should be insulted if you were not invited. They're like, did you even play in the league?
If you're not part of the signing, something's wrong with you.
That's right.
Nah, he's got something on Menzie. He's got some dirty photos or something. I don't know. He's got some dirt on him, and that's how he did it. It's the only thing I can come up with.
And remember, Marcel's always there to sign too. Always.
Yeah. Well, he's officially there to sign this time around, so he's officially on there as one of the people.
Officially on the lineup.
But he's not setting up anymore. He's all done.
Oh, that's over.
He's all done.
Yeah, he's decided he didn't want Eric to be able to find him anymore. Now he wants to be able to hide.
Stuff to carry around.
He's like, that's it. Enough of that.
Yeah,
Baz?
he's just getting to the point where lugging the stuff in, setting it up, being chained to a table for 3 days, 4 days, and lugging the stuff back out. And then the hour drive from his house to the expo, he's just like, I'm done.
Awful. Just awful.
Or maybe
End of an era.
He's just gonna skip anytime you're there.
He should. That would make sense. That'd be the appropriate thing.
Or he'll only set up when I come. How about that?
I don't think it's gonna happen, Eric. Just saying.
Might happen.
Well, maybe offer to go pick him up, help him. You'll be his helper.
First of all,
you know the helper.
Share your room with him.
I think Yannick, I think that I have offered to help him many times, and have told him at the show, you have my phone number. You need anything, call me. I'll be here as soon as I can. Blah blah blah. He doesn't take me up on it. So
have you considered that maybe you shouldn't have made the offer from the darkest in the woods? It's just a voice going, Marcel, let me help you. I'm already at your house. Let me in, Marcel.
Eric is hovering over.
I'm your friend.
I have offered to help him many times. And, what was it? Like 3 years ago or something? I actually did help him out a lot and work with him and stuff. But, the last 2 times he hasn't taken me up on it.
Eric and I witnessed to whoever helps him. What happens to?
Well, I told you. I mean, I've said it before. It isn't like it's not canon. He did get mad at me once. He was mad at me for a good 5 minutes, and then he apologized. I've been on the bad end of Marcel one time.
You managed to piss off a Hall of Famer.
Nice job, Eric.
Can you say that you've done it?
Eric, I literally pissed off everyone in creation when I feel like it.
Oh.
I like to be equal opportunity.
So
all levels.
He was mad at me for about 5 minutes. He did a mini explosion. Not as bad as when we saw him when he was really mad that day, but he did mini explode. And 5 minutes later, he apologized.
Well, Eric, you are someone who incites rage in people. Like, known pacifist Len Potty was very upset, and it was because of you.
Oh, I knew that was coming.
Just saying, man of peace. Gandhi would have been like, "Fuck you, Eric." They would have had to hold Gandhi back.
Lama, like,
Mother Teresa was about to grab a shotgun. It's like we hadn't held her back. It was getting bad.
Gonna hit you with a chair.
That's right.
Wrestling.
All right, real quick. I'm going to read a couple of comments here. I'll get caught up. So Scott, I don't know if you know this. So Jim here is very much a Crosby pumper. Now, this comment, out of all the comments he's included in here, Crosby back in the playoffs. 16 teams make the playoffs in the NHL. That is not an accomplishment. I don't even play hockey, and I made the playoffs last year. Like, good Lord. There were random peewee teams that made the playoffs. That's how far the bar is. He wants to tout him as like an all-time great. It's like, and we're supposed to be impressed. He got to the playoffs. He was one of the 8 best teams in the conference. Ooh. Does Marcel still sign his Oompa Loompa picks from Charlie in the Chocolate Factory? Is he, I think, the smallest player of all time? Eric needs to fight him. Go ahead, Eric. You got to fight this man. Fight Baz. Fight him. Trevor here says, Chris Neal is highly respected in Ottawa. I hope so. This is not Ottawa.
No,
this is not Ottawa. Toronto's not Ottawa.
Be signing in Ottawa.
Yeah,
and
he can sign remotely.
Out the door.
See, and Jim is even willing to slander Marcel. Listen, back in the day, look, I'll tell you, Jim, you got to remember, back in Marcel's day, you had to skate uphill both ways. Think about it. Has Marcel ever stupid English pig slapshot to Eric? It's a valid question.
Yes.
I'm supposed to be impressed that Sidney Crosby did this thing. Listen, like I said, Marcel back in the day, he started in the 70s. In the 70s, you had to skate uphill both ways. It's not like the 1980s where, honestly, you just showed up to the arena and you got credited with a goal and 3 assists. That's how Wayne Gretzky got to his totals. He showed up and automatically already had the tallies on there.
All right.
Then he skated and he got an extra goal for that.
How's that look?
What are you actually trying to accomplish with that? Just out of curiosity.
Clean up the super smudging, and that's all. It just, I mean, it's not worth anything, but it looked a lot worse. I cleaned up all the real smudge, and now you can.
Scott, this is Eric cleaning up. This is Eric alterations on the image. Everybody,
so
keep in mind
your dirty autograph pile of collection.
He's going to start having a TikTok now of how to fix autographs.
Yes.
Yeah, when they're ruined and smudged.
Yes.
Their autograph.
Google. Absolutely.
If you want, we can get Tom Brady. We can get Tom Brady to sign that one with you. Javi Champ says, "I've been in close contact."
Than what dipshit did to those pieces. This is still better.
I don't know. Javi Champ says, "I've been in close contact with the patent estate, and they're thinking of suing to retrieve their farming equipment." Yes.
God.
Just saying.
I'm not sure any more personal information ever again.
Mm-hmm. Listen, the police reports speak for themselves, Eric. So anyway, Bad says, you never answered, Carlos and fellas. Was Marcel the best small player of all time? Eric, tell us. Was he the best micro machine player? Yes. Was he the best lawn gnome to play the game of hockey?
Fine. Yes.
Amazing. Yes. There you go, Baz. Question answered. By known Marcel expert and stalker, Eric Wade.
Every single superstar from like 1980 on had to pass Marcel and his records to, and even some, like they said, Crosby's, as great as Crosby is, he still, hasn't reached Marcel. And if Marcel was on a juggernaut team with just, all stars all around him, he might be the all-time leading scorer. Who knows?
So is this Marcel Marceau, the famous mime, or
the mime? Yes, the French.
Mime. I think he doubled. I think it was the same guy. I'm not convinced it wasn't. I've never seen Marcel Dion and the other Marcel at the same time. Jeff here says, as a Red Wing fan, I must act wet as a playoff. You don't get to say that. Since the 1990s, you had plenty of playoff success. Unless you're 10 years old, you don't get to talk. You don't get to talk this way. Steve Eisenman would like a word. Steve Eisenman would like a word. And look, listen.
Titletown, right? I mean,
no, the reality was there was a long drought there when the Red Wings teams in the 90s did win. Yeah. They broke a long drought. Yeah. But then from then on in, they had a good run. Like I forget how many cups it was that Eiserman ended up. How many teams was Eiserman on that won cups? It was a fair number.
3 or
He did just fine.
Yeah, like nobody in Detroit has any reason to complain about. They've got enough. If you're of a reasonable age, if you're a proper full drinking age, you've at least seen some kind of success.
you don't get to win the cup until the Leafs do.
The end of days.
Good luck.
When the rapture happens.
That's how it ranks.
Yeah. So Jim says, do you think this is it for Ovechkin? I did think it was. I feel like I've heard a couple of, I'm not playing too super close attention, but I thought I saw some stuff where I think he was at least chattering about them. He decided to be non-committal. I honestly thought, Scott, he was going to call it. Like, he doesn't really need to do anything anymore. Like, he's kind of
kids and wife.
I think he wants to get to 1,000 goals. I think.
Well, he's not going to get to 1,000 goals. Like it'd still be a lot. Like the problem, you're talking about regular season goals.
Yeah, he wants. He broke the record last year. Now, at night. Now he's at 900 and something.
It's like 920 something.
Yeah, I think
another 8. But the thing is, like, look, he is slowing down. Like, to his credit, Scott, he did get the 30 goals again this season, which was impressive. Like, last year he made that big push at the end to get over the line. Like, he actually had a pretty good season.
4 more seasons than him or whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I feel like at this point he can almost just basically he can hang out in his office in the ice and probably score 20. But then you're talking 4 more years. Like, you just want to hang around for 4 more years? So like 45 just to get to 1,000?
He's a statue over there.
This guy played until he was 52.
Most of the players don't. Yeah. And he did take a couple of years off, go to the WHA, which was obviously a different style, and then come back to the NHL at the end. So he didn't spend the whole time in the NHL. Even Yager, who also played like well into his late 40s, he took some years off too. Yeah. He went off and played in Europe, so it wasn't quite the same thing.
He's 61 points, 23 and 24. He did 65 total, and he's got another 60. So he's on a pace for his smallest year, basically smallest season.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, look, at this point, he's just kind of coasted because this is like, I think it's the last year of the contract, or he's got to be close to it. Like, I think this is the last year.
I thought last year was, and they signed him to a 1-year deal because they thought last year was going to be his last season.
How much do you think he still cost?
Well, I think since I do believe his contract is ending at the end of this season. I think look, again, it's one of those situations like, do you want to play? If you want to play, it's going to be one of those situations, Scott. If he does want to play, if he's willing to take like a $5 million contract or a $4 million contract, they could get a couple other players and he could get back to the playoffs if that's all he wants. It's just a matter of like, they could get a couple pieces, but otherwise, like, I'm trying to figure out what the incentive would be. Like, he hit the big milestones. And
it wouldn't be an incentive for the Caps to re-sign him to a 1-year big deal because they're trying to get younger.
Not a big deal, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if he just wanted to play and they were like, "Hey, look, we'll give you like look, you're going to make some millions of dollars. We'll pay you a couple of $1 million for sure." But at the same time, it's like, why would you want to pay him anything more than that?
He's got 9 Rocket Richard Trophy.
Yeah. He actually probably the one record I think he could have gotten if it hadn't been for the I think there was a lockout season and there was also one season where he was just behind his normal pace. I would have loved to have seen him hit the one more 50-goal season because then he would have had the record by himself.
10.
Yeah, because that would have been an even 10 50-goal seasons. So he's one of those interesting situations, Scott, because obviously Gretzky was the guy who took over the goal scoring record, but Gretzky had like the ridiculous peak, like the crazy 80s numbers included in there. And then Ovechkin never had more than 65 goals in a season, which is obviously still very good, but it only happened the one time. Like in the 80s, there were tons of guys who were scoring 60. So that was more common back then. So he never got the benefit of those like inflated number eras. So, but he just kept doing it year after year, though. He would score 40 to 50 goals every year, over and over and over. It just kept going.
He's turning 41 this year. So if he's coming back.
Yeah. But my question would be like, do you still want to? Like, I don't know. You can go. And the thing is, he could do the Yager thing. He could literally go back to Russia and just play for a team there.
I think
have some fun
about that, hasn't he?
That was what I thought he was going to do. I thought he was just going to go to Russia and play in Russia.
Well,
And obviously, look, at that point, he'd be like a national hero. Like, he can just go play, have some fun, make some money. He doesn't have to take it too serious. And by the way, he'll still score some goals over there.
Oh well, a lot. Yeah,
Yeah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. He can do it for him. It would be intramural, except they pay him.
Putin will call the goalie and be like, "You let him score 10 goals tonight, or else."
Yeah.
Well, I'm sending.
And regardless, like, he'd still be able to, like, he scored 30 goals this season in the NHL. And he's way slower than he used to be. Like, his skating is slowed down a lot.
Yeah.
So he's not going to be able to skate too many people.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he's still got a great shot. The slap shot's a great shot. The wrist shot's a great shot. Like, he's got a clean shot. If he gets a clean shot off, it's still plenty of chances for him to score.
Yeah, he is still, You put it where
Who's
he wants.
retiring first, Sid or him?
I would think it's still Ovechkin.
Sid's
We'll
got
see.
one more.
I think something like that, yeah. Like, the one thing that Jim was right about, like, he was trying to make a big deal out of them getting the playoff. Again, I'm not impressed if a hockey team makes the playoffs. Lots of teams make the playoffs in the NHL. But it looked originally, coming into the season, it looked like they were going to start dismantling that team because Malkin's going to be gone soon. So if they don't reload the cupboard, does Sidney Crosby want to keep playing on what becomes a shitty team real quick if you don't have anything to reload? So now you got to go like, okay, we'll see if you want to try. So Jeff was saying 3 Stanley Cups. Thank you for the clarification, Jeff. I thought so. Something like that. Brandon, good evening, y'all. Good evening to you. I would think Ovechkin goes back to Russia, play a year or 2 for huge Putin money. Yeah, why not? Hey, It's easy money at that point for you. Could you play every third game? You could, but at that point, you're barely playing at that point.
You can't do that.
Yeah. Jim says they said he gets up to 280 to 285 in the offseason. That's the other thing, Scott. When Ovechkin's in the offseason, like, he just goes and drinks and parties and eats, and then you got to get back into game shape.
Potatoes and pasta. He goes home.
Yeah.
Mama cooks.
He doesn't go home and go on a diet by any means.
Mama
I
cooks.
think he's still partying from the Stanley Cup.
Stanley was what, 2017? He's been partying since then.
Yes, there is a possibility of that.
Well, he partied that whole summer. Like, no,
Hey, look, I'll give him credit. Look,
remind him, like, here's your stick. Okay, we're back at next season though.
To his credit, though, Yannick, he did. Like I said, he had 40 plus goals last season. Like, he was still productive. So, like, you're still getting the job. And again, 30 goals this season, and like, you're like, isn't this guy done? It's like, well, 30 goals is 30 goals, dude. Lots of players aren't getting 30 goals, Scott, and they're in peak physical condition. They can't score 30 goals. So old man Ovechkin can still at least get something done. Credit to him for that. So real quick, I thought this would be kind of fun. So Eric, I think I'll wait until the official. We're not going to do the official predictions, but I want to take a look at this. We've got the if the playoffs started today bracket.
Oh yes.
We got the classic if the playoffs started today. So
Yes,
some interesting.
Yeah.
I think there's a handful here that are locked in, but I think a couple of them are still in flux, depending on what happens.
2 games, 3 games away, 2 games.
Yeah. So let me take off the little banner there for a second, just so we can take a look at it. A couple of these are interesting. So I think the Dallas Minnesota one is locked in. I think they are going to face off in the first round, regardless. I think that's already in stone. The one I noticed that stood out to me on the left side was Edmonton and the Utah Mammoth.
Yeah.
We got some Utah Mammoth, Eric.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Wow.
Another interesting one, kind of a little bit. It would be, you got Colorado and LA. So Colorado and the Kings on the left side there. And then you got the Golden Knights taking on the Anaheim Ducks. So that'd be interesting. That's for the Western Conference. That's not half bad. Other side, you got the Bostons, the Boston Erics, taking on the Buffalo Sabres.
Yeah.
Now, there's a
That's
team who
gonna
can
be
brag
good.
about making the playoffs because they've sucked for years.
16 years without playoffs contention.
Yeah. So look, if the Buffalo Sabres want to talk about, hey, we're in the playoffs, that's probably deserved. That's probably deserved.
Yeah, and they're gonna probably beat the ever living hell out of Boston. So
Yeah. So let's see here. All right. And then we got the Montreals taking on the Tampa Bay Lightning, Carolina against Ottawa, and then Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. So right now that's
Battle
if the playoffs started
Pennsylvania.
today. Yeah. That's if the playoffs started today.
So we make
we'll see.
prediction next week.
I want to wait. Yeah. When we've got it solidified, we'll give Eric his chance. He's got to chase history. The dream. The dream
With
has
that
to be.
attitude, Eric. Boston's not going to go far.
And this time of year is fun down here because everybody's pumped up for Carolina. So they're not too far. Raleigh's about a little over an hour from me.
I remember 2006.
All right, so let me see here.
When they won it. Yeah.
Yeah. Josh says Ovechkin is 2 years older than Crosby when discussing retirement. Yes, they were the same rookie year, but that's only because of the next. That's only because of the double cohort with the lockout
That's what
year.
the birth certificate says.
Oh, in party years, Yannick, he's probably 55 at this point. In party years.
He's as old as Eric.
Yeah. Rob says, happy Friday. Good evening to you. Happy Friday. Bass is going. Minnesota would be Dallas. Scandalous. I think it'll be. Here's what's going to be interesting for me. I'm going to do the homer pick. This is an easy one. I'm going to do the homer pick for Dallas. But I will say this: with all the years they've been in contention and all the years they've been there, they're going to have to break through if they want to do something. Because even the Jason Robertson bump, Eric, he did score 40 goals this year, but I need to see something in the playoffs.
Okay.
Because in the playoffs, is he even here? Are you sure? Where? I can't see him. Where is he?
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. If he's no longer a young kid anymore. He's not a rookie. He's not sophomore season. He's been in the league for quite a while now. He's had a good couple of seasons, and if he wants to make the next jump, the next level of stardom, it's done in the playoffs. And if he can really show up and do well, you'll see it. The fan base will increase on him. Those card prices will go up. People are going to be collecting them like crazy. And, it's really going to depend on what he does. He has to do.
Is not here. What are we pumping, Jason? What are we doing?
Scott. I'm right now. I'm doing what I like to refer to as the hashtag long con, and there's a very good reason for this, Scott. Because I'm laying the groundwork now. Because then, if I get Bobbles on one of the podcast episodes, whatever, when the moment is right, and we get a chance to make picks, and he decides to do the J-Rob pump, if it does not come to pass, I'm not saying that I've done this before to individuals on this screen, but sometimes you got to set the groundwork, Scott. Lay the groundwork in advance, because Scott, I can timestamp tonight to say that I made direct reference to it and said, I need to see it in the playoffs. In the playoffs, Scott, I need to see it in the playoffs.
Got to see it in the playoffs.
Right now, haven't seen it yet. Got to see it. Because it's him, Wyatt Johnson. They've got a couple of 40-goal scorers, which is good. That's a good thing. But I need that offense to carry over to when you need it. And also, they've had a lot of games where they also have given up bunches of goals. So it's one of those things where it's interesting. And the other storyline that I'm watching, obviously, Edmonton has been to the finals the last 2 seasons and lost both times.
Yeah, well, they have now.
Yeah, but the biggest thing about that is, that's the Connor McDavid thing where the weight keeps building up on it over time. And I was actually I was watching a video where they were doing the breakdown. And what was interesting for me is that, and this was interesting for me, Eric, 5-on-5, I think their goal differentials in the negatives.
Oh, yeah, they suck.
Yeah, it's pretty much, well, the thing is, in overall goal situations, they're not bad, but because they feast on the power play. On the power play, they feast.
Oh,
but it's 5-on-5 in those situations where not so much. And goaltending,
we have one line of all-stars. Dreisaitl's now hurt, so he's done, right? They still refuse to get a goalie in there. We've been saying it for years. Their fan base is saying it for years. Why won't you get a solid number one all-star level goalie? Why you keep throwing these, backup goalies or minor league goalies in net trying to win you a Stanley Cup? It just doesn't. It makes no sense. And you are wasting the talents of the best player on the planet. You have the best player on the planet Earth, and you're wasting his talents because you will not get a good starting number one goalie. Does it just? If I was an Edmonton fan, I'd lose my mind. Absolutely lose my mind if I was an Edmonton fan over these last few years.
I think it's I think they're preparing the oil barrels. They're gonna set them on fire. Go ahead, Scott. Please do. What's up?
You have a mind?
Well, if I wasn't an Edmonton fan, I would lose my mind. I'm not an Edmonton fan. I'm a Boston Bruins fan. Therefore, no mind.
One quick question. Where are the playoffs being shown as? At ESPN or
TBS? They got to be everywhere. It's going to be ESPN, TBS, TNT, HBO. Yeah, I think that's probably it. Maybe no, that's about it. I think.
Yeah.
And you the NHL package you could pay for.
Yeah. So Scott, for you guys, it's going to be kind of complicated. Yannick and I can attest. In the Canadians, it's a little bit different. In the Canadians, it's going to be on my refrigerator. It's going to be on this water bottle. I'll be able to watch the playoffs in this water bottle. You wouldn't think there's a screen on it, but I'll still be able to watch all the playoffs on the water bottle here. On this BIC mug, it's pretty much everywhere, Scott.
Well, that was the trouble that I had last year, trying to find where the games were and all that stuff.
This is where Eric's going to be watching.
Emmanuel.
He's going to interrupt his Emmanuel in Space Marathon to go like, I need to watch my stories. Jim in Florida says, if you guys had to pick 3 guys in their 20s, cards, autos to #invest. #invest.
3 guys in their 20s.
Yes. By the way, right now it says 3 guys in their 20s, cards, auto to invest. So, Jim, are we still talking about the hockeys? Or are we talking about just sports in general? I assume it's the hockeys.
I know 3 people in their 20s.
Wemby.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you just go multiple sports, it opens it up a little bit.
Wemby.
If you're talking hockey, I can't. I'm out.
I don't know, man. Even baseball,
Yeah. All right. So Jim's going hockey. So okay.
Yeah.
Vlad.
So
hockey. Okay.
Here's the trick, Scott. Even if there's going to be some folks that are going to throw out Celebrini, and Celebrini's 19. He's not in his 20s.
Right.
Doesn't count.
Can't use him. Sorry.
I invested in him by pulling him out of a pack and getting it graded and already flipped it. So I'm already cashed in on him. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I think the interesting one, Josh is correct. McDavid's still technically in his 20s. So like McDavid at least has a track record. He is a little more established. If you can get a decent deal, that's not terrible. I think one you could probably play around with. So this is the whole idea is #invest. I think, Scott, after this season, if you look at the situation and you say to yourself, if you have any faith in Bedard, this offseason might be a good time because people are going to start giving up on him.
Yeah.
Chicago's still a bad team, but he has steadily improved season by season, but Chicago's still real bad. So it's one of those things where they haven't gotten to the place they need to be.
There's a jigillion of his stuff everywhere.
There is, but the thing is that you've got a situation where now you can remember the whole idea of invest here. If you pick a high price player and they don't go up that much because they're already high priced to begin with, that isn't a very good investment. Because what's the point? If I want to pay $99 for a $100 bill, Scott, and then sell it for $105, I'm not accomplishing much here. That's not much of an investment. You want to try to buy a little bit lower. So Bedard might be an interesting play if you can get it priced down, because some people start divesting because they're thinking, okay, it's not going to happen. When the guys like Celebrini, it's going to be very difficult.
A day or two after the season, mark my words. A day or two after the season, Blackhawks will announce how bad Bedard got hurt and how bad his shoulder is, and he's probably going to have off-season surgery on his shoulder because he tore something in there, and because he was on an unbelievable pace on a shitty team. He was ripping the league to shreds.
Well, so the thing is with him, I brought up the Celebrini thing because Celebrini right now is obviously not 19, and he's getting a lot of publicity because, rightly so, he's got 40 goals, 100 plus points. He's having an amazing season. He and Bedard were kind of neck and neck there until Bedard went down initially. So they actually were kind of right there, back and forth with each other at one point. And then Celebrini continued to play, and then Bedard was down for a bit. He came back, but he wasn't the same player he was previous to when he went down.
Nope. And Chicago is just absolutely horrible. And we'll see. I think we'll see how bad the shoulder is in the off season and how he comes back from it. And we'll see if Chicago is willing to step up and get some better players around him.
Yep.
I have a
So
name.
Jeff's card. Yeah, just 1 second. So Jeff's card journey says initial reports from Strong Dependence says the gym is very hot and is limited parking. I did hear about that one. Bastos and Caulfield. So the problem I have with Caulfield is that right now his main skill set is goal scoring, which is very good. Like obviously he scored 50 this season, so he just got to 50, and he's in Montreal, which is a great market. But is it something where if you're not a guy who's a playmaker, like the problem then, Scott, is what happens when you don't score 50?
Yeah.
If you're not a playmaker, like the thing with McDavid is McDavid could score, but he also racked up the assist totals. So he'd have the big point totals because assists is how you rack up the big totals. If you're just a goal scorer and then you stop scoring, then what are you?
I'm don't quote me on this, but Montreal has not had a 50 goal scorer in a long time. Stephane Richer might have been the last one.
36 years, and he just joined a very select club who the club
Who's the last
is
one?
Richer in like 1990. So I was 10 years old. So
Look, I pulled that out of my ass. Damn, I'm good.
Almost everything you say comes out of your ass.
I know, but I'm usually wrong.
That's what I'm saying. Your batting average is real low.
So I'm celebrating.
It's amazing it wasn't muffled.
I was going to say, look, I was expecting him to say puck. I was expecting him to say puck Petase. Or
That's right.
Jim says exactly. I wouldn't count McDavid as a good investment. Yeah, the problem with the example like that is that it's already baked in. Like right now, the pricing's already high.
Who was the last 50 goal scorer?
Specifically from Montreal, Scott. Specifically from Montreal.
Who was it?
Richer.
I thought he was the first person to shoot a 3-pointer.
Oh, he did that too. He got a 2 for that year.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Scott's starting to piss me off. He's going on the hate list with the rest of you. And Yannick,
you just joined a select club of tons of people, Scott.
I was gonna say like everyone in creation.
Scott wasn't at hate. Scott was at like severely dislike, but not hate. Congratulations, you joined the club. I hate you. You can go screw yourself.
Ooh, don't tip me with a good time.
I was gonna say. Josh said. So Baz likes Kaprizov. Josh says Austin Matthew prices are down a lot. They are.
I think I'm going to ask about Kaprizov because I'm learning a lot. I like listening. That's why I've been a little bit quieter tonight because y'all are talking about the hockeys. So I was going to ask about Kaprizov. I haven't really heard much about him, but
yeah, I think. Well, so I'll throw in kind of a more open ended, and folks in the chat, we'll shift over.
I still have a name.
Oh, well, give us the name. Go ahead.
Ivan Demidov.
Okay, so Demidov, yeah, another Montreal example. So with the
61 points the sophomore year,
with those names, it's not a bad call because what you're looking for. So kind of to talk about this as a general thing.
He's 20 years old. He just turned 20 like last month.
Sure. Yeah, not a bad call. The tricky part with this question, Eric, is that if you say somebody in their 20s, that's not a bad thing because then you got a younger guy, which is fine. Yeah. The problem is the whole invest part, because if you want to get your maximum return, you have to be able to buy low. And if the hype train's already there, then you're not really buying low. You're kind of buying high. So even if he goes up a little bit, then that doesn't do much for you percentage wise.
I think the question probably should have been which NHL player under the age of 25 should I invest in moving forward? Because what's over 25, you already know what the player is, where he's at, what he's bringing to the table. You don't usually see people have a breakout season at 37. Right?
No, but you can in your late 20s, you can. So if you're already putting together a series of great seasons and then you have a great season plus like a Stanley Cup,
right?
That's where you can because even Ovechkin was already a veteran player by the time the Capitals won a Stanley Cup, that it was a missing piece for him. So he had the Rocket Richard trophies, had that. And he had been putting up all these great goal totals season by season by season. He had highlight reel goals. He had everything, all the things you want. But then winning the Stanley Cup was like the icing on the cake that gave his cards another boost. And then for him, as an example, he actually would have been a contender for this #invest even later on. So you would have gone there and you would have actually been able to go there and actually be able to buy it and then watch it go up as he started doing the goal scoring chase, because the goal scoring chase actually helped him.
I can attest to that. I got a really nice auto of him at the Northern Virginia show that's no longer Chantilly, before they won the Stanley Cup. And man, I can't afford it after that. So, and then he breaks all the records and everything. So I can attest to that personally.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and the Young Gun was a good barometer of this, because the Young Guns are available enough that they're out there. You could watch. You could actually, if you follow the chart, the Young Gun was available for years, and it wasn't cheap, but it was available at a pretty reasonable price. And then it got that boost with the Stanley Cup. And then when he started doing the goal scoring chase and he started hitting the milestones, 600 goals, 700 goals, 800 goals, you just could watch it uptick as he started getting closer.
Yeah, I'm a little mad I didn't get it before all of that, because I was like, so it's kind of pricey now.
Yep. Mike Sells Cards is going Nail Yakupov. Eric, I've told the story on this channel before. I am one of the few living souls who made money on a Nail Yakupov card after he became a full-fledged bust, because I got it as part of a lot where I had sold enough cards that at that point it was free, and I got $20 for it. I made $20 on a Nail Yakupov sale. Woo! Impossible. I did it. So it says just came back from Strongsville. So, but Eric, that does play into my point though. It's not about it's not about who the player is. It doesn't even matter. If you can get something cheap enough, or free in this case, profit's profit, man. Yeah,
the claw.
During the that's a separate secret. Some of us have the claw powers that they use at Sports World.
That's always profit.
Always profit. Yeah, but the funny thing, Scott, is I laugh because during the pandemic period, I would watch a lot of the card show vlogs, and you'd have these kids go like, "Man, I made $200. I bought this card and I made $200 on it." And he'd buy like a $1,500 card and sell it for $1,700. I'm like, yes, you made $200, but you risked $1,500 to make just $200. Like that return is not great. I'd rather buy a card for $400 and sell it for $600. It's the same dollar amount, but the percentage difference is much bigger. Like you're actually trying to make a percentage, not just the dollar amount, Scott, because you can make a big number look good, but if you have to spend a ton of money just to make a couple $100, that's a lot of risk. You're really chancing it. Ham, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
The hammer.
Ham? Good evening, Sven. How's it going, Ham?
Life.
There you go.
There you go.
I always wanted to say that. It's hammer time.
There you go, baby. Hammer time is here.
Look at
I'm gonna
you.
drop it. I'm gonna drop the hammer.
Come on, Paul.
Eric,
we know Diana Rossini. I don't think Diana Rossini is 37. Don't lie to yourself.
Eric, how many Pepsis is that today?
Today?
Ooh,
Sugar
yeah.
free.
See the number. No, he's not drinking any sugar. He's drinking aspartame.
That's probably
Yes.
my third one today.
Okay. Yeah, too much of that'll stunt your growth.
Yeah. Well, that explains it.
Is that what did it? Good evening, Ricks. I'm here for the Strongsville talk. We're all over it.
You're not in
Yeah,
Strongsville?
Not Strongsville coverage. We got you. We got you, Rick.
Yeah, I was actually just watching. Orlando was live there, and I told him to tell Mike
Just
Petty to
quit.
sing while he was live on mic, and he let Petty sing. So I was like, okay.
All right, but what did you say? What did you go with?
I couldn't hear it real well in the video.
Uh-huh.
I'm not really sure what he did. He won something too, so he's bragging about that to everybody as well. You know how Petty rolls.
I see. Best as I heard that Eric has always been against installing carry modes in store at the shop. Facts. Sergei Makarov was 30 when he had his NHL breakout season. Yes, he did win Rookie of the Year that year.
Yes, he did.
Bob Boozle, living the dream. Good evening, Bob Boozle. Not enough prank videos from Strongsville Show. These are facts.
No, everybody there for the most part, if you think about it, they're pretty old and they're just kind of set in their ways. I don't really know if they do any type of prank videos.
I haven't seen a Pokemon one yet.
Yeah.
Come on, Ham. There's lots of things you could do. You could set like a random bear trap in somebody's hotel room. That'd be a great prank.
None of them want to carry a bear trap around. They would hurt themselves.
This is a win-win, Ham. This is a win-win. The joke's on you. It works out either way.
Works out either way.
Yep. Looks like an old folks retirement home. That's what it appears to be. Yeah. I will say though, I did watch. I have had the chance to watch a couple of the videos. And what I thought was funny was, so I did see one of the videos where they did the little quick walk around just to see it. And yeah, it's like literally it's a card show. Right side is the vintage, left side is a regular card show. But then my baseball collector goes to the left side, and he found more stuff on the left side, including vintage. I was like, good job, guys. He went to the left side of the curtain, Scott. Scandal.
Well, there's always something hidden behind the curtain.
Well, the thing is, they have the left side is just a regular card show. That they were not disqualified. They were not banned from selling vintage cards. They could sell anything they wanted.
Now, is your little gold cup over here a little bit of an oxymoron?
An oxymoron? How so?
Well, 2,000 consecutive days of weekly.
That's not an oxymoron, no.
Well, what's the word for it? It sounds like an oxymoron, but
an oxymoron is two things that are contradictory. They're not contradictory.
Days and weekly.
Yeah, that's not a contradiction.
Well, I mean,
there are days in a week.
There are days in a week, but like
There
I fished 2017 straight days. So how many?
I just took the 2,000 because it's a nice round number. I enjoy it.
I know. I'm just messing with you. I'm just giving you shit.
Yeah, peekaboo behind the curtain for a Pikachu. Plus, I like the fact, Ham, that it's a rookie gold cup, and I like the fact that I embossed the logo on it.
How long do we have to wait for Pokemon to issue one numbered card in a set? Just one.
I actually thought they would have done it by now. I've actually been impressed with the restraint.
Me too, because at this point, they could literally possibly cause tsunami.
Yeah, because Magic did it. Go ahead, Scott.
They don't need to because they have the
No.
The secret.
It's not about need to. It's about just create a level of pandemonium that then expands.
But they already said they don't care about all of that. They're going to keep printing it.
I know.
As long as people buy it because of the secret, they don't have to number it. Then they can only make so many. But if they don't,
I just think it would be fun. I'm not saying make a whole series.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Just like they did with the Lord of the Rings, just the one of one. Just put one.
So that's so Scott, that's the reason I use the Magic the Gathering comp here, because the thing is they actually did a couple of serial numbered cards, but they don't do it in every set. They don't do it all the time. But there were certain sets where they used it. And it was very effective in driving FOMO and sales for that particular product. And then they've also done the Universes, I think Universes Beyond or whatever they call it, where they use all those other IPs. Like right now, the current one is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You're basically borrowing an existing fan base and then bringing them into the Magic the Gathering universe with these cards. And they're selling that crowd. I remember those Magic hobby boxes, so to speak, being like $120. Like, you could get those all day long and put together a set or whatever if you wanted to. But now all those Universes Beyond are way more than that. So they've actually made a lot of money.
What's interesting, if you look at the entire Pokemon run of cards, even in the early or late 90s, when they came out with the Topps Chrome set and the top set, still no numbered cards, but they do have colored parallels. Yeah, there you go. Oh, and a 10 too.
Yeah, and I think it's got a full bleed art there as well on that one.
Yeah, it's Assassin's Creed, my favorite video game series. So they came out.
The one I liked, Ham, was when they did the Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I got the Black Knight for that one.
I was like, yes, that would have been awesome.
The Black Knight's awesome, and I got the copy of that card.
Yeah.
Did we
Lord
talk
of the Rings
about
trilogy?
Lord of the
There you
Rings?
go.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Real quick, I'll read a couple of comments here. Sven says drove 2 hours there, got the two cards, saw YouTube people, bought 2 cards home, drove home since my wife yelled at me to get home. There you go. Quite the adventure for Sven.
Yeah.
Barbosa says, I hear the days of weekly trophies and annual honor. Facts. You know how it is, Barbosa. Tom Cruise is playing Carlos in the sequel, Days of Weekly Thunder. Yes.
There we go.
That is great. That's a good one.
He plays everyone. He keeps bringing back all these same franchises already been in. The fact I'm just sitting there going like, dude, And the thing is, he still makes money with all these things. Like he doesn't care.
Mhm.
He can keep making all these things and keep pocketing cash.
As long as the movies are good, then keep making them. I mean, I have not heard anyone. I mean, Carlos will, because I said I've not heard anyone.
Yeah, whatever Eric says is trash. Go on.
So
Oh,
I have
shit.
not heard anyone say they dislike Top Gun 2. That it was.
No, I watched a lot of reactors. They liked it, and I actually think they did a good job with it. I think they did a good job. With it. They understood the assignment.
I liked the last
liked it.
handful of Mission Impossible movies. I
Mhm.
wasn't a huge fan of the first few.
Yeah.
But
They really ramped it up later.
yeah, the
Cheers,
last
everybody.
say
Cheers.
4 or whatever,
Mhm.
really,
Cool mug.
I enjoyed them. So
I like it.
I actually lost track. Show it one more time.
There
Yeah,
you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I actually lost track of because obviously I had
it's
my
not
Blu-ray
root beer in
collection
it.
with all the movies and everything,
right.
and I like action movies, so I have a bunch of the Mission Impossibles. But at a certain point, I stopped buying the Mission Impossible movies, and then later on, now they've got like the Mission Impossible collection, so they've actually got a number of them.
You
Yeah,
have that
but I
already,
do-
Eric?
Let me look.
He's going to the tickle trunk. So the
Ooh,
so the
yeah.
question I had though was, I was like, how many did they actually end up making? I was like, wait, Day of Reckoning or whatever. I'm like, what the hell? I lost track after a while, Scott. The last couple I didn't remember. Like I saw the name, I'm like, what the hell is? I remember Ghost Protocol was like the last one I
Yep.
remember, and then there were a couple
that's
more
my
after that.
favorite. That might
Is it a
be my
showdown?
favorite.
Are we doing a showdown?
Showdown.
There you go. 1956 Adventure.
Yep.
Yeah. Mike here's got a good comment. 2,000 episodes and not one Dutch guest, and there won't be.
Not until we get
No,
Puck
hurt
Peter
by
say.
11.
We're gonna get Puck Peter say to come on. You wait.
There you go.
Wow.
Patches and Swatches says, what's bigger than Strongsville? The South Shore card show tomorrow in Bridgewater, Nova Scotia. Eric will be there.
No, I won't.
I actually have some Dutch cards. Some
Vintage.
Dutch gum,
Flintstone.
because I have some of those. The Dutch gum
Cards.
cards.
I guess so. Like Flintstones and Batman.
No.
This is Wayne Gretzky's first sticker.
It sound like
Um,
look at that. Look at that youngster.
I don't think I have that.
1981 O-Peachy.
Do they have one at the shop? You can just
And
take
that's a
it.
9 and
Yeah, I
a
can just
sticker.
see. I'll go look
Wow.
tomorrow.
That's a 9, man.
And a sticker. Nice.
And I found this. You won't believe it, but I think I pay a whole $2 for it.
Slabbed?
No.
Was it
And
slabbed? or just
actually,
sent it
I
out?
never submit to PSA, and that's one I submitted to PSA.
Okay.
There's the answer.
What's the number? I can't see because of the glare.
It's a
It's a
9.
9.
Nine.
Nine.
That's right.
9.
Well, they're trying to do it in honor of my co-host over there on the side.
Dutch
Yeah.
Hubbin.
Mhm. Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. So if
So
y'all
real quick-
talked to any, I wasn't watching earlier. If you want to catch up with some comments, go for that. If there's any.
Yeah, right now I'm caught up. Go ahead.
Yeah. Y'all talked about the Tops Summit or anything like that?
Nope. Mostly mockery, a brief moment of hockey, not Strongsville coverage, rookie cup in the corner. So we have all those things. But now, a couple of things I want to touch on. Let's start off since you brought it up. Let's do the industry conference. So here's what I want to do. I want to do industry conference.
Mhm.
Then we can touch on Strongsville a little bit here and there because I have watched some vlogs on it. But obviously, it's not Strongsville coverage, so we don't really have to. But then the other one I want to do is I did the video response to Teapot's continuing saga with the Grant Hill card. That was
I think it's ridiculous, but whatever.
yeah. There's a couple of angles on that one. I could have a little fun with that.
Yeah, that was
I got it.
a lot of convenient answers to those questions.
Mm-hmm.
The answers were convenient, Scott. They were what happens when you get a guy who's like, they didn't give him any of the answers to the final exam and they sent him out there to try to answer questions. Like, you have to give him some spoon-fed answers. I was like, don't try to do it off the top of the dome. This is not going to work out.
Well, I was like, well, he's a spin doctor. He pretty much said, this is what I do. He's there to smooth it over, make it sound good.
And the thing is, in my response video, look, I said it much more. What's funny, Ham, is I actually was very kind in that video response because I could have been a lot meaner about it. I decided to keep a fairly even keel on that one. But the reality was, he did a terrible job. Like, and the problem is he wasn't a spin doctor because a spin doctor actually spins. The problem is he was trying to spin, but the wheel was broken. It didn't actually move.
He actually opened him. I don't think
anyone else singing sentences in their head right now. I can't help it. All right.
You hear voices in your head?
But the word spin doctor has been used twice, and now I'm singing two princes in my head. I can't.
You know what? No, that did come up in my head. I agree. I was like,
I actually agree too.
I would. There were sections of that discussion of that interview where I would rather have been listening to Two Princes. It would have been vastly superior.
Yeah, because I just thought
Just go ahead now.
Go
There you
ahead.
go.
I think he backed himself in a corner. I don't think he meant to open a door of, we pay out if we make a mistake.
No, Scott. Hold on. He didn't say that. So this is actually my problem, and I did this on the response video the way I did it on purpose because Dakota literally we had a discussion on the Discord. Dakota, the problem is the guy did such a bad job talking that he actually people heard whatever it is they wanted to hear, but it isn't what he said. Like I actually heard the words out of his mouth. I go, I understand what you said. You said it very poorly because you didn't phrase it, but no, he didn't. Like if you wanted to try to sue them and use the transcript, they'd throw the transcript back in your face and go, nope, that's actually not what he said. He's like, but I heard whatever you heard doesn't matter. It's what he actually said. So what he actually said was that, so real quick, I'll summarize. What they actually did is Teapot he wasn't going to get paid out. They're going to basically cut him a check based on what his return of it. But the thing is, it's not based on the guarantee because he is not eligible for the guarantee. And why he's not eligible for the guarantee is because he was the original submitter. Technically, he should have been SOL, but their screw up actually created a scenario where they're going to have to pay him out. And why? Because he did a crossover. He kept it in the Beckett holder. As soon as they looked at it, they should never have taken that out of the Beckett holder. What should have happened is they should have looked at it and go, I don't feel comfortable putting it in a holder, and send them back the Beckett holder. They'll take the grading fee, send him back the holder, and that's the end of the conversation.
I wish Teapot would have asked him what exactly makes you an expert. That would have been a great question. Because
his answer would have been not my department. His answer would have been not my department.
But I feel like they just don't know. That's the problem. I feel like they don't know.
I mean, what?
Even if it was cut from a sheet that was after the fact, that's still a real card. Like, that doesn't change that part of it.
Well, the issue, so the issue wasn't whether it's part of a sheet cut or not. The issue is whether the actual stamping on it was pack pulled or not. That's the part that you have to distinguish it. Because otherwise the card could be indistinguishable from a normal card.
But you've probably seen this too, Carlos, and maybe some other people here. Some of the cards back in the day, the serial numbers were different on the back. It was not cohesive across the entire print run of the set. It just wasn't. I don't know why, but
because the printers were drunk that day.
Yeah, but it still falls in that time frame that's
there's possible. There's a tolerance. Yeah.
I just find it like, so who's faking these? Because I mean, I'm not on eBay right now looking at a bunch of fakes of these.
Well,
there's a bunch.
Baseball Curmudgeon saying what I wanted to get to was like, they said they had an expert for this one card and he was off. I mean, that's like,
So we're just gonna grade it anyway.
And we're gonna grade it instead of saying, hey, we got to wait for this guy to come off a vacation.
Yeah, Jimmy's on a cruise and he's hammered drunk. He's probably not gonna be no good to us when he gets back.
Yeah.
In my reaction to, I'll leave a link in the description to it. I laughed because I had a couple of responses to some comments in the video and everything, but I laughed because I literally didn't look at the comments until like the end of the day. I was kind of curious to check in later. I looked at it. It did all right. Pretty good views. I was pretty happy with it. But what made me laugh, I was sitting there like, what broke the whole thing and what shattered it was that they admitted that they actually prioritized getting it to the turnaround time as opposed to making sure they got it right, which he said out loud. And Scott, my upshot on this is like, look, at the end of the day, I really don't care. Their companies are going to make screw ups. But what made me laugh, Scott? So here's to me the more egregious screw up. The more egregious screw up is that you didn't have a process in place to prevent someone from, if the guy is away, then that's where somebody has to be like, hey, we can't encapsulate it today. Send them a note saying, hey guys, sorry about that. It'll take an extra couple of days, but we'll send it over to you. So that should have been built into the process.
Here's my
next second. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to throw this in so you can answer, put it onto your answer.
Sure.
So the price of that card, what level would he have been paying at to get that card turned around? Because he's paying for a service that they didn't offer. So, I mean, they really fumbled all the way. Now, please continue. I wanted to throw that in because to me, that's a big part of it. They keep making all, because, back in the day, it was one price for all cards. And then they started doing this bullshit where one card means more and more and all this,
Well, how far back in the day do you want to go, Scott? Because I can tell you back to the late 90s, they already had multiple tiers.
But was it this extreme?
No, they made it more extreme as time went on, but it was always multiple tiers. Like if you had a Mickey
Maybe
Mantle 52 tops, it cost more.
Oh, I'm not going to live in that.
Yeah.
But anyway,
they added more tiers is what they did. There were less tiers, but they added more as time went on.
Right. So, but it still doesn't change the question of I'm sure he's paid thousands of dollars to get this card graded. And for them to just go, we want to make the time instead of get it right, to me is way under. And this is something else that PSA will do, and everybody will be like, okay, and we'll still send them 1 million cards this month. But, I was just kind of wanted to ponder that because it's still, that didn't come up either in the question. Like, I would have straightforward asked, what did I pay for?
Well, in this case, I'll actually circle back around to it. What he paid for in this case was a very fortunate turn of events. An editing mistake in his favor, actually, is what he ended up with. So real quick. So basically, the bigger mistake to me was, and this has been my issue, Eric, and I've been very consistent on this point. These companies hire these folks who may be good at certain specific things, but then they put the wrong person in charge of doing the wrong thing. This guy should have never been the one to be answering the questions. Not because he necessarily has any issue with what he's supposed to be doing, but you talked about it a minute ago. When he said what his department's name was, it was brand protection, I think is what it was. I think that was the name of it. Well, Ham, what does brand protection sound like? What are the optics? What is the sound of brand protection? If I say to you brand protection, what does that sound like?
Two princes.
Sounds like lawyer talk to me.
Yeah. So Scott, you just here's a free tip for collectors /PSA. You should come up with an innocuous name that sounds completely made up, that doesn't say anything. That should actually be, and your job title should also be innocuous. It should be something generic.
Customer service. That's all you had to say.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't have one guy that can grade a card. There should never be one person that only has.
That card should have been looked at by several people.
Well, this is when old AI, or I like to call Al, so people get confused,
talked to the CVO.
Comes into play. I get tired of it. Well, PSA is now using AI. At least they're admitting it finally because they don't have a choice.
So Jeff's here was his legacy card. No, it was an Essential Credentials. Essential Credentials Grand Hill card. Now what was your question?
No, so the Essential Credentials are cool, but to me they're overblown. They truly are. I don't think they're that great looking overall. Majority of them honestly don't look like anything. I'd rather have the Dunkin' Go Nuts card than any of those all day long.
I'll have a chocolate stick.
I was gonna say
every time I see one, I'm like, why are everybody so big on this? Is not even the coolest insert during this time frame. Like, at what point does eye appeal, as in cool image, great looking design, something that pops on a card when I move it, become valuable? Like, I get lost in this sometimes. I look at it like, why is this card twice as much as this one? It looks like shit. I just don't get it.
So you're saying people go after it because it costs more, not that it looks.
I think somebody else has misled a bunch of people in a direction, and enough of the hobby hasn't figured it out, or they're not smart enough to, and they just roll with it because it's always been one way.
I'm with you with that 100%.
So, yeah, they're just they're in the stupid lane at full speed.
I'm with that on a lot of cards.
Yeah,
I like loss mitigation. That's always a good one.
Yeah. When he said that, I was just like, man, you too on point with what your job is there, but you got
so Scott, so I was, again, in my reaction, I was being actually very nice in the sense that I wasn't going to beat him up too much on it. But the truth is, almost every single mistake along this entire lane. So we'll get into Ham's point here in a second. I want to touch on it, but before I do, real quick, high level, Scott. First, the easy stuff. Let me touch the easy stuff, and then we'll get into the more complicated thing. The easy stuff is the guy that came on there, and I'm sure he's a nice enough guy. I don't know the dude. I haven't seen him before, so like whatever. You have to make sure that whoever you get in there, it has to have a little bit of prep. You don't, I don't need him to read a script, but you do need, there's a reason, Scott, that a lot of these bigger companies, any company that's a corporation, and it is a corporation, they are in fact a corporation. They literally have people whose job it is, if you work at a corporation, not everybody in the corporation can speak to the media. They're not allowed. Like if anything ever needs to be discussed, they will literally be like, no, you direct it to this person, and then that person will handle answering the question. And 99% of the time, they already have canned answers ready for you. They know what the questions are going to, even if you don't tell them the questions, they already know the most likely questions you're going to ask, and they have at least some kind of an answer. Even if it's not the most detailed thing in the world, they've got something already ready for you. You ask that question, here's the answer you're going to deliver. So I don't want the guy thinking about it off the cuff, because if he's thinking about it off the cuff, that's where you say the one that I kind of poked him a little bit was he used the word, this department has experts, but then he talks about the expert was away. So it's like, no, this is the uber expert, the super expert. And I was like, you realize you overuse the word expert by calling everybody an expert. Nobody's an expert.
Well, he called him an expert, and then he said, then we have
I'm Spartacus,
specialist in something, whatever.
Yeah, but that was a mistake. Like, I'm actually being completely serious. Yeah. Eric, this is the thing. All I have to do at that point, Eric, that's where somebody like me would go, like, don't use the word expert. Don't do it. Just say you have people that are trained in it, and for these specific types of sets, they're specialists. Use a different word, because that won't leave you to that immediate problem. As soon as you say those words, Scott, you say all these people are experts, but the experts all fucked up because the uber expert was away. That actually makes you sound dumber. And you put it on the record. On the record, you said those words. And now they can be thrown back in your face. So you're the wrong spot. No. This is why corporations hire people, Scott, whose only job is to make sure that you say only enough. You answer the question as clean as you can, and you already have some of the questions. You've already anticipated some of the questions, and you go forward from there. Now, to Ham's point. Here's my opinion. I don't think there's any such thing as a card expert. You can't be a card expert. There's no such thing. They don't exist. All you can have is an enthusiast. You can have somebody who is very familiar with the issue, looks at a lot of them, has been exposed to a lot of them. And then as those guys learn more and more and more, maybe some of them have some understanding of paper techniques, design technique, cutting techniques, and then they teach you some stuff, which can then help you, and then use technology to supplement it. That's possible. That's how you become an expert.
Have to reach out to the Burrells of the world in order to figure shit out, because they can't do it themselves.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Burrells of the world, but just to be clear though, the Burrells of the world learn their stuff by researching. Bobby is not actually an expert either. He is very knowledgeable. He's knowledgeable.
He's more of an expert than most people that claim to be an expert.
Correct. That I don't disagree with at all. What I'm saying is that the word expert doesn't apply here. You cannot be an expert in cards. That is not a thing.
Where are all these people that created all these cards that we love so much? Where are those people at? We rarely ever get to talk to any of those people. I don't get it.
Oh, you want to talk to Cardboard?
Some of them are dead.
No. I obviously get that, but I mean, again, if you go through the late 90s, early 2000s,
now are you talking about the people that designed it?
Alive.
Yeah, are you talking about the people that designed it, or that did the paper, or that actually worked in there and actually made the cards?
I want all of it. I'm interested in all of it, because there's so much knowledge we don't really have. And I would love to hear how they got to something, how many things they actually printed. I'd love to hear, like, how much 1991 Fleer was printed. Like, I know a bazillion, jillion, to Saturn and back, but give me an idea. I would like to hear the word billion come out of somebody's mouth.
Well, those early 91, it is billions.
I know it is. They're still printing it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen those printing plates one time. Not one printing plate.
To this day.
Yeah, if I don't see a printing plate, it's still printed.
Yeah, so that's always a counterintuitive thing, Scott. I enjoy it because when I make sure that I really want to make sure we start using the right words. I don't want to really consider anybody in the hobby an expert. Right. Yeah, I don't want to consider anybody in the hobby an expert. Now, Are there extremely knowledgeable people that have a really good understanding of a lot of those series, these issues, these sets? Like if somebody knows, I'll use like the Leaf set, the 49 Leaf set. There was a guy who wrote a book, the Relief book. He did a bunch of research. He learned about, what was going on at the time. He did research. He dug into all these different things to learn about it. He's not an expert, but he's extremely knowledgeable in it, and he's done his research, Scott. So that I'm okay with, because now you're talking about somebody. And by the way, since if he provides his research, you can also do your own research and maybe debunk some of it. You can disagree with them and say, hey, this research actually sounds really good, but this one contradicts this, and you've done your due diligence. The problem with these things, so using that essential credentials, knowing how the cards were cut, that's something you can learn about. That's something you can figure out and learn about, and then if somebody has done that diligence, they can teach you. And then you can learn off of them and then become more knowledgeable yourself. That's great. But there is no expert. That doesn't exist, because the problem is it's not an exact science unless you got somebody who's an expert at actually printing those cards. If you got somebody who worked in a factory printing the cards, they can be an expert in it because they actually made the damn thing. There's a difference. There's the guy who learned about it after the fact, and then there's the guy who actually made that shit. The guy who made that shit is an expert because he actually made it. The guy who's learning about it after the fact and doing research on how the stamping looked, they're not an expert, but they're somebody who learned about it. Mm-hmm. They're a well-researched collector or a well-researched person who's working at this company. That's how those guys become, I'm going to put in quotation marks, experts.
So my next question is, so he made the statement is they had a couple of tips.
Yep.
I would imagine this guy combs all the hashtag tops, all the stuff on social media. Do you think he saw the YouTube stuff about that card and that's what made them take it off of the registry or whatever, make it or was it the tip? Do you think it was actual tips? Somebody calling tops and saying that's a fake card?
Oh, you mean collectors in this case?
Yeah, collectors.
Yeah. So the thing is, I one of the folks mentioned that it was probably Auburn 35 amongst probably others. In this case, Scott, they could cheat a little bit, and that's kind of one thing I mentioned in that video. In this case, Teapot's original card, the exact card with the same serial number, the same essential credentials, Grant Hill with the same serial number, Spinatron and Real 27 guy did the video on it. In the examples they were showing, they showed that BGS slab for that card with the serial number of the BGS slab visible right on the screen. So they physically showed the card that Teapot bought in the holder. So when you see that, you can literally just go to eBay. Hey guys, look at this YouTube video. Go look at, 10 minutes in right here, that same card, because it's a crossover. Teapot sent them the thing in the holder. So as soon as you send them that piece of information, they can be like, oh, that's the card we crossed over. Oh shit, it's literally the same card. Okay, now we have a problem because they looked at it and there was questions about it already going back a couple of years. So because it was physically the same card in the same holder with the same serial number, you can immediately get some suspicion on that. So that's where a collector should have done it. Again, you don't need to be an expert on that way. You just need to be able to hit Google. You got to go to the Google machine and you can figure that one out.
All right. So I got one more question because all this flooded me. So the next question would be on Teapot side. Now I saw your video, when you talked to him, seems like a legit dude and all that.
Yep.
But he already did a thing where he sent all these cards to different, places to see the grades and all this stuff.
Yeah, and crack them out.
So, okay. Do you think he just did this for content?
Well, I think it was a personal card, and then I think they came across.
I think it was a shared thing.
Yeah, I think what happened is he bought the card, and then they had some questions brought up about it, and then they said, "Oh, we can turn this into a video," and then it became an opportunity for content.
Okay.
They praised the content gods and went from there because it was an opportunity to see what happened.
I'm not angry about that. I'm just curious,
Yeah. I think Geoff and company are good enough at capitalizing on these things. Here's an opportunity. It basically is a test, and then make the video.
Geoff all we want, but this is where he is smart about using things like this.
Yeah, and the video is done very well. Like the original video did very well, and now this follow-up video is already done very well. It's got tens of thousands of views as we speak right now. So right there's another big hit on their hands for that channel because it's a secondary channel. That's not even the Sports Card Investor channel. That's on the Market Movers. That's a secondary channel. but it's done well for them there. And I did mention already, I've been in touch with him, and I'm going to follow up with Teapot to get a follow-up conversation. So we'll talk about a lot of this stuff that you were just talking about here. But that's why I say, like, the funny thing about this for me is that the first mistake was letting it out the door in the first place. If you weren't sure, the correct answer is stop. And I wanted to grab the name of it, Ham. I don't know if you've heard of it. There's a book, I think it's called The Toyota Way. And so folks were talking about the assembly line and the way they set up their assembly line. Believe it or not, I'm going to bring it back around to cards. So
I've seen a documentary on that book, Carl.
Exactly. So the reason I'm bringing this up,
A place to use
that. Yeah. The reason I'm bringing it up is that one of the things they've done that actually has been successful for them is they empower the people on the assembly line, where if they see something wrong, rather than let it go by, they have the ability to stop especially if it's something serious. They have the ability to stop the assembly line, even though they're not an expert. They're allowed to stop it and say,
it's
"Wait a minute."
See something, say something.
but that's what it should be,
You
because
were allowed to push the button and say,
yeah, if you allow a fatal flaw to go by, Ham, just because it's not your department, that's potentially an issue that could become a problem for everything else. You don't want that.
Where I work, for instance, I've been there for 9 years. I know ins and outs of everywhere, and my department shifted, and my boss knows that I know what I know, and she's like, if you see something, even though it's not your job, I expect for you to do something. It's like, okay, boss.
Yeah. But that's one of those things, though, in this example. Scott, I don't need to spend hours and hours and days and months and weeks training you. If you've been in cards for more than about 20 minutes, you already know that 90s Fleer Skybox is really tricky. The numbered cards from 90s, they have a propensity. There's a lot of backdoor cards out there that have different issues. You don't need to know. I don't know every single little nuance, but there's certain things, Scott, where if I see it, I know it's off. I haven't spent a ton of time digging into it, but if I see something that looks off to me, I'm already not interested, because as soon as I see something that looks a little awkward, I know that set has certain issues. That's where you then say, hey, if the actual expert, the guy who's supposed to be there for it, isn't in the office, then we put that one to the side. We shoot off a quick email saying, hey, sorry about that. It's going to take a couple extra days for us to do whatever. That's communication. That's all you got to do. Just send them, hey, it's going to be a couple more days. Sorry about that.
You're paying for. I mean, that goes back to what you're paying for.
Yeah. So they messed that up. The communications in this case, they brought the wrong guy in there. I laughed because Dakota was picking on the fact he was wearing a hoodie. I understood what he was getting at. He goes, "Oh, at least wear a button-up shirt or something. Be more professional, Ham. We need more professionalism in our YouTube interviews."
Didn't he used to wear button-up purple shirts?
Oh, Dakota did.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But what I thought was funny, though, is that, like, I understood what he was getting at. I don't think it was the best look on one of the bigger platforms that we have in this space to come on there in a hoodie, looking like a guy that just rolled out of bed in the morning. That might not be again, you're the guy who's now the corporate spokesman. In this scenario, you're the corporate spokesman here.
At one point in time,
should have wear a freaking tank top
with no sleeves.
That's right.
At one point in time, one of the biggest voices in this hobby always had a baseball hat, a hoodie, and painted nails, and was all over the YouTubes, getting interviewed, investing money,
CBO.
And couldn't get away from this guy. And he was one of the biggest names in the hobby with his
visions,
so.
It doesn't matter what shirt you're wearing; it's what's coming out of your eye hole.
This hobby, you're not getting the 3-piece suit to,
Well, that, and you see the people in the 3-piece suit that show up in this, and we're gonna all call them a joke. So that's gonna happen. You're not one of us. Get out of here, loser. Yeah, I mean, basically, you see Kevin O'Leary, and everybody wants to just punch him in the face.
Oh, well, that's because
the fake Mr.
I was gonna say, Ham. He's wearing a sequin jacket. That's not a 3-piece suit.
It's still funny. He's got 5 watches on. One on each ankle on his wrist, his neck.
The fake Mr. Wonderful.
Yeah. But the thing is, there is so what Eric's talking about, though, he's talking about influencers. He's talking about individuals. I'm talking about you're speaking on behalf of a corporation. Like you're in this case, we don't think about it that way because obviously, it's just YouTube. It's like, well, the thing is, you're actually representing the company. You've identified yourself as a position in the company.
But even at the top conference, nobody was really dressed up.
Well, again,
he was working from home to start. Also, I mean, it was like I don't think he was in an office. I mean, and also I don't think PSA workers go to work wearing a tie and jacket. I don't see that.
Oh, Scott, you don't need to wear a tie and a jacket. They literally, now I know for a fact that they've actually got basically just quick quarter zip ups that have the logo on it. Literally, all you have to do is wear a quarter zip. It's just a black quarter zip up with a PSA logo on it. That's it. You don't have to do anything else. It's just basic like uniform.
I wore mine today, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. Eric owns one of them for PSA Canada. They made their own, but it's basically just a PSA Canada logo in a black shirt with long sleeves. That's it. The idea here is that you're presenting yourself. Again, we've corporatized a lot of these companies. They're corporate. They're not mom and pop shops. If you're an influencer, hell, you could literally wear a clown costume if you want to. That's your business. It's your individual brand. Wear whatever the hell you want. But if you're operating on behalf of a corporation, you're actually answering for something. Yeah, the Buzz Lightning costume might be helpful. That might work out for you.
That was horrible.
So Dr. Exclusive here says, would Juff have had his employees make videos on the card if it were Fanatics produced card under these same conditions? I don't know if it would make any difference because the issue in this case, it's the grading company. It's not about that who made the card.
Yeah, it was an opportunity, and I mean, it was good. It was insightful. I'm not mad at anybody using it for content. I mean, it just kind of made me wonder.
And good evening, Josh.
Hey, Josh.
Bubbles says Hulk Hogan wore a black bandana and suit when he had Serious Business Brothers. See?
Yeah, I mean, seriously, you go to court wearing like black and a black headband, in court. Funerals, he'd wear the exact same thing. It's like, dude, everyone knows you're bald. You've been bald since 1984.
He's also been 35 years old since 1984.
This is also true.
You don't need to wear the black bandana. We know there's nothing up there.
Hey,
brother,
don't criticize the mania. Leave it out. Leave it.
The mania.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay, Yannick. I'm sorry.
It's going to happen.
You don't want those pythons, man.
I don't want the 24-inch pythons.
Eric's going to come to this expo in the fall, and he's going to get his. What you going to do when Yannick Mania runs wild on you?
Fuck, don't I'm driving right now. 6 hours, I can kick your ass.
I run with a limp. I'm sure you could kick my ass.
Oh, it's going to be bad, Eric.
I'll just call mom and tell her to make you trip somewhere.
Yeah.
It won't take a lot.
On a bicycle with a limp?
No, in all seriousness, the way my fake hip works, it actually goes around in a circle just fine, but it doesn't kick out.
What?
Ham.
Doesn't kick
what?
out.
Eric went.
No. Hold on. Yeah, I want you to demonstrate this circle.
It goes around in a circle.
No. You said no.
Round and around.
Yeah.
Eric, did you have Dr. Nick Riviera perform the procedure? Like, what happened?
Is it like a chain in there? What do you? I don't think.
I'm saying like here's the hip joint. Here's the hip joint. It's a ball and socket. It goes around fine in circles.
Looks like you're pedaling.
Run and kick out and then come back with the running motion. My hip doesn't do it.
What does it do?
It hurts.
Can you demonstrate this for me?
No.
No.
Emmanuel can fix Eric's limp. That's right.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'll get a pop out real quick.
All I gotta say is Eric went out for his procedure. Doctor walks in. Hi, everybody. Hi, Dr. Nick.
And flammable means flammable?
I told the doctor specifically, I need to be able to ride a bike. I can ride a bike. I didn't say anything about running. I should have been more specific.
Yep.
Interesting.
Did you run before?
Yeah, I was a serious runner. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You coach.
I coach cross country and track and stuff. Yeah.
Well, Scott, how do you think he ran away from General Patton after he stole from the farm?
Well, General Patton was passed on. The General Patton, his son, General Patton Jr., was still alive, but I didn't work for him. I worked for his sister.
PJ
used
Jr.
to yell at Eric's.
Baz is correct. The doctor also told you to put a seat on the bike and you didn't listen.
What does he know?
So anyway, to summarize, Scott, there was a lot of lack of professionalism on there. A lot of major scripts that were totally avoidable. The best part, Scott, at this point, I'm really inclined to like, can I just offer you guys my services? My position is going to be vice president of common sense. My only job is going to be to tell you guys to stop doing certain dumb shit. Look, if we're going to be shady, and these companies are going to be shady, we're in this hobby, so we have to be shady. If we're going to do it, Scott, there's a way to do it with dignity and class. There's a way to do it, man. We're screwing it up.
Shirt.
I just think the card is well, you know, y'all talk, the way it's talked about, it seems to be well known in their circle of experts that they should know there is a potential problem before it even was cracked out. That's, you know, but anyway, that who you know, I'm not
the final piece of the puzzle though, Scott, and the irony, going back to what I talked about a few minutes ago and we were discussing, because they screwed this up, in effect, Teapot lucked out, because as soon as they cracked it out, they created a scenario where now they have to pay it. Now they're stuck because they actually took ownership of it. The moment they put it into the PSA holder and then decertified it right after that, they officially took ownership of it, because now it's like, you should never have put it in that holder in the first place. You had an out. You didn't have to do it.
What's the payout? That's the other question. I don't know what
whatever card ladder says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Yep.
I just enjoyed, Scott, that, you know, T-Bot was asking this question, but like literally they have a card ladder thing on there that they use for certain things to determine value. It's like, so are you going to go to the index? Are you going to use the same numbers that Mr. Wonderful, not Paul Orndorff, is using? Because
It's 25
maybe the Grand Hill
million.
index went up.
Has anybody tried the new Market Movers app with all the new data and stuff?
I have not. I need to get a free code. Maybe if I talk to Teapot again, I can get a code.
Yeah, I need a free code too.
That's what I'm saying. So Josh is saying that this is a if you go to the Market Movers channel, Josh, it's Grant Hill Essential Credentials that Teapot on the channel had purchased and then tried to submit to PSA for a crossover. And then, you know, comedy ensues. But yeah, so Scott, in effect, this mistake actually worked out in his favor, because now they actually are going to get a payout where otherwise they would have been off the hook if they had just sent him back the holder without doing anything.
Well, he said that Geoff was going to give him back what he paid for it, right?
He offered to pay them back if they didn't make them whole.
Okay.
Yeah, because he bought it from Cars HQ. So Geoff says if it's no good, we'll just give you the money back.
Right.
Yeah, so he was covered by the boss either way, but in this case, now collectors is basically going to have to cut him a check because they put it in their holder, and that's what made it happen. That's what turned that situation. So he actually lucked out in that way, because if they hadn't
guarantee
3 of those, geez.
Yeah, otherwise it wouldn't have played at all. So it's one of those things. A lot of folks though kept looking at it and kept focusing on the wrong things. I was sitting there like, even Dan was looking at it and said, "Oh, PSA screwed us." Like, no, actually, PSA didn't. PSA just gave him a free check he wouldn't have had otherwise. Because if he had submitted it normally, if he had actually cracked it out, Scott, and submitted it, even if they had graded it, he actually would have been disqualified on the grading guarantee, and they wouldn't have given him shit.
Well, that's the way I took it. That they cracked it out, so they were
they cracked it because PSA did it. Then they're on the hook because they did it. But if Teapot had cracked it out ahead of time, sent a raw card in, even if they had encapsulated Scott, it would have not been covered on the grading guarantee.
So like what the great Mr. Hand down here was saying before, if it came off of a cut sheet and somebody put a fake stamp on it,
yep,
couldn't they put on there it's hand cut and it's authentic?
Companies have done that. Yeah, companies have done that. If they label it like that, that's fine.
Okay, I was just that.
It's kind of like Panini
Like I
Honors,
said, I
where
had a
they
million
take
questions.
a previously rookie card, and then they have the guy autograph it, and they throw it in a slab, and now, ooh, it's a new card. It's not a new card; it's an old card. They had autographed, and now they put it in the product.
Yeah, the problem was that the way it was labeled is it was labeled the same way as if it was a pack pulled card, which is not.
Right.
And there's a distinction, because there's still people, and we talked about this. There are still people who will buy the backdoor cards because they're not stamped. They're saying, okay, if you slab it and say no stamp, not stamped, okay, then you know what you're buying. As long as you know what you're buying and you pay the appropriate amount for what you're actually buying, that's cool. Like, hey, collect it, don't collect it, that's fine. Right. It's as soon as you misrepresent it, because the way the label is set up, it's showing like a pack pulled card when it's not. And that's the issue. Because even sheet cut cards, Beckett graded sheet cut cards for years. I think they still do, technically. So, and it's part of their policy, so they're okay with it. As long as that's the case, then knock yourself out. But you got to know what you're buying. The problem that I have is when something's labeled incorrectly and then you're misrepresenting it. And that's where you run into an issue. So I thought that that'll be interesting to see what happens with that one, but that was kind of funny. So now with that said, let's shift over to Topps Industry Conference. Coverage, Ham, from intrepid reporter Neo Cards and Comics. He even missed your show to be there at the conference.
Well, what's funny is he was able to comment nonstop on his flight back, but could not potentially call in, which I would love to a mid-flight call in personally. Get to see anybody do that, which I do know it's possible now. So that was a little weird to me, but maybe just didn't want to join us. The show went really well without him. Actually, it wasn't slowing us down, at least.
Do you think Ham, the problem was that he thought it would be a little awkward to hold his phone like this in order to get the proper profile?
Yeah, that would have been too much work for him.
Yeah, like if you have to hold it out here the whole time, like your arm's going to get tired after a while. Like
he's probably watching right now in the background. He likes to lay in the shadows until he hears his name, and it's like a genie lamp gets rubbed, and he gets a notification on his phone. Somebody has spoken my name, and then he appears. But no, there was I thought there was a fair amount of influencers there. We'll call them influencers, or just people we know. And I know you can't go there and basically bash the people that invited you. Plus, you would like to get invited back in the future. You can talk about it later, and you can talk about it in a way that's not overpoweringly being rude, I guess is the way, where other people just like to be rude. Again, Topps is a business, okay? Fanatics is a business. They're about making money. A lot of people kind of went a little crazy with the credit card. Credit card makes plenty of sense. I'm going to apply for a credit card. Because if I'm going to buy a product, I like to rip. So if I'm going to buy a product and I'm going to get some money back from it, and maybe I don't think the first in line shit's going to work. And if it works, it's only going to work the first time. After that, hell no. And it's probably only going to work for something they print 1 billion of.
Now, Ham, I'm gonna have a little bit of fun with this. So Scott, let's have a little bit of fun with this. There's a couple of ones that I want to touch on. Let's do the credit card one first, since Ham brought it up. So I'll start with that one, and then I'll move to another one that I want to kind of play with a little bit. I listened to it, like obviously product drops, potential things. WB finally got to promote a bunch of stuff they're going to come up with, some of the other brands and everything. That's all good. But the credit card thing, I got a kick out of it, Scott. How many people made so much hay about this damn credit card? And I'm sitting there going like, do you have a problem when Walmart releases a credit card?
Yeah.
Do you have a problem? Like it's literally just a branded credit card, insert company name here, put some perks. It's the same, but people are going to get into credit card. They can get into credit card debt with a regular MasterCard or a regular American Express.
They already are. So.
Yeah, like I was like, really? It's the Fanatics branding that's gonna destroy it. Like, oh my God, Scott, if it says Fanatics on the front of the card, then automatically you're going to buy into brakes because you can't stop. I was like, you can do that with a regular American Express, a regular MasterCard, a regular Visa.
When did people realize that sports cards was a business? Because it's always been a hobby. Oh, it's for us. It's a hobby. It's for us. And then all of a sudden, this is the business. They just want to make money. I was like, that's been the idea the entire time.
Well, so Ham, that's my favorite. That's my favorite part. I laugh because it's like, look, obviously there's a lot of the kids now that are at the card shows and everything. Now I'm going to be 43 this year, and I'm sitting there going like, well, I started collecting in 1990. Scott, I don't know about you. I went to card shows, and I'm pretty confident all the dealers at every card show I attended all were trying to make money.
Every last one.
I believe they were all trying to make money. Every last one of them. It was weird.
Oh, I remember going to the card shop, and they would try and sell me on the better centered card with the better edges. They were basically pre-grading and selling cards based on visual grading, realistically, before there was somebody to have a hierarchy to give us their opinion that all of a sudden we took for that we started caring about, I guess, and now we care too much about, but whatever.
Yeah, I just remember going to tape. Like I said, my experience, your mileage may vary. I'm not going to say what you guys experienced. My experience was every single one of the dealers at those card shows were all trying to make money. Every last one of them. If the card went up, they would increase the price sticker. It was weird. and then there would be tables where everything was near mint, even if it was torn in half. It's weird how that works.
Yeah,
it's
you
bizarre.
won't find another one that centered.
Yeah.
Well,
Next
try to
table
sell it
over.
the other way.
Good eye appeal. Good eye appeal. It's torn in half. Got a piece of tape over it. but it's good eye appeal.
Yeah, I just laugh, Scott, because we're in the social media age. So every time somebody does anything, says something, tries to rip somebody off or whatever, we get 5,000 posts about it. Which again, I don't have a problem with that. That's perfectly fine. You know, you can expose bad actors quickly in real time. You really can, which is not a bad thing. That's a good thing. But what I'm getting at is, let's not pretend that, you know, scammers and grifters in the hobby was invented recently. It wasn't a new invention. This is not a new thing.
Yeah,
I was like, they were here before.
There's more people doing it now. That's all. There's just more people.
Yeah. And we also see them more as him. That's the other part. It's like we also can see them more quickly. It's easier to see them.
Yeah, everything's right in front of our face now.
Correct. So it's like I wouldn't have known, Scott, if somebody is ripping, if a dealer in North Dakota is ripping somebody off, I wouldn't have been able to see it in 1990. I would have no way of accessing that information unless I knew somebody in North Dakota.
Yeah, I've gotten
today. I can get a social media post and I'll find out about it in 10 minutes.
I got to the point now that in sports card nonsense feed on Facebook, I just get mad every time I see it. Like parking lot rip, or I just pulled this. Do I have anything good? Yeah, you're holding a 10,000 card, you dumbass. Like, stop. I mean, that site needs to be burned down and relaunched.
Yeah, I pulled this. I can't find any comps. How much is it? It's like,
just say, hey, I did a good job. Look what I searched out of a pack that I just bought 10 of and hit a banger. Yeah, that's just tell me that. I'm fine with it. Just tell me it.
You're trying to soft sell your pump.
Yeah. It was very entertaining. I just kind of get a kick out of it. Like, Ham's right. Like it's silliness at a certain point. Now, so that was one. Like I said, the credit card thing to me is overblown. To me, it's just another branded credit card. Yeah. You want one, get one. You don't want it, don't use it. I really don't.
I don't like the idea that they're going to force the shops to pump it.
Fair enough.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
I agree. Fair enough. That's a reasonable point. Okay, so second one, Scott, even better for me. My favorite thing in the world. I love it because I watched some videos and some posts that were freaking. That were like losing their minds over this. The Fanatics guys were all going in and they were talking about the joy of collecting. They were trying to brand the whole joy of collecting thing. Now, let me be clear. Let me preface this by saying it's really lame. It's a really lame tagline. It's kind of trash, whatever. But Scott, this is important. I keep going back to the whole corporatization of this. As someone who has worked in corporations, I have heard infinitely cringier things that are sold to the internal employees. They give us like, this is our new mission statement. I'm just sitting there like, guys, our mission statement is make some damn money. That's our mission statement. Like, what are you talking about? It's like, we're family here. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. What's funny is they're making more money than they ever have before, but it's still not enough.
Oh, it's never.
That's the funny part.
Well, look, a corporation's job is to make more money increasingly forever. That's the point. Increase the profit margins.
Well, but they're not doing it. I'm always about. I call it innovation. Just change the way these mangas that they have that are garbage, half of them, or some of these. What is it? Not Uptown, Downtown. What's the one they have? What's the baseball version of that?
The downtown
home field advantage.
The tops one. Okay.
That should just be one of those cards you get one in every 5 packs. That's one of those inserts. That's not. I don't look at it and go, oh, look how beautiful this card is. Look how different this is. Like they're not doing that, and now they're just taking stuff they've already hatched in other product and bringing it over 2 years later to the new product. Stop it. Give me something new and different. Like make something stand alone. They don't do it. I don't even care if you give me one damn case insert or whatever. Tell me there's a pallet insert that you use one per pallet. Don't blow everybody's mind. And then just like, I don't know. I just think they're all stupid. They're stupid. They're all dumb. They're dumb. Dumbasses. They're all dumbasses.
Or Scott, or we could just get AI to do it.
That's even fine. I'm fine with even AI doing it. But I come up with AI stuff that's better than half the shit that anybody produces right now. You still got to know how to talk to the damn thing to get what you want.
Mm-hmm. So Bob Boozle's talking about this. The joy of collecting is a thoughtful catchphrase on the urinal wall of a casino, which is fair. I don't disagree.
I don't even like the word hobby anymore. It's not a hobby. It's not. Who collects new cards? Every time I'm at these top conferences, and there you do. What do you collect?
I get some Sotos and stuff like some of my favorite players. I'll grab some cards for them.
Okay, so you barely collect, but when you hear collect, it's a whole bunch of stuff. Well, what the other stuff? What you got in there? What are you collecting?
Probably a bunch of Mets stuff, right? You got a bunch of Mets there.
Mets, rookies, Baldwin, Cup card,
and I love that.
Yeah.
But how many people do what you do?
I don't know. I've been
Give me
doing
a percent. What do you think the percent is right now that are collecting new cards? I'm talking about the last 3 years.
I still think, and I talk about this on my channel, I still think, because I think a very small percentage of people that watch YouTube are actually in whatever you want to call it, the hobby or the business of this. So I really think the actual collectors still way outnumber the flippers, the sellers, the resellers.
Because I really don't collect anything anymore.
Because the stuff has to get to somebody's hands sooner or later.
My problem is they don't make anything better than what I already have. Because all that stuff was made in the late 90s, early 2000s.
But I'm still, us collectors, whoever they are, like I collect Pete Alonso, Gary Carter.
Okay.
I have, 10 people plus some non-sports stuff. So, if Pete Alonso's on it, or David Wright, or Gary Carter new card, I'm going to get it. And it doesn't. Let me tell you, I've opened stuff and open a pack a day on shorts, and I critique what I'm opening. And I've even seen how they've stole ideas already from Panini.
Yep.
It's the same old thing. They don't even try because it's one company.
Correct.
So,
this has been my argument for years.
Right. And but I still love the cards. It's enough for me to say I want that. So
I want them to make a card that I want because I look at it and go, I have to have one of those.
Yeah.
I don't do that. Like a debut patch, which at the end of the day, the player wants it more than I do.
Yeah.
Personally, I think they should have it more than I should.
I weigh the price against what it is, but it's also, I do sell a lot too. Right.
But we going to feed your hobby. Again, you're a collector.
So
the majority of the people we see out here are not collectors.
Changed in the last 10 years about how I do things. So, and that's because I watch YouTube, and because I was in a bubble for so long when I started doing YouTube and watching YouTube channels. I learned, I don't have to keep everything. It's okay to sell it.
I think a lot of people have learned that too, that a lot of it you don't have to keep, because you look back at it and you're just like, what am I doing with this shit?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, what am I doing?
I've been since 1974 is my card collection. Now I have my father's as well. So
that's fantastic though.
But anyway, but I've gotten rid of a third of my collection, and I'm working on the other half and keeping half. But
there you go.
But I sell on sites that feed other people's collections. If they're a team collector or player collector, things like that. So
that's awesome.
Yeah. So to kind of play into Ham's question, though, I agree. And a couple of the comments kind of touched on it, that it is a low it's for the newer stuff. It's a low percentage of people collecting a lot of that singles. That said, though, his initial question was like, who does? Like, well, yeah, some people do, but they're going to be more surgical. Now, if you're talking about collectors in the newer box and something, I think your collector thing is going to drop well into like low 1%, like low single digit, because it's just it's too expensive. It just costs too much at the
start. Or you're only trying to buy rookies for mid to long term.
If you're willing to collect with a scalpel and like really target certain specific things and just say, I like this one insert and I just want my favorite player in that one insert, and you just grab that single, then they can still make new cards that I'm like, I do that with my Medano collection. I still collect even this post playing day stuff. I'm not interested in everything, but if I see a couple of things in there that are worthwhile, then I will go and actually seek it out.
I think my
and
problem
if I see what I'm
now,
looking for, we're good to go.
I don't really have anything that I see I want to collect. I'm going to be interested with the top stuff with football, mainly because of the Emeka Buka stuff with the rookie card for him, since they basically have an agreement for his signature. He has no autographed rookie cards right now in a Bucs uniform. He has the Bowman U, and that's it. And that's in his college uniform. So all the Panini stuff has almost been the exact same image on all the cards. I feel like they've used 5 images total. And that's it. So basically, this top product is interesting for me. Yeah. So for this, you're Reggie Lemon.
Yeah, that's right.
with the addition of the troll or the giant or the hairy monster.
Oh, those are the best ones. That's literally the best.
No, it's not.
That's the innovation we need, Ham. We need more trolls.
No.
Yeah, well, wild card's doing that just fine.
Hey guys, I'm going to take off. I
Hey,
gotta
Scott,
go to bed.
have a good night, buddy.
All
Go ahead, Scott. Take it easy.
Have fun.
Yep.
Take
Yeah,
care.
I'll catch you
Take
later.
Goodbye, Scott.
So real quick, I'll finish off the thought on that other piece. I think Ham watching people freak out and get annoyed about something as innocuous as their stupid tagline. It was a dumb tagline. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
But again, I've seen much dumber taglines that get sold to like internal employees or whatever. At that point, you just kind of gloss your eyes over. You don't even see it. You don't even pay attention. I don't care. You want to say joy of collecting? Go for it. You want to put it on the damn boxes? I really don't give a shit. Like it doesn't matter to me at that point. There's really more interesting thing. If you're going to be annoyed about something, let's find something more tangible. Let's find something a little bit more relevant to be worried about.
The other thing I'm annoyed too is everything they like to push is for the kids, but they don't realize the adults are the ones buying all the product.
A lot of cases.
You can see that in all the videos of the people at the Targets and the Walmarts.
Yeah. When you're good, Dan, just give me a thumbs up.
It's embarrassing.
Well, here's the thing. Well, I mean, you have to go get stuff where you can. How you doing, Dan? You're no sound, Dan.
Yeah,
You
right now
need
you're
sound.
muted. We'll get you fixed up, but you're muted right now.
It's completely.
I haven't heard. Can't hear you yet, Dan. No sound.
These adults.
Not yet.
No sound.
Sure. Dan comes and everyone's like, ignore Eric. Fine.
No, I'm not ignoring. We're listening to
Eric.
you.
Screw Dan. Screw you.
You don't even need to stand in line.
We're always
anymore.
ignoring you. We're just
I
not
ignore
pretending you.
Eric for a Klondike bar.
Have one.
There's
I
a
would
lot of
love-
stuff I would do for a Klondike.
I know
bar.
a
I'd love
Klondike
a
right now.
Klondike
I would like me a piece of
I would
candy actually.
crush-
York pepper. I would like a double thick York peppermint patty right now.
Oh,
There you
trust
go.
that.
Frickin'
I like
A.
it.
Bob
Chocolate
chase
sticks.
that with some nice stout beer. Woo, baby.
Ham's getting excited. There you go.
I'm getting this. I'm gonna
Th-
stop, not stand up now.
This Ham is what you should do after more of the off-centered episodes. If you start with that, you'd be like firing on all cylinders. You might be able to cut
thing
Steve
is,
off.
well, yeah, but it's hard to rein them in. They're all trying to go. Everybody's their own direction in that group. You know.
Well, look, Neo's usually watching the game or something else. Like
Or
he's not
3
even there.
games. Yes,
Yeah,
might
he's
be
not even
watching
there.
The Indians in the cabinet playing.
Steve's cherry picking one comment that he sees.
Yeah, and then he dives into it like for an entire paragraph.
Yeah, and that's it there. And then Dustin's still looking at comments from 12 years ago. So
Yeah.
someday he'll get to a newer comment. All right, let's see. Can we hear you, Ham? Can we hear you, Dan?
Nope.
No sound.
Nope, no sound yet.
No sound.
It looks like he's on his phone, or from
He's
what I
on
can
his
tell, it seems
phone. He's on
Yeah.
his phone. I just don't know why his sound's not enabled.
This is the best Dan has ever sounded.
I know. Let's make noise when Dan talks.
Dan, I don't know if you can see it. We can see you, but we can't hear you.
Okay.
It's kind of weird because usually on the phone it should just work.
It
You
should
really
just
don't
work.
have to do
Yeah.
anything. Yeah, because if he can hear us, then half the equation
Yeah,
is
if he
already
can,
done.
yeah, he might be able to. Dan, can you hear us? Give us a thumbs up.
Yeah, well, I think he was able to hear me earlier when I mentioned the thumbs up.
Okay.
So
My
I think
thing
so.
with the
That
kids
means
is like when I did Top Trib night, they allowed all the kids in. I mean, I was lucky I got to be in there because I know the guy. He knows I do the media stuff and throw some stuff on my channel. And it's like only the kids can come in. So like all the parents, honestly, were sad when we had 4
Right.
Yankee players there, you know. And then the kids are in there, and of course, they're like no autographs. And what do? They sign freaking everything. Like there's everything: shirt, your back, your neck, your baby. Like they don't care. So, and every time it's like no autographs and they sign everything. And it just drives me a little bit crazy because I'm just like, you know what's getting ready to
Oh, yeah,
happen.
I've been there,
Just
done that.
stop it. Like it's good for Top Trib night. Shut your mouth and just sign 50 autographs. It's not even a big deal. You know what I mean? It's like I kind of laugh at that. But it's just like it's like a false sense of it's for the kids. It's to trap the kids to get them hooked into something. But at the end of the day, we were all kids at some point too. We grew up loving this stuff. Going and getting autographs at the game or during spring training or at a practice. And like, that's my memories too. I still enjoy that. Do I need 10 autographs? No, I would just like one. And if I already have it, I don't even get an autograph. Like Volpe was at this one again this year. I already have his autograph from last year. I don't want another autograph. I'm good. I know there's other people take advantage of that, but you're in those situations and those scenarios, and it's basically a giant advertisement. Make it look like a damn advertisement. Like, don't cut it off.
I think it makes sense. I think a lot of these events they're putting together, to your point, it's like I get what they're trying to do with it. I don't even mind a lot of the stuff they're trying, but it's one of those
No,
things
I
where
think,
I'm glad they're doing some kind of promotion, but at the same time, like it's not going to be something interesting necessarily. It's where you have to kind of figure out who's your audience, because a lot of these things they're doing is it's almost like they can't decide who they want the audience to be, so they'll speak to one. Go ahead.
Tier your audience and speak to them at different times. Like that's what they need to do. They need their audience is literally 5 to 80. Okay, that's their audience. That's everybody basically. All right, like until they start putting a baseball card in a baby bottle. But that's where we're at. So do everybody. You have to give something to everybody. That's how advertising works. That's how the manipulation works. That's how you look like the good guy, because people want to buy from the nice good guy who's, hey, giving me an opportunity. They're not. I just don't know who's running these marketing programs, because half of it sucks. Like it's horrible. I just don't get it.
I think in a lot of cases, though, that goes back to what I was saying earlier about they'll hire these people who have specializations in certain things, and then they'll struggle with what seem like simple things because, again, they don't have the VP of common sense. A lot of times, like I feel like, Eric, that should be a real position. VP of common sense. Their only job is to walk around every department and go, okay, so how do you do this normally? And then you explain it. I'm like, that is stupid. Why don't you just not do this thing and just streamline the process and just take 2 steps instead of 15?
Yeah.
Why don't you use
Hey, that's a good point. We should try that.
You need a common sense project manager.
But Ham, I've joked about it with folks before, but like I'm being serious. You could literally have somebody who comes in, an in-house consultant whose only job is to be like, okay, so explain me what this problem is. And then after 20 minutes and you've still explaining the process, I'm like, why is it these many steps? What the hell are you talking about?
I
This
think
makes no sense.
like when I hear Billy talk and how he's been ingrained in where he's been for so long, how it becomes, oh, we can't do that. No. At some point, you can do that. How do you do that? Don't just tell me I can't. Don't just tell me why. Tell me how I can do it and why I can do it that way.
Can man.
Correct. And we're not doing enough can mans. And it's like at some point we have to get past the standard sports card with all the technology we have. There's got to be other technology we can implement into cards that make it a little more fun to collect. I would like to walk by a card and have the damn thing look at me like a painting, like when you're at the Louvre or whatever. Like, give me one of those. Like, I'd like somebody to do something like that. Make it go like, I want to put this card out for everybody to look at. Instead, we store them all in dark boxes. You never get to see them unless you're Eric and you look at them once every month. But that's about it.
Yeah. Eric just goes in the tickle trunk. He looks at every card.
I know.
That's all he does. All day and all night. And takes every single card and puts it in an upside down one touch.
Yep.
On purpose.
Yeah.
On purpose.
Yes, on purpose.
Wait till he starts putting it in upside down and backwards.
It's going to be amazing.
Lose your shit.
Mm-hmm. Eric, what do you have to say for yourself? We've been talking through all the matters of import.
You've got the
in
purple
hobby.
face, Mattingly.
The answer to everything can't just be tickle trunk. What else you got?
I got the tops, and there's the OPG.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Do you have what's the other one? It's like KB Toys or something.
I think it's Nestle, isn't it?
Nestle. There you go. Nestle.
Yeah, there's
You need the Nestle.
I don't have the Nestle one.
That's the next logical step.
Yep. I think 3 years ago to
So there's
NASCAR saw PSA 10.
There's like 25,000 of those graded, and there's 2,000 of those graded.
Mm-hmm. And there's 2 of the Nestle.
Got some good news to report. The crew for the Artemis 2, everyone's safe and sound, and splashdown went fine, and they got them all out of the capsule now. So
they dropped them out of the helicopter finally. Nice.
Yep. So everybody's doing good.
So Emmanuel is back from space.
Mm-hmm.
Artemis 2 is back in space.
Well, what do we have? Like 40 years to figure out how to make them crash land in water again? They do it like every 3 months down here off one of these coasts.
Well, you guys are all close to my age, but I don't know where you were in 1986 when Challenger exploded.
I watched it live.
I was in school.
And for the Gen Xers that can remember that day like it happened yesterday, this was stressful because it's I watched.
It shouldn't have been though. We have too much technology. Elon Musk can shoot a rocket and land the damn thing, and we're worried about just one direction. Come on.
So I haven't watched a takeoff, and I can't even begin to tell you how long. And I was nervous, especially there was one shot of the rocket going up into space and the blue sky behind it, and it's exactly the shot where everything went wrong. And I think everyone around my age that remembers that day took a deep breath going, oh, I've seen this movie before. And the fact that they made it and they came back, and because I've never been alive during a trip to the moon. I think the last one was in like 72.
Early 70s.
Yeah. So I was born in 74. So this is the first time in my lifetime that we've been to the moon and come back safely.
I was gonna say, they didn't land on the moon, Eric.
I feel like they got there pretty
around
quick and
it,
came
man.
back. Like it was a pretty quick trip.
It was a
wait.
balloon.
Eric, you know what Ham's saying? He's saying, did they go around the moon?
Well, I did see those 4 carts leaving.
And Ham said we have improved the technology. Sound stages are far fancier than they were in 1969.
Yeah, did you
I don't
notice when
have
that
to
little
drop
thing
him
was
that far from
floating
the
and then the
helicopter.
words started going across it because it was being green screened while they were currently like 200,000 miles from Earth? That's a little weird.
Look, Ham, I think the fix was in. If you watch a lot of the footage, they're sitting there like, yes, we're making the trip around, and it's like all they're doing is just showing like product placements.
Yeah, and they're in the same capsule from 40 years ago with all the big buttons. There's no LEDs, nothing that would mean that we had technology.
The 60s capsule looks like a Jiffy Pop thing that's
They
landed.
didn't even take like meta glasses up there or nothing. They had a Nikon. They took a Nikon with them.
Oh man,
I would love to Polaroid from up there.
We're gonna find out, Eric, that all the buttons you saw and everything were just like a Stream Deck. Just they painted on a Stream Deck.
I took a chance, hoping this was a safe space to talk about my trauma, and it was made a joke of.
And you learned.
So
something.
Eric,
And you're wearing a shirt that has a
you
suggestion
learned
of
something.
sexuality.
I think the important. So Eric, look, if you want to speak of your childhood trauma, are you suggesting that it was this observation of the Columbia space crash that led to your inevitable death wish to get on a bicycle and try to run it off a tree?
In all seriousness, I don't know if you said that on purpose. Challenger exploded while taking off in '86. Columbia exploded landing. And Michelle and I were at the gym on like dual treadmills watching TV, watching Columbia come back into the atmosphere and attempt to land and blow up. So I have watched both shuttles explode live. So people,
maybe there's a connection.
So what you're
now.
saying is that the common denominator
here we go.
is people.
Yes, or no Elon
Every
Musk.
time you watch
Every
it,
time we
you
try to do
expect
something
the
we're
whole
not
thing will
supposed to
blow.
be doing, it goes bad. Because you still can't get through the Allen belt. Too much radiation.
What's up, Louis? All the people on Challenger Explosion have doppelgangers the same age if they were alive today.
Yeah, I just saw that whole footage on that. That's ridiculous. They're all still alive.
Okay.
They went up there. What?
We're gonna find out that all these people are just hanging around at Eric's house. They're just loitering.
We are living in currently a parallel universe from a previous one, so they could still be alive.
Oh, sounds like sounds. We're hearing sounds from Dan.
Hey.
All right. It's like you're underwater. I'm joking.
Well,
you sound fine.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're all right now.
No, this man was around during the moon landings.
He
My
was on
very
the
old
moon.
iPad is no longer compatible with the new version of StreamYard. So there you go.
that sounds right.
Okay. That makes sense. All right.
Got the hard way. So
It was weird about it is that your picture was fine. The issue was just the sound. I couldn't hear you.
yeah, so I just upgraded to the new StreamYard, and every time I click on it, it crashes.
Okay. There you go. So
Anyway.
Dan, first of all, thank you for joining us. Second, before I say anything else, did you get a chance tonight to see the lovely cup on the corner?
Yes. I have a little bit of a quarrel with the with what's written on it, because I think it's pretty much 2,000 weeks, not 2,000 days. So
Like it's whatever will sell us. I'm hoping that the next top industry conference, it'll just be the joy of the BIC is what I want. I want them to focus on the joy that we're bringing to Audi. That's what I need to do.
Don't know this is complete and utter nonsense, and I think you're being overly critical and not getting the point that this is all complete bullshit.
Eric, I will have you know
everything is.
I will have you know, Eric, that this is the most serious sports card live stream on the entire platform.
Oh,
All the other ones are a joke by comparison.
yes.
What are we even talking about?
Yes, jokes. Yes.
This is where we deal with the seriously serious topics.
Yes. Serious. Yes. I forgot.
Someone has their like the episode on another tab open because I can hear.
Yeah, I think it's just an echo off of the speaker that Dan has on there. I think it's just an echo.
Gotcha.
Just
Never
damn
mind.
shit things up. That's all.
Yeah, it's all right. So let's do this. What I want to do. So we're going to stop here for a second. I'm just going to pause this. So real quick. So Dan, real quick, thank you for joining us tonight. Here's what I want. Can you just tell us a little bit? How's the experience been in Strongsville so far? I know For Collectors done some videos, so I'll mute everybody so we don't have echo. So it's all you. But let us. How are things going? How's it been? And what plans are coming up for the rest of the show here so far for you guys?
So, it's been exhausting. They did a live stream today, not a live stream. They did a recording today from the official studio at the Greenies, and I wasn't there. And Theo joked about how one of our collectors is actually vintage and had to go back to the hotel and take a nap, and all of that was true. So but no, we had a good time today. It's been crazy. It's very, very crowded today, and it was just Friday, and it's been, I would say, for business-wise for the dealers, it's been like ridiculously good, and I can't imagine how good tomorrow is going to be. In terms of just cards, I've done well in cards. I'm happy with what I've been able to accomplish, and I've been meeting people left and right. Have that situation that you guys have experienced where you go to a card show and somebody comes up to you and introduces themselves, and it's very nice to have people say nice things about your channel and all the different kinds of stuff like that. But I've seen a lot of amazing cards, and it's been so far it's been great. Tonight we had the YouTube get together that was hosted by Chris from Missouri, and they raised I think over $5,000 to give to both Theo and Hugo and Mike and his wife for their expeditions down to Central America and the Dominican, and so they're doing good work, and so much money was raised. It was a feel good situation. So very happy about how tonight worked out.
Very good. I'm just going to mute you while I do so we just don't get the echo. I'll ask you a question. So basically, one of the things that I noticed, so real quick, let me ask the most serious question I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you this one first. Is there any concern? Have there been any rumors mongered? Have there been any fights and arguments based on Mike Baseball Collector's scandalousness going over to the left, the new modern Vintage, and he purchased items on that side? Rumor has it he opened a pack of 2018 Topps. 2018 Topps, Dan. I know Eric is not about the maths, but 2018 Topps, Dan, some would argue, is not even vintage.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed in Mike's video because I gave him a ride back from the show to his hotel, which is not my hotel, and I didn't get a shout out. He was very thankful when I took him back, but what I've heard, and I hope you showed the picture of me and Neo hanging out, that the other side of the curtain, the modern side, actually has some vintage, and people have described it as just like a regular card show. So I did not even get through all the vintage on the vintage side today. So I'm going to go over on the other side of the curtain. And the curtain was interviewed by For Collectors yesterday, and the curtain is a uniter. It's not a divider. So there you go.
The Iron Curtain.
Look at that. Peace for our time.
Why do I look terrible in that
East
photo?
and West reunited finally.
The best part about it is you can tell that Neo is in the middle of doing things because he's got his little microphone already attached. He could have been contenting while you guys were talking.
It can be a squirrel, Carlos.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So yeah. So for that, I wanted to make sure I covered that. My frenemy, personally. And Mike will be appreciative to know that I am keeping tabs. I'm watching. But kind of in the same vein. So let me ask you kind of a more serious question. So obviously, like I said, from the channel you guys have been doing, and the content gods appreciate your collective sacrifice. So good. Got videos going out there. I'm watching the vlogs. I'm watching different folk going in there. And like I said, it didn't surprise me though. The other card show being a normal card, obviously a lot of folks fixate on Pokemon, but the reality is if it's a normal card show, then yeah, it means you're going to get some vintage. It means you're going to get some modern. It means you're going to get different things in there. But the whole curtain thing is like literally, it's just like you can go to the left side of the show if you want one thing, go to the right side of the show if you want the other. From my perspective, looking at it as a field house, the venues seem to make perfectly fine sense, and there seems to be an area for autographs too. So it seems to me like initially, it looks like a Menzies team have organized it at least reasonably. It seems to make sense to me. So what do you think about that one? I'm just going to unmute you.
Yeah, Mikey has been on the scene literally like every second of the time. He's talked to us half a dozen times. And you constantly see him moving around doing stuff. So they're pretty proactive in terms of getting, the organization correct. And what I think that they haven't quite got down one thing, and you'll hear this, it's been quite warm in the room. And so that's something that people have had to deal with. And it was unseasonably warm yesterday in Independence. So that kind of affected it. So that's one of the things. But in terms of just like the organization, the way that the floor layout that they promised is what it is, and there's plenty of room to move. It was crowded. It was more crowded on the vintage side than on the other side of the curtain. But I think that's going to change tomorrow because today was a school day, so a lot of the kids were not available, and I think tomorrow morning is going to be a little crazy. But I just hope they do something with the it rained, so it cooled down today, so it might not be that much of an issue tomorrow. But yeah, Mikey's been around and been doing it, constantly moving.
Yeah, I think I did get that impression. I did hear from some of the vlogs and such that it seemed to be unseasonably warm and everything. I do think it's kind of funny though that like maybe I'm in the wrong place right now. It was very entertaining. Is that at this stage in the game, we're in fake spring. We've had a couple of different fake springs. It'll be like it'll bob up and down, and then like today is reasonably cool. Like it was Canadian still pretty cool.
Summer, Carlos.
Yeah, Canadian summer. That's right. We had rain. We had a little bit of cool weather and everything. So it's like I like the heat personally. So I'm if you're going to give me a choice, I would rather be warm than cold given the choices. But it's just kind of funny. Now, and it is a field house. So it's one of those things. So so here's my question. Is it kind of that they just don't have climate control in it, or they just haven't activated it enough? Which one of those two things is it?
I don't think that the room is set up. It's not a room. It literally is a field house. There's a track, there's a track that goes around it all. And there's all different athletic things. The room where the autographs are is the gym, like the basketball gym. So the whole complex is huge. I just don't think that they're used to a crowd of this size. And, just a lot of warm bodies on a warm day. It looked like there was a big air conditioning unit like up top. And I think that it was on, but I'm not sure if they really had figured out how to deal with that. But I personally, yeah, it was a little warm, but I was fine. I mean, I didn't come to the point at any point where I felt like I had to leave to get out and to get some fresh air or whatever. I was fine. So it wasn't like Chicago 2 or 3 years ago or whatever it was, where they had that issue with the heat. So I feel like it's not that. It's the only thing you're going to hear. Everything else was perfectly fine. You're going to hear, a lot of the prices were high, and some of the dealers were not dealing, not negotiating. But I did well. I feel like I did really well. The big news is that I completed my 52 Bowman set. I went around the room, 4 different guys I got different cards from.
Well done.
And, so I finished the last card at about, 4:00 in the afternoon, and that was about it. So, but I got a couple of big cards. I don't know if you can see this. It's a 1933 Oxford Confectionery, Grover Cleveland Alexander. Sorry, the plastic's still on it. It's a Pop 5. And, it's just one of those cards that I saw it and I was like, okay, we got to start talking. So I got it from Stan Locke, and he negotiated with me, but he's a tough negotiator, but I think I got a good deal on it. And then this is the big one that I got. Let me take it out of the plastic so you can see a little bit better. This is it's a 1933 tattoo orbit of Jimmy Fox, and I got this from Bill Chappell, and it's a 2, but it's a really, really strong 2. And I haven't seen this card in a while. Last time I saw it, I almost bought it. It was at Strongsville 2 years ago. But this is a better looking example than the one that I almost bought 2 years ago. So being patient paid off. So, and I got this whole giant stack of 52 Bowmans, finished the set. So really happy about that. Whoops.
Very nice. That seems good. Let me kind of ask this question then. So for me, the impression that I'm getting, just initially based on that, obviously, the heat thing we just talked about, the pricing thing, I think Mike mentioned that one as far as that's concerned. But I also saw some vlogs where, like yourself, people were finding certain cars they were looking for. Again, the whole divide between the two different sides of the room doesn't really seem to be much of an issue, because you can just choose which side of the room you want to be on. If you want to examine one side, that's fine. You want to examine the other side. There seems to be a decent amount of room, all things considered. That's not too bad. The big, I think, takeaway, though, that I have is that going into it, though, there were a lot of folks that seemed like I'm just looking at the YouTube comments and then also some of the videos and stuff that folks talking about it. It seemed like some folks were a little disillusioned, and maybe Strongsville wasn't as interesting to it, and looking at alternative options. From the discussions you've had, is the impression right now that people are still pretty happy with it in terms of it, would still like to use Strongsville as maybe a meeting area where a lot of folks do convene in addition, maybe the National or another couple of big shows, or is a little bit of the bloom off the rose with the new location?
I think it's not. I think the bloom of it's still such a strong show. There are more dealers this year. The room is bigger. I'd say the room is like 50% larger in terms of the vintage side from the rink last year. There's just more cards. There's more dealers. There are more deals being made. And there was some dealers where I couldn't even get to their cases. It was that crowded. And again, this is Friday. It's going to get even crazier tomorrow. And I think when the weekend is over, like, we had a nice night tonight with the YouTube get together. We have the trade night tomorrow night, and then I'm going to do a little bit Sunday morning, and then I'm going to go home. And I think people will reassess, their hesitations going in. And I think really this has been really strong. And I feel like if you were to ask me right now, am I going back to Strongsville next year? I think the answer is already yes. And I feel like that's one of those things. And I'm hearing a lot. I'll tell you this right now. I'm hearing a lot of people saying, I'm not so sure I'm going to the National at this point, because the National, the issues with the hotels, and then, it's just another show a couple months from now. I might actually not go to the National this year, because I think between this and Philly in September, I'm getting my my fill of these very, very large shows. But to answer your questions, I think this year has so far satisfied people that the change in the location has really not been a negative thing. It's actually been a net positive.
Good stuff. So I'm going to ask kind of a follow-up question. But before I do, Ham, if there's anything you want to throw in there, the topic that Dan just brought up is something that I thought was interesting, because that's something I was observing going into it. A lot of folks were kind of annoyed with the whole idea of expanding the show to include this other side. But like I said, just looking at the layout, it seemed perfectly reasonable to me. Like if you really wanted to go to the vintage thing, you could literally just go to the right side of the room, and there was plenty of tables and stuff going on there. Here, I'll unmute you. Hold on.
Being other people and more vendors, like that's how you get more cards. It's asinine to care about that in that scenario. The hobby's growing, and let's face it, modern stuff's a very big part of that. And I think having that mix is a big deal. So I wouldn't see a problem with that. I under what Dan's saying, people are getting their fill versus the National. I completely could understand that with as good and how big some of these shows are now. That's where I start to get a little concerned. Does the National need to really look at moving sooner, or doing something to expand? Because this hobby's growing faster than anybody can keep up with it that has a business towards this hobby. Like everybody's behind, nobody's ahead of it, and they can't not see what's going on. They have to figure it out. But I mean, like, I've never been to a Dallas show, but everybody talks about a Dallas show. Like, I feel like I could probably go to a Dallas show and feel like I was at a National outside the vendors. With like the main companies, which, let's face it, we're getting less and less companies involved in this hobby, which is really weird, being a booming hobby or version of something. We would usually see these other people fall into this with new innovations, new processes, new whatever. We're not getting any of that whatsoever, which is crazy. We're just getting, the Kevin O'Leary type guys, the big money coming in. But where are the big companies coming in? Even if it's just to take a bite out of it, they're not coming in. And I don't know why. It doesn't make sense. But
Sure.
we're growing too fast.
Yeah. So I'll pose this question to you, Dan, kind of playing into this. That was the reason the topic is interesting to me is because the question, the whole back and forth is the National has gotten more expensive. It's gotten more corporatized. There's a lot of elements that have gotten more difficult. Ham kind of outlined a few of those. But now you're making people have a choice. Again, the Strongsville one is a pertinent question because we're talking about it this week because it's going on right now as we speak. But to me, some of the regional shows are offering really good alternatives. Like the Philly show can be a meeting place for some folks to congregate. Some of these other kind of nice regional shows, decent sized ones, the West Coasters can have some of these shows over here. Now, in this case, Strongsville is the brand was the whole vintage thing, but it's not like the vintage dealers went away. You still have your vintage guys on there. If you want to ignore the other side of the room, you don't have to go there, but you can still got these guys here and you got a little more space to work with. So I think it's kind of a win-win there, but this could still be a destination for a certain subset. The National can still be a meeting place for folks, but it is also more expensive. These regional shows, the Phillies and such, are starting to get more popular. Even a Dallas show for folks down that way, folks can meet up. It won't be as big, but maybe start building up some of these regional shows instead of focusing on a national show. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mike's point about, I'll tell you, one of the things that I agree with basically everything Mike just said, but one of the things that I found today is that vintage dealers, their biggest problem was continuing to get inventory. It's always a struggle to get inventory because there's so much movement. There's so many people buying, and just the volume that they're moving, they can't refresh their inventory. And so it's like, it's a good problem to have. Let's put it that way. But I feel like in terms of vintage, this show, I don't know what the National is going to be able to offer me that this show isn't already offering me, minus all the nonsense. We're not going to see, I'm not going to see all the breakers and all the, the breaker pavilion and the all the circus atmosphere is not going to be at a show. There's no circus atmosphere here. It's all about the cards. And in the vintage side, it's about the best you're going to get nationally. And pretty much everybody who wanted to be here now is here because they have the extra size, all the extra room. They've added some really, really terrific dealers. And at this point, I don't think there's really anywhere anything at the National that is going to give me what I want vintage wise that I can't get here. And why would I then put myself through what the National actually has, going negative for it? And the hotel that I have reserved right now is like a mile and a half from the location. The great part about last year is we were right across the street. So it's a decision I'm going to have to make. Some people have already made the decision that they're not going, but we'll see. I'll have to reassess it over the next few weeks. We'll see what happens. But I think Mike's point are all really, really good points. And it's, the hobby is growing too fast. And in some respects, that's a good thing for dealers. In some respects, it makes their lives a little more difficult.
The only thing that is growing with this hobby right now is we're getting more shows. Even my local area, there's two new shows. Just had a new show this past week that I just didn't go to. I was too busy. Then there's three or four other shows. And these, I don't even know who's running these shows. And the people that go to all the Eric, shut up.
I got it.
Okay. But it's like, there's all these new shows popping up. It's the only thing that's happening is I can make money selling tables if I go rent a venue. And some of these shows are now starting to charge to get in. They've always usually been free, $2. One of the shows coming up, it's $5 to get in. I don't know a single person setting up there, but they have 160 to 200 tables. And I'm like, who is this and where are they coming from? Because none of us know who this is. And it's just, that's where we're at now. That's the only thing growing is more shows. But again, especially with vintage inventory, there's only so much of that stuff. Okay. And then it either gets higher to the point now, again, like you were saying, Dan, what are you going to find at the National? You're going to find $100,000 vintage cards and up. That's what you're going to find. That's when that stuff really hits out of the woodwork. But the other stuff underneath it, no, like where you're at now and some other shows, that's going to be way more beneficial. The realistic stuff versus the, I got to have it because I've always wanted it and I have plenty of money and I'm willing to spend it. That's the only other option you're going to get at the National from a vintage standpoint, especially. almost every card's too expensive at the National. Doesn't mean you can't get deals. Doesn't mean there's regular people selling stuff, but you got to go look. It's hard.
So real quick, I'll unmute you here, Dan, in a second. I'm going to ask a question. So let me answer this one first, and then I'll pose a question for you, Dan. So Josh here is saying, when did Strongsville become such a hot spot? The last couple of years. It's really the last couple of years where some of the YouTube guys really started promoting it. So for the vintage folks, it started to really pick up. I can't remember the exact, I want to say like 22, 23. It's got to be somewhere in that range, because we had the one venue change, and then it really started to pick up. And then this is the field house going from the hockey arena. But before the hockey arena, it was in a different spot. And it was around for a long time, for decades, but it wasn't really picking up until a certain point where it really started to go. I'll read a couple of these here. Palm Beach show charged $10 a day and had 400 tables this November. It's an 800 table show. Yep. Plus there's the 1,000. Yeah, there's a 1,000 table show in Marlborough, Massachusetts. We're going to have to send Eric down that way. Crazy times, yes. And this was the question for you, Dan. So did you see any really spectacular vintage? So go ahead.
Yeah. There's a guy, I don't know who he is, and I've never seen him before, and I think he's first time at Strongsville. He has a 1951 Mickey Mantle Bowman in a 9.5. It is the highest graded example of it. He has it literally in like a box, like a fiberglass box, up on like a display, like a pedestal. It's kind of amazing. And next to that, he had an uncut sheet of 52 Bowman with the mantle in as one of the cards in the uncut sheet, a 55 uncut sheet with also the mantle in that. And then he had the I think it's 1903. I could be wrong about this. It's the Rose postcard, and he had the Cy Young, and it had to be the highest graded example because it was amazing quality. And that's just like one part of this guy's stuff. And I was like, man, this is the museum kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff you see at the National that Mike was talking about, stuff that I would never be able to buy. But at least it was cool to see. In terms of just everything else, there's just been, everything you could want to buy. If you came looking for a particular card and you expected to find it, you will find it. And whether you find the example that you want to pick up. I mean, I talked to a bunch of guys tonight and during the show, and people you run into people all the time at this show, and people show me cards, and I came to get this card, and here it is. I got it, and it's what I wanted. So we're seeing a lot of that, which is that's why we come. That's part of the reason why we come to the show, is because we know we're going to be able to find the cards. And when I can pick up a card like this I haven't seen in 2 years, or pick up a Pop 5, that's you're not going to get that really anywhere else. So that's what's been really rewarding about it.
Sounds good. So Ham, quick question. Do you have any follow-up questions? Because I want to take it into one other thing that Dan was talking about a few minutes ago. But do you have any follow-up question on any of those? Second, go ahead.
At this show, are there any vendor setup, like anybody that's not considered? I mean, like let's say, not a Tops, but like, were any grading companies there? Were there
you thinking like corporate?
Corporate? Anybody corporate there?
There is the CGC JSA booth. It's in with the autographs.
Okay.
I think CGC is also taking in submissions. They're not grading on site, but they're taking in submissions. There's a good number of auction houses in the room. I know CIA is here. Love of the Game is here. I think it was Hunt, possibly. I forget. But there's a good number of auction houses. But I'm not really paying that much attention to it, to be honest with you.
I'm really surprised that you don't see a Slab Mag and All Touch, somebody like that at these other shows. They all go to the National, but they never appear anywhere else. And I find that with the way the hobby's going, that's just poor execution on their part.
Now, real quick, I'll add one thing here, Dan, just before you say. I think maybe one of the challenges with this show is up until recently, going into this new venue now opens up some possibilities. In the old venue, they were basically at capacity. Like they literally did not have the ability to put any more tables in there. And that was a big challenge. Even if they had wanted to come in and say, hey, we'll happily pay good money for the dealers that already had tables already pre-aligned, there was no room left. So that might have been a challenge. So go ahead, Dan.
No, that's exactly what I was going to say, is that they didn't have the room for this before. And now when they added people from the wait list, it was all dealers, which they wanted to get, and they got everybody in.
Yeah.
Last year at the rink, the only there was SGC was literally out in the hallway because they didn't have room for them in the rink. And so like that was what they did with with SGC. They're of course not here this year, sadly. But I think they concentrated mostly on getting the vintage dealers that have been on the wait list. I know guys who were on the wait list for 3 or 4 years. So yeah, the show, to answer that question, in I guess it was 23, there was like 20 YouTubers here. And it was some of the local Cleveland guys that asked some guys to come in. And I knew about the show because Ryan Nolan had done a report on it in maybe 21 or 22. And then that was the last year it was in the Best Western. And I think that was the year that Menzie and crew took over. And then they moved it, just literally not across the street, but across a parking lot to the ice rink. And I went that year. So I went to 24, 25 in the ice rink. It was only in the ice rink for those 2 years. And now it's in the field house in Independence. It was one of those things, I think, where it was a combination of the growth of the hobby. It was, the YouTubers in 24 when I was there were about 40 of us. 25 last year, there was like 95. And this year it was, it's been like 200 or 300 guys. So it's a little crazy. But we had like an impromptu get together last night at the Embassy Suites. And it was, the lobby was filled with basically YouTubers, friends of YouTubers, commenters, etc. It was like an impromptu party that was bigger than last year's get together. That's how much it grew. So it's I think I don't want to say that the YouTube guys are responsible for it entirely, but I think it's a pretty big part of it that's grown, not only just the presence of people physically at the show, but talking about it, doing content. And the show has treated us very, very well. And I think they know where their bread is buttered, so to speak. And it's I think it's been beneficial to all parties because we're getting better dealers, we're getting better inventory, and we're just seeing the show grow to the point where, like I said, now I don't even know if I'm going to go to the National, but we'll see.
Go ahead, Eric.
With all this world traveling that you're doing to these shows, will you be joining us in Boston next weekend for the Shriners Spring Show?
I'm using Dan's sign language. I'm going to take that as a no. So here's my follow-up question. Basically, what it comes down to is this. Obviously, you already mentioned the get-togethers. Already been a couple of different ones. You mentioned the trade night is forthcoming. That is the next thing coming up here. So my question is this. Obviously, you guys have started to build up a little bit of that. You've been getting very good support from Menzie and team as far as a lot of the pieces. They've been super busy, but they have been giving some good support for it because obviously a good active trade night, regardless, is not a bad thing. It helps kind of supplement the show, it builds it up a little bit. But for you guys specifically, it's going to be an opportunity also for some folks to actually be able to move some of the cards because if the prices aren't as good, trade night is usually a good place for cards to move hands and people can shift a little bit of money around. So what is the plan for the trade? So speaking for yourself, what's the plans for the trade night? I know usually you bring some cards. You're looking to sell, you're looking to trade. What are some of the thoughts and plans for trade night?
For me personally, I brought a display case. I brought a box of graded cards. I bought a box of ungraded cards. I'm going to put everything out. If somebody wants to trade, they can trade. Somebody approached me at the show today. I never met him before. Nice gentleman, is familiar with the channel, knows what I'm into, and showed me a piece that is really unique. Multiple autographs of Braves guys from the 48 team on like a really nice sort of display. And he was talking about a number, and I'm thinking, I might trade for that. And I was talking with other people about trading, but honestly, for the most part, there was trading last year, but it has more sort of the elements of like a pop-up show, as most trade nights end up being. So we'll see what happens. Last year, I made enough money at trade night to go back into the show on Sunday morning and pick up a couple of cards that I had my eye on, but weren't available to me anymore because I'd blown through my budget. So we'll see what happens. But trade night last year was also a great social event. You know, a lot of networking. I met people, you know, I hung out with people. So, I mean, it's sort of a combination of just a show where everybody knows each other, but also a show where, you know, sometimes you can find stuff that you can't find at the and at prices you can't find at the actual show. So we'll see what happens. It's you know, it's funny because there was some stuff going on tonight at the get together. There were guys who had gone outside into the lobby because Chris had like actually gotten a whole like conference room. And so in the lobby, guys had like their cases open, and I think there was some commerce going on a little bit outside of the event today. That was kind of fun. But yeah, so that's the plan. It's basically I'm setting up sort of a mini version of what I do when I set up at shows locally.
Makes sense. Sounds good. So, the thought that I had is, in addition to that, is that when I was watching some of the vlogs, you already mentioned it. Some folks were talking about the pricing on some of the stuff. Obviously, you've already had some good luck finding some items. You were showing off some of the things you picked up there. So how would you grade kind of the pricing itself? Do you find that the price is appropriate? Is it a little bit too high for a lot of folks, or is it like a 50-50? What are you seeing on your side of it from your perspective?
Well, you know, I mean, I know the folks that I can deal with that I've dealt with before. And I know, generally speaking, they know me. They know that I know, you know, I have the apps. I generally know what cards that I'm interested in are priced at, you know, anyway. So I'm not seeing that with the people that I normally go to. I have gone to some other people that I don't normally go to, and yeah, I've seen some numbers that are a little crazy. And you know, I'll look. What I do mostly when I go to a new vendor, a new dealer that I haven't seen before, is I'll look for cards that I own, that I know what I paid for them recently or whatever. I know generally what the prices are, and I'll see what they're asking for cards that I know right off the top of my head without even looking what the number should be or what in the area that it should be in. And if I see something that's just like completely outrageous, I might not even look at any more of their stuff. I'll just move on. And so it's sort of like a filter for me. And if I see these high numbers at a table, I'm not going to spend some time there. So
yeah, I do that well.
Yeah,
as well.
It's out there. There are high numbers, but you know, some of what's happened, and Mike commented on this a little bit in his video from today, said a lot of the cards are getting passed around from dealer to dealer, and everybody's paying the dealer tax on it. And if you're a dealer buying from another dealer, and you're trying to move it and make some money off of it, a lot of times you're already above, you know, what people are willing to pay for it. So that's a bit of an issue too. But some of the guys that I buy from, they're sourcing their inventory not from other dealers, but from, you know, collections that they buy at 70 or 80%, or, you know, finds that they, you know, find from some family.
Yeah, it's hard to find stuff out there. In one of my recent videos, when I went to my cards and cases at the beginning of it, I was out yard sailing, and I would ask people for cards. I've always asked people for cards, and they're like, "You're the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th person that's asked me this." I'm like, usually I ask for jewelry, and you're like, yeah, you're like the 10th person to ask. Now cards is overtaking jewelry. And, you know, but what's interesting is one of the guys I had asked 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago called me today, and he's like, "Hey, if you want to come over tomorrow at 2:30, you can take a look at what I have." He said it's mainly 80s, 90s, 2000s stuff, but, you know, I'll go take a look. I'll see if there's anything interesting, and then I'll make an offer if I'm interested. If not, I'll tell them, you know, this is what this is, and this is what you got, and move along with my life.
Move along.
I think that's fair. One of the things that I was kind of looking at, so what Ham's talking about is that if you go in and you see some of those things, because of the popularity of some of these different categories, now you are getting that whole thing right here. This comment kind of touched on it. The thin margins, to your point. If a dealer's buying from another dealer, the dealer isn't necessarily looking to necessarily give them the best deal. They still want to get out from under it. But if you pay a strong price, then all of a sudden your asking price also has to be strong, kind of to reflect. So these amazing deals suddenly go away because, to your point, Dan, if they do source from a great place and get a great deal, an actual great deal, then it becomes a little easier to negotiate. You've got some room to maneuver. So go ahead.
So the story with this is that Bill Chappell actually got this in like literally the last 3 days or so, and he put a price on it that was really good. And when I showed it to one of the dealers, he said, "Oh, damn, I would have gone and bought that for that price and put it in my box for $200 or $300 more." So I mean, that's what's happening. is a lot of these guys, like I said, they see, they know when somebody's somebody's price is low, and a lot of times it's because it's new inventory and they haven't really priced it out well. And then
we're trying to sell it.
Yeah, it has to go through multiple dealers before it gets to the price that somebody like me will pay for it or has to pay for it. But in this one, I got it early on, so that's why I got a pretty good deal on it. So that happens.
Makes sense. I think what's going to be interesting for me, it's going to be fun to see what the next couple of days worth of the vlogs, the trade night, and all these different components. It's kind of a fun little interlude. I already talked about how in a couple of weeks beyond that, we're going to have the Spring Expo. That's in my neck of the woods, so that'll be our thing. We'll have some fun with it on the channel. The Strongsville, though, is kind of a fun little stopgap in between, because now, to your point from a little earlier, the National's losing a little bit of its luster with it. It has become more corporatized, and we were talking about that earlier tonight with the Tops, the whole conference, the conference they had with their own stuff. But because the more corporatized you get, well, then, yeah, the money funnels up to those big things. These kind of card shows, though, where you are getting predominantly dealers, a little bit less corporate presence, as you said, because of the way it's structured. That leaves a nice room, though, in the vicinity for shows like this that are more dealer heavy than corporate heavy, which is actually can be a niche that maybe some people could touch on. That could differentiate you from some of these other shows.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what the vibe has always been here. Is that it's not corporatized. It's a bunch of guys who are dealers. A lot of the dealers that we deal with are themselves collectors.
Mm-hmm.
So, what they're selling is what they have extra. And, they'll buy collections. I was talking to a guy today, Craig Halbig. He's like, yeah, I bought like a bunch of collections recently. I upgrade my sets, and then I take what's extra and I put it out for people. And so, Orlando's in the chat because he said he might not make it in.
He made it. Orlando's always awake at this time.
Yeah, he was. Orlando he was going live from the get together. So
yeah, I was commenting. That's why I made him. I told him to tell Petty to sing. So if you're listening when Petty sang, that's because of me.
There was a microphone in the room.
Yeah, that was the worst thing to give Petty.
So what I'm going to do, hang on. I'm going to try this because I can hear. So yeah, I'm going to mute Dan for 1 second. Yannick, I don't know. I can barely hear you. Do you want to try saying that again?
How about that?
Okay, now you can. What was your question?
Sorry, I said, how long did Orlando went live? Because I was watching him before. Actually, we checked him, and he went on for a while.
Yeah, just before I came in is when Orlando dropped off. Basically, once that dropped off, I jumped in over here.
Gotcha. Okay, makes sense. So, good evening, Orlando. So, real quick, Jimmy Fox and his wife, interesting enough, both died choking on food about a year apart. There you go.
Great.
For 1 hour effort, I need a 2 hour nap. I like the way you think, Bob. I like the way you think.
I'm in that program.
There you go. Perfect. Sounds good.
There you go.
Yeah. So real quick, I think what's going to become interesting, as I said, now that these are starting to shift off, the National will still be a big show, even with all the corporate presence and everything. But I am getting a chuckle though. Let me kind of segue it off of this, since Dan, you weren't here on earlier. We did talk about the conference a little bit. I laughed because I watched videos playing off the conference. I did get a kick out of it though, and we also talked about the teapot thing, and I know you commented on that video, so I'll get your thought here in a second. But first, the conference. I didn't have any moral objection to anything they said in the conference, because I understand what corporations do when they have these kind of conference. They're just talking to their stakeholders normally. They're just kind of giving people instructions. I did laugh though, because a lot of people really got bent out of shape with the whole joy of collecting and all that stuff. And I'm like, this is the normal. If you ever are inside a corporate environment, they say cringy stuff like that to their employees. Like it's so if Dan, I've heard infinitely cringier stuff that they're trying to sell to me, and I work there. So I'm like, I'm not going to get offended. Fine, joy collector, sure, whatever. Here's our corporate statement. Oh, we are a family. No, we're not. I work here. I'm here so I don't get fined. That's the family we're talking about. And I'm going to leave the moment the check doesn't clear. I'm out of here. That's the kind of family we are. So I'm not offended by it. But did you have any thought on that whole thing with it? Obviously, it's new stuff, but it is funny how many people freak out about stuff going on where they say something and they parse out every syllable.
I mean, really, the Topps conference is just not my vibe. I mean, I found it funny that like, Leighton was there, and Rob from Neo was there, and it was one of those things where they brought in some people who I think maybe are more on the collector side and less so on the corporate side. But that's all these corporate conferences. They are what they are, and so I don't know. I don't have much to say about it, except that it's really not my vibe. So yeah.
It's just a fun excuse for free content, Dan. We love the content gods demand it. They're always an excuse. So I just wanted to quickly touch on that. Second one, the Teapot video. I mentioned to the guys earlier tonight, I was talking about it a little bit. I did do a recap. I did a reaction to it. For the most part, most of the comments and everything were pretty reasonable. I wasn't too mad. Although, Ham, I would like to share my favorite comment from the comment section. For the most part, people were chill. I was actually impressed. By the way, kudos to everybody. Most of y'all were pretty chill. Because I was trying to stave off a lot of it at the past, because I'm like, guys, I don't care. If you're complaining, great, I don't care about grading as a scam crowd. I don't care about people whining about PSA crowd. Like, let's grow up. Let's be adults for a second. I did like the one comment though, Dan. This is my favorite comment. So this was Josh Whitehead or Wheated or whatever his name is. So anyway, it said here, to say you're cynical is an understatement. I'm liking this already. I'm already feeling good about this. I'm not really sure how you can actually have a meaningful relationship with another human being based on your perspective and point of view on this matter. I'm like, I don't think it was that serious. I don't think I was talking about anything that I'm literally reacting to a video.
I couldn't quite figure that one out. Obviously, Eric has now taken on a new persona to comment on your videos pretty clearly. But I did reply to that. Which I thought was kind of funny, which was basically like, if you watch the Teapot video and you're not cynical, there's something wrong with you. I mean, it's like, PSA is a bad company. They really are. They're a terrible company. They're a terribly run company. They do terrible things. Their service is terrible. It's really, it's just a bad company.
The great words of the professor. Hey now.
Now, here's the thought, though. I want to get your take on this, because this is something I was talking about while Scott was here. Is I was trying to explain. So I try to separate the emotional element from, because at the end of the day, I don't really care. All those companies can go away. I don't give a crap. Everybody can send all their cards to them. I don't care. That's fine too. My point was, when I'm looking at it, is that I'm looking at it from the perspective of they don't even understand how to take what they're doing right now, take the money they are generating, because they are generating income. They're generating quite a bit of money. But it's like they, and Dan, I'm pitching this. I'm pitching to all those companies. If they're listening, Penny Sleever, all of y'all, I am volunteering. I will, for the right price, I will come in and be your vice president of Common Sense. I will come in and literally tell you how stupid you're being before you ever hit publish. I will save you from yourselves, and I will sell your corporate bullshit and tell you exactly how to spin it. Because it's all bullshit, but I'll tell you how to spin it so that at least it's innocuous. That's all you got to do. Just make it innocuous. Because there were unforced error the entire Teapot interview. Teapot's questions were perfectly reasonable. I had no problem with anything he asked. But the responses could have been so basic. The responses should have been so generic and meaningless, Ham, that no one would quote them because they're boring. They should have been vetted by one PR person, and it would have taken care of 99% of your problems. You don't admit to things that make you look dumber than you are. But I will take exception, Dan, to one thing you said. PSA did not screw Teapot. PSA is Santa Claus. They gave Teapot the greatest present he could have done, because their incompetence bought him a check he wouldn't have gotten otherwise. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. Teapot did the right thing. He sent it in for a crossover, which is perfectly fine. And in doing so, he secured himself some kind of compensation that would not have been there otherwise, because it wouldn't have been covered under the grading guarantee. And because he did it that way, and they screwed up by not holding it off for one extra day, so the expert, and I'll come back to the expert thing in a second. I was talking about that earlier tonight. So that the one expert, the one guy, was off in Acapulco or wherever he was that day, because he wasn't around. And he was on vacation.
No,
now they got to cut him a check. Ham, I'm telling you, it's not an act of God. The man was just on vacation. The man was drinking out of a coconut because they've only got one guy.
I just don't know how you have a company that is a real company that fails at what they do as a company. I don't get that. It doesn't make sense. That's how messed up our hobby is. You don't even have to be good at what you do to be great. That sucks. I'm sorry. But
Dan,
man,
what I'm hearing right now, Ham, what I'm hearing right now is I want in. Eric, I am here to strive for mediocrity. Let's go.
The five of us on this stream right now could start a company and probably just take somebody over in a year, just because we're smarter than they are already.
It's a beautiful thing. All right, so real quick. So Dan, I want to get your thought on this, but real quick, let me set up the question. I'll set up the question like this. My point was in my video, my underlying point, and for the most part, I think people got my point. But my underlying point here was that there was one unforced preventable error after another. There were little things that they could have done. The same interview, they could have literally done the same interview, processes that should have been in place. And I use the example of the Toyota way because I'm saying, if you want to get somebody to grade the damn card, that's perfectly fine. You can grade the card. I really don't care. I can get a trained monkey to grade a card. That's not an issue. But if you're worried about authenticity, then that's where that person should have been empowered to say, hey, I don't know enough about this. Let's wait until someone who is more comfortable with confirming that is there. Let's hold it back for one day. And then just shoot one email. Say, hey, man, listen, we're going to need it a couple extra days. Our bad, our apologies. But let us take a closer look at it because it should have never come under the original holder because you're supposed to be sure. Before you crack it out, you're supposed to be sure. So, Dan, real quick, I'll bring it over to you.
So, I mean, that's when I say that Teapot got screwed, what I'm talking about is that card never should have been cracked out of the Beckett holder that it was in. So they should say, we can't authenticate this. We're giving it back to you. So Teapot is nothing has changed. He now has the card. It's still in, people may say it's not authentic or whatever, but he still has the card. It's a beautiful card. He has it. He can put it on his shelf. He's okay. But he's not going to be able to sell it. But that being as it may, it's a PC card, right? But by cracking it out, what have they done for him? Are they going to be Santa Claus? We don't know. What are they going to give him? Are they going to give him the money that he spent to buy it originally? I don't know. They didn't commit to that, so we don't even know if he's going to get Santa Claus or not. We know he's going to get some money. What he ends up getting is unclear. But what he doesn't get back is the card that he sent to them in the holder that he sent it in, which was a part of his collection. And that to me is how they got screwed. And the reason they screwed him, and I couldn't fathom sending this guy who seemed like a perfectly nice guy, but to say that, that one day just, the guy wasn't in or something. It's like, what? What are you doing? Like, the guy wasn't in, then you don't crack it out. You wait till your expert comes back. You wait till the guy who should be determining this is available to make the determination, and then you either crack it or you send it back to Teapot. And then, not having that guy available, because I wrote in the comment, because he had a tummy ache or something. What kind of company is this?
Or maybe he was on a vacation or something. Or tummy ache.
No, he was gone for a day or something. It's like, dude, what are you doing?
It was Friday, and he went to a baseball game.
Yeah.
It
was beautiful and sunny, Dan. Everyone wanted to go to the ball field.
And this this is why we need AI, because we can't rely on Jim to be there that day.
Well, Ham, you're gonna see when we finally get to AI. There was a computer bug that day, and that's why it didn't work. So sorry, Ham. We can fix this 3 ways from Sunday.
Listen,
we'll
Jim and I can't fix the chat.
The Uber guy wasn't wearing the proper attire.
Yeah.
Yeah, there'll be hallucination, and it'll be a PSA 47.
Think about it. Your coaster makers are the smartest people because they're not dumb enough to start grading things that nobody else can even authenticate.
Oh, the coaster makers can't even authenticate the stuff they are grading.
They're doing great.
I guarantee you they've graded complete bullshit Fugazi cards that Eric made in his basement.
They have to.
Yeah,
honestly, the best AI is what AGS. I think they have the best AI, to be honest, because they can grade a card twice and know it's the exact same card. They have that technology. They're the only people using the technology from the coins from the people that do the ground imaging and everything else. They're the only people using the same LiDAR.
Yeah. The point that I was going to make with that, Dan, and the reason I'm mentioning it is that technically, I said, under normal circumstances, if they had actually had a process in place where somebody hit the stop sign, the card in the Beckett holder was worth a fraction of what Teapot paid for it. He actually got ripped off because there already was a documented question about that specific card in that exact holder with the same serial number. For those folks, they're already looking at it as a backdoored copy. So the reality is, paying for it as a pack pulled copy, you paid a multiple of what it should have been as a backdoored copy of the card. So the reason I say the same, I don't care if they give him $1. That's $1 more than they would have given him if they had never cracked it out of the holder. Otherwise, he would have been stuck with the same holder, paid the fee, and got nothing if they had done their job correctly the first time.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that, but then again, he doesn't have the card. But I do have to change course a little bit here, but still sort of on the grading scale, not the grading scale, the grading subject. There was an NBA booth there. I forgot to mention this, and it was funny because
was it Top Shot?
The NBA grading and NBA.
Mike Baker. Mike Baker.
So no, MBA. M, not N. And I was standing right next to it, and some guy who knew my channel comes over to me and elbows me, and I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" And he's like, "Look what you're standing next to." It's the Mike Baker booth, and there was no one. There were crickets. There were crickets. Well, it wasn't actually Mike Baker. It was one of his employees, but there was one guy sitting there, and there were no customers. And every time I went by it, no customers. And I felt like
I'd love to see his grading numbers.
Did I have something to do with that? Did I actually have a positive, like,
you call it positive, Mike calls it negative.
Okay, I'm gonna get Dan going here. Mike Baker authentication. There you go.
Yeah, but that's just a sticker on the outside of something that still has to be.
They're like the legit. I don't know. I bought them.
Still has to be authenticated beyond authenticated. That's the Beckett thing too.
Those are from PWCC.
Yeah, I know. But
Yeah,
it's the repetitive. It's the repetitive crap we get in this hobby.
So I was going to say, Dan, you only get credit for it if you had done what Eric did back at the expo. You got to take a selfie in front of the booth when it's empty. You got to take the
Here's
selfie.
the Gary Carter.
I still have tomorrow to do it. So
yeah. So real quick, so Dan, I'll touch on this. So no, the reality is that's
a question for Dan too.
Okay, so I'll finish a comment and then I'll go to your question. So the thing is that a lot of these things. What's funny about it, and actually, I want to pose this question. So actually, before I pose the question, since it's going to be a little more involved, so Yannick, ask your question first, and then I'll come back to mine that I've got. Go ahead.
Well, since you're not going to national, Dan, so my question
Supposedly.
is, and everyone can hear me. Yeah,
You're good. Yeah.
When are you coming up north? In November, probably to the expo. Like, put your jacket
Eric
on.
asked this question too.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
well, I'm sorry that I was joking to Eric by giving him a big no. But I feel like not the expo. We're not talking about the Shriners in November is a must go for me. So I will be at the Shriners in November. I was talking to mutual friends of ours. They're in my hotel, so I was seeing them outside. Mike, Canadian Cards, and Stephen with a PH. They're together. They came in together. I got a very nice gift from Stephen, and Mike was super friendly. Great guys, the friends of yours and friends of mine. They were encouraging me to come to the November Expo, so it's a possibility.
It's 30 cents on the. You save 30% on the dollar, so already
It's
like
a
right there.
possibility. Yeah.
That's a discount, and if you book early enough, I think they're cheap enough flight, especially if you're from New York. So I'm just saying, and I already have a room at the Element, which is Eric will be, and everyone will be there as well. Carlos probably will as well.
Oh yeah, no, I'll be there. And look, the bonus of all bonuses is that if you go to that show, then you get to kick Eric in the shins. You literally see Eric, you kick him. You can also punch him in the face if you want. A lot of people like to do that. That's a big popular attraction there at that show. Or throw rotten produce at him. There's a lot of options, is what I'm trying to say.
I have sent to you the photograph of Eric and I taken together at Shriners, and we were buddies.
Yeah,
So-
I haven't got to meet Eric yet. Only his wife, not him.
Mm.
Hey, there he is.
You got it right. The important you literally got the better. You literally got the
That's
better
a good
half.
one.
Yeah, that's important. So the question I was going to ask, it was something I alluded to earlier tonight when we were talking about it. Part of the reason why I had so much fun with the reaction there, the teapot thing, is one of the first things that the guy made, his mistake, was that he overused certain words, and one of the words that he overused was expert. That was a very big mistake. And the thing is, I don't even blame him. I understood what he was trying to get at, but in doing so, it's like the word misused, because, and this is my contention, the point that I was making with this. In this scenario, there is folks that are very well studied and understand those particular cards and those issues, but it's very difficult. And I think this in general, I think it's very difficult to be an actual expert in the traditional sense in anything. You can be really well learned in certain issues, know what the nuances are, variations, and understand, oh, these are counterfeited all the time. These are some of the telltale signs of known counterfeits. And you can study, you can learn these things. But being a legitimate expert, Dan, is a very difficult and tricky thing. I don't know if it applies in this space, like really.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know this particular genre of cards enough to know how much you need to know to become even something that might be considered an expert. But it seems to me that if there were any experts in these particular types of issues, they're not working for PSA. They're the guys that are sending PSA emails saying, you got this one wrong. This is the problem with this one. And to the guys' credit, they do, in fact, listen to these people as well they should, although I suspect that they don't listen quite as much as they should be because, they're decertifying stuff all the time when they find out, like, that this card was cleaned or this card is fake or this card is, this autograph is fake. And,
I'm
it's like
surprised they don't have more consultants. They need more regular people that are consultants.
They got the blowout detectives doing all the work, but I don't know how much, experts they have in their own office. Oh, wait.
I can't hear you, Carlos.
Sorry. So the thing with this one, Dan, is that I don't have any problem with what you're saying. I don't disagree with you. But the problem is the blowout detectives can also get it wrong. So that's what I'm getting is that, and sometimes, and what's funny about this particular card, in this particular case, Beckett obviously originally slabbed it. PSA then made a mistake here by slabbing it is the crossover. But you had Spinatron and Real 27 guy Adam Gray, who looked at that card previously and felt that it was no good. But then if you remember Teapot's original story, when the Cards HQ guys bought it, they asked a dealer who dealt in a lot of 90s stuff, and they asked another collector who dealt in a lot of 90s. The problem is when we're looking at enthusiasts and people that deal in a lot of these cards, and then we're using them as the experts, the proxy for X, those guys didn't work for PSA. Two of them thought it was good. Two of the other non-PSA guys didn't think it was good. So this is a tie. It's 2-2. And then we have two grading companies that said yes. So Dan, we're not getting consensus here. Even the people outside of PSA don't agree 100% in any direction. So that's why I'm saying, like, this expertise angle that we're taking here, the idea, all the experts are outside of the company. Well, some of the experts outside of the company get it wrong too. So what do you want to do then? There's no recourse then to get it wrong on the internet.
Well, we don't know who these people were and what their, potential conflicts of interest were, especially if the guy's a dealer and he's trying to sell the card to Jeff and saying, oh yeah, I know this really well. This is so, obviously there's a potential that there was conflicts that the guys weren't, fully upfront about. But, at least with the blowout detectives, there's not an underlying financial interest for the most part. If they're trying to find something that's fake, and I know they did a ton of really good work when it came to like the Gary Moser stuff, the cards that got cleaned, the cards that got trimmed, all that stuff. And none of it was financially motivated necessarily. It was just, I think, primarily involved in people trying to get rid of the fraud in the hobby. And not to say that every person who participates in the blowout stuff are, just doing it for the good of the world and to make the hobby cleaner. It's possible that some of them have access to grind or whatever, but a lot of the work was accurate and correct. And in this case, they were right. It was a fake serial number put on a backdoor chopped up item that came out of the auctions, right? The bankruptcy auctions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think part of the challenge here, and this was something that was brought up in the teapot conversation there with the PSA representative, is that with the blowout guys, when they were talking about those trimmed cards, they were able to do a before and after comparison. They were able to locate the card and then also highlight telltale signs. They basically showed their work, which I think helped a lot with the credibility of it. It wasn't just saying, "Oh yeah, this is the same card. Take my word for it. Trust me, bro." As opposed to, here is the picture of the card. Here's the picture of the card in the new holder. Take a look. There's this little notch here. There's this little print dot over here. You're basically giving telltale signs to allow somebody, Ham, to confirm that this is actually the same card, as opposed to just saying, "Oh, trust me, bro, this is the same card. It's been trimmed."
Yeah.
The part where I don't like is where we have to do the "trust me, bro," and then the counter argument, and I understand it. Well, if you tell people how you figured it out, then the counterfeiters and the forgers will get better, which is not.
Yep.
It's just true. But then at the same time, but if you don't show me your work, you just tell me it's no good. And I'm like, well, how do I know? Who are you? And how do I know you're right?
Those people are already so far ahead of everybody else doing it publicly. It's not even funny. Can't hear you.
And I've had this when I've had cards graded. I've sent cards into, SGC, and I say, here, this is what the year is. Please don't put it down for this. And I'll show them my research, and I'm right. And they still put the old thing in because that's what they have in their system. Sometimes, and other people I know that have sent in significantly researched things, and they don't give enough credit to the hobby. And sometimes they do, but it's really only when the hobby makes them look bad, like when they find that some card's been cleaned.
But that's when they need to learn and get better.
Celebrating what good work Kurt did.
Bobby's been fighting that battle for years. He's several times have talked to the grading companies about how they've mislabeled things or have the dates wrong or the brand wrong or all sorts of different things. So he'll be the first one to tell you that it's unbelievably frustrating to try to educate these businesses who think that they're the end all be all and they know it all.
Yeah.
And it's difficult to get them to change, because think of it, if they've labeled 100, just for a fake number, 100 cards one way, and all of a sudden you or Bobby calls them up and goes, "Hey, this is completely wrong. It needs to be labeled this way." They get a problem on their hands.
They created that problem. That's their fault.
It's just it's much easier just to the monkeys. We got
to rip the Band-Aid at some point. Yeah, you got to rip the Band-Aid at some point.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I know,
but it's a 49 leaf. There's literally court documents that say it was reduced in 49, but they still put 48 on the
So Dan,
on the label.
do we have a lawsuit?
Bobby and I. Whoops.
Go ahead, Dan. Keep on.
Bobby and I did the show on the Maple Crisp Bet, and Bobby proved beyond a shadow of the doubt of the year that they continue to put the wrong year on the label for this particular issue. And he's got all the evidence. He's proven it to them, but they still, they're not changing they haven't changed their labels yet. But the leaf is the one that always cracks me up, because they put 48 for years, but it's been proven pretty much beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's 49. So whatever, they're gonna change when they feel like changing.
So do we have a lawsuit? I like money.
Lawyer.
What are you gonna sue? What are you gonna sue him for?
Misinformation,
Making me sad.
lying,
Making you sad. Making Eric sad's a feature. Real quick, I'll read a comment here. Sabrina Ryan saying, "I enjoy Carlos denying the universal grading scale standard idea. It only gets better with time." You may as well have written I enjoy Carlos denying the drink Clorox as a thirst quencher idea. It only gets better with time. It's like, no, it's about the same.
Don't knock it till you try it.
Yeah,
it's a terrible idea.
PSA's already changed their universal grading scale, and nobody seemed to care.
Well, Ham, the thing is, there is what Brendan is saying is like a universal grading scale, and I'm like, no, there is
complaining about that too. A corner's a corner, an edge is an edge, a surface is a surface, centering.
No, Ham, you're wrong. That corner is not. That corner is not a corner.
Nope, still the corner.
No, what is rounded, Ham?
Which one of us can see it 10 times?
Ham, I don't need 10 times. What's a slightly rounded corner?
It's slightly rounded. It looks like a Pokemon card.
That's not slightly rounded. That's completely rounded.
It just got two corners right before the round.
Nope. See, Brennan, you're done. It's over. It's over. And that turn is becoming the recluse Howard Hughes. I think that'd be fun. I'd enjoy that.
Being in jars somewhere.
Hey, listen, man. I think we need more characters in this space. We've got basically Big Bry.
Listen,
but I need like the really crazy ones. That'd be fun.
I'm still waiting for a breaker to be somebody you have to go watch.
Is no influencers. Haven't seen any of the the usual suspects, which is fun. I see a lot of the vintage guys that I know from YouTube, but no.
Neo's the only one you saw?
Neo, of course, total influencer, but he's the only guy that I've seen.
Grifter.
What I'm hearing right now from Dan is it's like, you know what? Next year it's like Roth cards. It's like, guys, I'm here for the vintage.
Listen, if it goes up high enough, he will go to that direction.
Ham. I'm playing. Look, Dan is trying to downplay this, but I already been talking to him in the background. By the time we get to the trade night tomorrow, big plans. There's going to be a massive break. Piedmont cigarettes. Let's fucking go.
Let me some tobacco.
Oh man!
I hope somebody goes live from that. Orlando may do it.
It's funny though, because all the money that's in vintage now, you would think that some of these influencers are going to show up because the money's here.
It's too. They would have to learn too much.
It's too much old. Too many old guys. It's not sexy.
No. It's too much information they would have to obtain. It's easy to say a new card's top 10 because there's only 10 of them, and it's gold. Like there's no brain needed to do that. It's just buying it at the percent low enough to flip it. That's really what it is, or to grade it and then know that they can keep regrading it or grade it with a different company just to get a different outcome. That's all they do. It's a simple science. Like it's no brainer. I've been watching them do it for 5+ years now. All these guys that you see, a lot of these people, Roth cards, King of Cards, they're all Tampa people. I've seen them at the very bottom where they were. All right. I know how they hustled to get to where they were. They hustled. They've done a great job. I cannot knock that. They've done a great job. They've rode the wave, and they're still riding the wave. But at some point, you're going to hit a point that everybody knows everything you know, because we're becoming more and more knowledgeable as a hobby, especially for new stuff. And then at that point, what do? You can't do anything anybody else isn't doing. We're getting that. The level is slowly creeping to where everybody's to start butting heads because we all know the same information, and it's only going to be who's willing to pay more. That's it. Nothing else will change.
What I'm hearing right now from Ham, Eric, is he's saying that all of these influences, all of these issues, all circulate around Florida man.
Oh yeah,
it's always Florida man.
That's right.
Damn that Florida man.
If something gets crazy and they nuke the United States, it ain't going to be Florida, and we're down here all by ourselves, so we good.
Because you're not part of the United States, which is what I've been saying all along.
I completely agree. We're basically Cuba.
It's going to break off right at Georgia, and
it's going to be right there. They're just cutting it off.
Away. Yep, exactly.
All they decide. So, Eric, the problem is that the Civil War was done all wrong. The thing is not to declare secession; it's just be so damn crazy. Everybody's like, "Please fucking go." That's the plan. The strategy is like, nope.
I see like a cartoon character with like a handsaw on their hands and knees trying to cut Florida.
Oh, they're still working on it right now. That's the Florida man plan. All right, we got a good comment coming up here. Hang on, I don't want to dust in this. I need to make sure we get there. Hold on.
Whoa, yeah.
I'm just saying. Rick says, I contacted PSA a few times about the wrong years on labels. They tell me they don't want to confuse the collector with different years on labels. Tell them it's 2045. That'll teach them. Orlando says, he goes, I'll go live. Don't give ideas, Dan. The hype boys can stay away. No, more hype boys. I'm telling you, full case break of Piedmont cigarettes. We're getting all the T206s. Let's fucking go. It's going to be amazing. PSA often says we try to get it right. This is a lie. It's a corporation. They're supposed to lie. And they're even supposed to lie when they don't need to. That's a proper corporation, Eric. If you're going to be a proper corporation, you need to lie even when you don't, especially when you don't need to. Double down. How do we shut this Tampa influencer pipeline down? No, it's bad, man. It's bad, Bob. It's bad. All right. Now, here's the comment I've been waiting on because we got to get to it on time.
Finally.
Neo Cards and Comics. It's my new BFF, Dan. That's right.
Been talking about him the entire show.
I feel like I would pay money to see Jeff show up at Strongsville and just go through all the cards and mispronounce all the names. There we
you
go.
There he goes.
There's a boy right there. Check it out. Look at that. Peace for our time.
I did see the microphone there, and I was wondering if he was, surreptitiously recording me, so I was on my best behavior.
That's what I assumed.
I am hurt, Bruzel. I am hurt. I don't think me and Rob have a picture like.
I can't hear Mike at all. I don't know why Mike is muted for me.
I'm not muted.
No, we can hear him. We can hear him. He's okay.
I can come in hot. Yeah,
I can't hear him.
Lucky.
Oh, he was saying horrible things. You don't want to hear what he was saying. Just trust me.
I was saying how much I love Dan and how I wish Dan was at my house right now.
Liar.
Yeah. So we got that covered on there. I did enjoy though that Neil was able to get that visit in there as part of it. Now we have photographic evidence. That's important.
Yeah, we do.
He insisted on it. He insisted on the selfie. He said, "We're going to take the selfie." I said, absolutely. And then I took a photo where I look terrible and he looks fine. So there you go.
Look, I don't know how many Tampa shows he would want to go to. Like right there, he gets sent to Eric. If he goes down to the Florida man land, like he's all of a sudden in enemy territory, and he has no way of getting back to the homeland. Your passport's no good here, Eric. In Florida man land? No.
Yeah, because Florida's basically 4 states in one state. That's how it's broken out. Like if you're in Tampa, you don't go to Orlando. You don't go to West Palm. You don't go to Jacksonville. You don't go to Naples. You have enough shows. You don't have to go down there. They come up to you. That's how it works.
This right here is the most valid comment that Neil has ever written. I've had a good week. I sold out the tops and made friends with Dan. That's right. I believe in you, Neil.
I'm going to have to comment on his tops video and, troll him a little bit now.
I think my favorite part, like I said, my favorite part about all that is that the content gods are always good, Dan. But like I said, when it comes to a lot of these videos, it's one unserious thing after another. The Teapot one was fun for me because obviously it's a continuation of an ongoing saga, and it's easy content. It's really about as easy as it gets. But like the industry conference is fine. Like the thing is, some of the folks though, I watched some videos, Dan, where people were like getting up in arms about really dumb things like I covered tonight, and I'm sitting there like, have you guys not seen an industry conference before? Because stuff like this is pretty commonplace. Like, oh, the speaker said this thing. It's a corporate thing. You don't listen to anything they say. There's no point. Like it doesn't matter what they say. They're going to say synergies. They're going to say this. They're going to say, yes, we want to get more allocation to the dealers. Yes, we want to, we really want to promote the collector. Let's promote education. Let's promote. They're going to say all the bullet points that they have to say. And then our goal is to make more money. That's, they can't write, we want to make more fucking money. We don't care how we get it from you. Just give us your money. And then when you're done, give us more money. That doesn't go on a PowerPoint deck. I've seen plenty of these PowerPoint decks over the years with these same bullet points.
I'd like to see them some of their internal stuff come out. Like what was it? Fanatics came out when they were what stuff that they had done in the at the National when they're I forget what the whole thing was, but there was an industry conference. What was it called? The Mint Collective.
The Mint Collective, yes.
I could see being really cynical about that because that was a little bit of a different, Tops has a
and I was.
Yeah, for sure.
But Tops is a corporate conference. It's going to be corporate conference. It's going to be something that you're not going to get. You're going to get corporate speak pretty much top to bottom. I always
felt like it was longer.
The Boston Card Hunter video of it, even though it's like an hour and 50 minutes long or something. Did you watch it?
I watched it at 2 times speed. Cuts her in half.
So it's done, him. That's how it's done. That's the best
done.
way. Yeah, I watched Boston Card Hunter.
If he talks slow enough, I can go 3 times speed.
Ham, I've joked about this before, but it's a fact. There are some folks on YouTube that talk so slow that even though I'm already set at 2x, I literally have to double check to make sure. Because I was sitting there like, is it broken? I literally put it back to 1x. And to me, I'm just saying, to my ears, it sounds like this in real time. And I'm like, no.
That's what happens when you're reading.
You're either listening to Northern Mainers or Southerners. Mm-hmm. So it was one of the two.
My brain almost melted, Eric. I was just sitting there going like, am I having a stroke?
If it doesn't,
Do I
sound
smell
like a
burnt
chick-
toast? Like,
Yeah,
is this
if it doesn't-
happening right now?
If it doesn't sound like a chickmunk, I'm not going fast enough.
Yeah, like at that point, Eric, 3x, 4x. If you got 10x, what do you got? I need to speed it up, please. I was dying.
It's kind of an old joke around here about Northern Mainers that you pull over and you ask them directions, and they want, yeah, you can't get there from here.
Good job, Forrest.
No, that's how Northern Mainers sound. That's honest to God. That's 100% accurate.
That would drive me nuts.
That's how they talk.
I would have to.
There are
unleash
guys
my,
in
I'd have
vintage
to unleash my
community
pet
that I'm
alligator.
friends with that I joke to them that I've never heard their voices at something that wasn't at least 1.5 speed. So when they talk to me face to face, it's like, oh, this is weird.
Yeah, the tall tail sign, if I don't want to really talk to you, is I'm
At the vintage
backing
world,
away
sometimes we
as
have to
I
nap,
talk.
sometimes we have to speed up their voices.
Yep.
It's the way it is.
My takeaway, though, like I've had some conversation with folks like that, and I actually feel like, except it would be so rude and obvious, Eric, I almost feel like I'd be like, okay, I'm just going to go take a nap. I'm going to come back, and you'll almost be done the sentence. No hurry, no rush. So Tony spitting out his Mater sandwich after you said that. Man, they call them flatlanders. Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Like, everybody's got to do their thing. I used to have people complain that it's like, oh, but Carlos, you talk too fast. Like, no, you listen too slow.
Yep.
I'm trying to help you out, buddy.
Listen to Bone Thugs and Harmony.
all
I
the
think I
time.
talk too slow.
Carlos, my mother complains all the time that you talk too fast and she can't understand you.
I know, and I've got that quite a number of times. But my answer, listen, Kathy, I appreciate you, but I'm going to tell you, you like the other ones, you listen too slow.
Is Kathy listening?
Speed it
right
up.
now?
If you watch the bike racing, I need you to speed it up. Puck Peter say, Puck Peter say, Puck Peter say. Oh no!
It's like, yeah, it's like watching Spanish football.
Carl from Oz came all the way from Australia and gave out gift packs to people. So this is the Carl from Oz. And in the gift pack, if you know Australia, Vegemite.
Vegemite. Oh, don't eat that.
I have been told to not eat this plain or you will throw up.
Eat it.
That
Eat
what
it.
you need to do is put it on.
Live.
If you're gonna eat it, put it on a sandwich, but put like butter on it or cream
No.
or something.
No.
Eat it.
Okay,
No, it's like-
I am not gonna eat this. There's also
It's like
something
bait.
called the Tim Tam.
I'd
The
eat
Tim
that.
Tam I hear are good.
It looks
I
like
hear those are good.
Looks like a chocolate bar.
Don't be
It
afraid.
is. It's a chocolate thing, yeah.
We'll see.
He wrote me a nice
I want to
note,
see
which
right
I,
now.
really
Is
really
this
like.
like
And then
1953?
Carl
What do we got
from Oz
going on here?
t-shirt.
Oh, there we go.
So I've gotten a lot of T-shirts here. I've got the Caramello
This is-
Deportivo
this
shirt.
is
from
why
Scott
I
that
only
got from
travel
him, but
With 2
I don't
T-shirts
have
to
a
the
Carl from
national.
Oz T-shirt. Maybe I should wear this tomorrow.
There you go.
So we'll see. You can take me off.
I think the Vegemite thing is real. I actually used to have a manager that was Australian. Yeah, and that explanation was exactly what she said. Basically, it's like that's the way. It's like yes, and I just kind of laughed because the Vegemite thing is kind of a running joke. But at the same time, it's like see, this is why you wear prison collar. It's stuff like
have-
this.
You
This is
have
what
to
you've done.
try it. You have to try it live on stream.
Ugh.
Doesn't have to be this
That's why
stream, but I
people
need to
tune
see
in.
live on
Tune in to
stream.
see what happens in Strongsville.
So,
And
so
nope, no one predicted that you would see a little Vegemite package while
Well, you
were
should
here in
split it with
Strongsville.
somebody. Have
He also,
go find
and I
Orlando.
didn't even see this before. Here is a Carl from Oz bottle opener, which
Oh, he's getting
is
fancy.
sad because I am not really
Wow.
drinking anymore. But
Yeah.
if I needed to open up a bottle that was not alcoholic,
Is he really close to
Carlos, we need some
Alibaba?
swag, baby. I mean, we're following behind on the swag here. We need
Eric, I can have all those things made. It's like there's a little thing. It's called money. So what I'm going to do is, since Eric's volunteering, I'm going to raise the like button money one more time. We're going to raise the rate one more time here. Eric, it sounds like he's volunteering because I can have all that shit made with the logo on it all the time. And by the way, the Carl from Oz, ask him if you get a chance to him. Based on the font and the colors and everything, I'm guessing AI had a little bit of a say in terms of that design. By the way, I'm not knocking it. But I'm just saying, if you check out the Cardboard Cynics logo, you're going to notice some telltale signs and fonts and colors and the way it looks. It's like, it's not an accident.
When's the last time we had a super chat on one of these?
That's been a while.
Jeez.
I don't really angle for it very hard, Ham.
Well, it's funny. I watched some weirdo talk about aliens, and he
Still
gets like
can't hear.
$2,000 super
can't hear,
chat.
Mike.
I'm trying to
I don't know how
figure
that happened.
out.
Okay, wait, hold on, Ham. Since you bring it up, this is a valid point. But we talk about this from time to time. But this is a fact, and Eric, you'll attest to this. You'll understand what I'm saying with this. The sports card hobby, we talk about two completely contradictory things simultaneously, like we do. Number one, the hobby's too expensive. All this stuff's too expensive. This costs too much. That costs too much. They're ripping us off with this, blah, blah, blah. On the other hand, it's like, hey, guys, we got to make sure we budget for this. And it's like, don't spend your life savings and then credit and do all these things. So we do all this. And then at the same time, they're like, oh, man, I bought this car. Oh, but I had to go get this one. I consolidated this and did all this. What Ham's talking about is true. You go to live stream in some of these other categories, people get super chats on nothing. They're just doing a live stream talking about whatever. Literally, I use the professional wrestling one as an example. But it's like all they're doing, and this is not a joke, all they're doing is recapping the show they just watched. They're going segment by segment and just recapping the show. And then along the way, there's super chats and whatever. But up until a couple of years ago, it has improved. It used to be worse. But up until a couple of years ago, if you were in the sports card hobby and you had a sponsor or you had a, whatever, or or you asked for super chats or you did anything, whatever, they'd rake you over the coals. How dare you ask the collectors the purity of the hobby? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? The live stream aliens guys get super chats.
Yep.
What are we talking about here?
Austin Forbes on a super chat usually ends up with 2K, which I believe is your max, and he'll get that in the first 30 minutes. I'm just like, you're looking to spend $100, $99.99 is the most you can.
I got
super chat.
Couple of cards from my 1970 autograph build. This is manager Bill Rigney and manager Lum Harris, who this picture was taken was 53 years old, but he looked like he's about 80. And he signed not only the front of the card, but he signed the back of the card, which is
That was
cool.
a good cigarette.
I picked this up from Mike Jayhawker, who is often in the chat here. This is the 1949 Leaf card. Ted Klaczewski. A wonderful color on this, wonderful registration, and it's got a little schmutz on the back, which is how I got the one. I got this from JT, which is the 1974 Reggie Jackson in a 7. This is going to be on my channel in a show I'm planning. I got a E121 Lefty Tyler, and I also got a Z-Nut of Ted Cather. Both of these guys are from my 14 Braves collection. So got some other cool stuff too, besides the ones I've already shown.
And we managed that without even a single super chat. Ham. That's talent right there. That's how it's done.
How many people are watching this channel right now?
right now, 29. It also
29.
Why?
Well, I think we lost some of the chatters because a lot of them are hanging out at the
Forbes Queen's house.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Let's be realistic. I'm saying it partially in jest, Dan. The reason I pointed out, I really don't care. I'm not. Yeah, go for it. I'm not. I never bothered with it. But Ham, your point's valid. The reason I like to bring it up from time to time because it makes me. Again, I don't care. This is not an issue. But at the same time,
it drives me nuts because it doesn't make sense.
Okay, so it's true. It doesn't make sense. But in this hobby, though, people are cheap. They'll spend $5,000 on a Grail card and then go, guys. But $2. Oh my God, it's $2. They'll lose their minds.
Some breaker gets tipped more than we get talking about stuff that's interesting. We're live TV. Okay, anything can happen. Okay, Eric could hurt himself right now.
Oh, we can only hope. Look, Dan, this is why we need the pen. This is why we need to shamelessly sell out to big penny sleever.
Well, can it be called penny sleever when they're like a nickel now?
I'm going to be
shouldn't it be nickel?
I'm going to be handing out some penny sleever flyers tomorrow as part of my obligation as a sponsor for penny sleevers, or as a sponsee for penny sleevers. So, it hasn't written the check yet, but I'm still getting the swag. So I'm going to get
Dan, for the man who's a lawyer, you need a new agent. Like, what do we do? We do not cut a check. Cut a check. Good Lord.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to see if my my thing I sent. I don't know. Dan can't hear me though.
Whoops.
I sent my thing in for my.
I got a bunch of 1972 Topps high numbers. My set is down to 13. I'm going to finish this set tomorrow, and these were all gifts from one of our favorite people in the entire hobby. You know who gave me these as a gift? Mike, baseball collector.
Wow.
There you go.
Official friend of me of the channel.
Must have triples.
And nice examples too. So good on Mike.
And in case Dylan Double D Vintage sees this later on, I want you to know from the bottom of my heart, thank you to Dan for showing those 72 tops. The most hideous set of the 1970s, bar none. Absolutely. You have to be on drugs for that to look good. Dylan.
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get my shirt that I'm going to wear to the show tomorrow. And
Go
you're
for
not
it.
going to like it, but I'll be right back.
It's going to be 72 tops. I know. I know what's
Fantastic.
happening.
Fantastic.
Look, Ham, all I got to say is 72 tops was a hell of a drug.
Yep. Surprised we never
Just
got psychedelic cards back then.
It's my shirt for tomorrow. I'm
There
going
you
to wear
go.
72 the same day I complete the set. And thanks to Mike, baseball collector, official friend of me of the channel, former leader of the revolution.
There you go.
He got me a big shot in the arm to finishing the set. So
Does look like Castro
it's
a little bit.
going to be a good day tomorrow.
Well, so this was a big day, but if you think about it, so first we're invoking the former leader of the revolution, so that's important. And we have the current leader of the revolution, Neo Cars and Comics, who was in the chat earlier tonight. This is big for us. Really big.
Yeah, I got to work on the Hitchcock shadow profile for Neo that we talked about.
Friendly with both of them today. So I'm on
Accidents
both sides
happen.
of the revolution.
Well, I always feel, Dan, so this is always something I'm saying half in jest and half seriously. I always laugh that because there are so many hobby beefs. And I'm like, you know what, Ham, just once. I like celebrity boxing, hobby edition. Can we actually have something? You know what? If you guys are claiming beef, I demand fisticuffs. I want Marcus of Queensberry rules. Let's go.
Listen, my
Check this
local bar every Friday night has a straight up fist fight
Beefs.
boxing match
I'm
at the
completely
bar.
beefless in the hobby. I'm now a man of peace, as we know.
He's alive.
Show the pic.
Lies.
I'm beefless.
Live.
I'm a vegan hobby member.
Barf. Nobody wants to be vegan.
Give it time, Dan. Give it time. Give it time. Even when you declare yourself a man of peace, Eric, the dogs of war are they're scratching and clawing at the door, at the gates. They're right there at all times. It's only a matter of, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's a beautiful thing. All right, Eric, because I am a generous and giving purveyor of evil and Pope of the Content Gods. This is a big moment. I have asked Dan several questions. We talked about Strongsville. We talked about Teapot's video. We talked about all these various things. Eric, stop staring at Tickle Trunk. What would Eric like to talk about? And if you say Puck Peta, say, I swear to God.
Eric was asleep.
So
I know it's him. This is, and now I'm calling him out. Hopefully you did your homework. I want to see. Show your work. Let's see. All right, what are you bringing to the table, Eric? What do you
got? This Sunday.
Sunday, Gravedigger.
Hell of the North, Paris-Roubaix. It is the greatest one-day cycling race on the calendar. We just had Tour of Flanders last.
Shut up, moron.
Okay, well that's fine.
Could you actually talk about something card related? That'd be great.
Yeah, was that Ned Flanders riding a bicycle?
Interesting.
No,
So
Eric, there is nothing interesting about cycling.
I thought Perry,
unless people crash and or potentially die.
This is the greatest wrestling card ever. Right here. You don't want to know why? Macho Man Elizabeth, right? But you flip it over.
Oh yeah.
Man. This is the greatest wrestling card ever. Yeah, I'm that's right. I'm pumping this baby. I'm looking for a PSA 10 of that because that right there, that's eye appeal front to back. So she walked toward you like it. She walked away, you like it even more.
Wow. Look what happened. See, Eric, it's not that hard. You see what Ham did?
So
easy. I just
be somewhat serious. I had a feeling.
Ooh.
I got a feeling.
Is it a feeling that you need more cowbell?
And as someone who doesn't have a lot of feelings, I really just have one. I had a moment where I had to pause. And all of us have to face this, especially
menopause.
But
okay.
I also thought of that, Ham.
We purchased at work a very large autograph collection of
I like the dramatic pause there.
entertainment, wrestling, hockey, baseball, football, basketball, all the big names. I mean, just this guy, his whole hobby was to go out and seek autographs, whether it be at hotels or shows or everything. This guy just hunted autographs. The sad part is he died unexpectedly at 53. And he has this.
How old are you again, Eric?
Huh?
How old are you again?
52.
I see. Go on. Please continue.
This is why I had pause at work. This collection was really awesome. Awesome. All of us are going through it and just finding these things going, this is incredible.
Did he just say he has claws at work?
No, pause, like menopause, but puppy
He said
paws.
he has claws. Yeah.
Well, he wishes he had claws.
So the point that I want to bring up, if you want to have a somewhat serious discussion in the last,
Show us.
half
Be serious. Bring it.
is this guy has this incredible collection. He dies unexpectedly at a very young age. And his wife now,
53 is a very young age now, remembering the 52-year-old man saying this. Go on.
Yeah, in 1885.
And, the wife is stuck with this stuff. And when it became time to kind of move on, and to deal with it, she did some research, found us, and, we bought the collection. And I don't usually get too involved in the finances, but I think Phil treated her fairly. So that's good news. I like it when I know that for a fact. So, but all of us have to maybe prepare our loved ones for the inevitable future. And not only do we have to educate our loved ones that this stuff isn't junk, it has, some of it has great worth, and we should have we should give them an idea at least, because my wife's not going to go through every single card and price it out on Card Ladder or eBay, and you got to, but it's important that she at least knows a number.
Yeah, she'll call me.
Yeah, I'm sure she will. Thank you. But not only that, you need to direct people where to go in case something happens. Give them a little bit of education and prepare them for dealing with this stuff. And it really kind of hit me at work this week going through this. Yep. Okay. So we're not having.
Well, I just wanted to give a visual representation. This is what you sent to Michelle, right? This is what she needs to do.
So
that's a classy dumpster.
53-year-old guy dies, leaves a very, very well maintained, very.
You're not supposed to die at 53. That's the first thing. Okay.
And the wife is stuck with this and doesn't know the first thing about it. And and I think we need to prepare our loved ones, especially as we get older, of what to do with this stuff. And then the second part is, what I like about collecting vintage is, you have a card, for example, that's 50, 60, 70 years old. Well, you're not the first owner of that. And it always amazes me when I get a vintage card that's in incredible condition. And you go, where has this thing been for the last 50, 60, 70, 80 years? How did it get to me? And how did it stay in such good condition? Especially considering they didn't have plastics and all the things, and mag holders and penny sleeves and et cetera, et cetera. How did it get here in 2026 and the thing is mint and it's 75 years old? So what happens is people die. Especially, the people die. These collections come out of the woodwork. They end up back into the hobby, and people end up buying them. This guy's collection is now at Sports World. People are going to come in. They're going to start buying pieces here, pieces there, and now his collection lives again. It's been stuck in his house for all these years. Now it's back on the market. And all his hard work of chasing those autographs down are now for someone else to enjoy.
I just want to make sure there was I think your general point was about having a plan, basically. An estate plan is basically what you're saying.
I have words.
So, please, Dan, give us words.
I've spent 363 days waiting for this weekend in the hobby. This is like my Christmas and New Year's and everything all wrapped into one. And here I am in the hotel having had a fantastic day and going to have a fantastic day tomorrow. And I'm going to be 63 years old at the end of this year. And this guy comes on the live stream to start talking about what I'm going to do with my collection when I croak. In the middle of me having my best weekend in the hobby of the year, and just takes me down from like the big high to like, dude, you're going to be dead soon. So thank you, Eric.
Yep.
Thanks for cheering.
We're all gonna die. That's a fact. You and I, if we just go by age, you're next. I'll be following you.
Damn.
Following you, and then Carlos and Ham can fight it out. And you have a very good collection. It's worth a lot of money. You put in a lot of time and effort. You have a lot of knowledge. You know what's good and what's not good. You've worked hard in life. He's good. He's like, screw you. All right. You've worked hard in life to be able to afford nice things. Have you sat down with your family and said, this is what, or if you put something in directions in a God forbid box in your closet that they need to open in case, break glass in case of emergency, trying to explain what to do with this stuff, who to bring it to, roughly how much it's worth. Don't take less than this. Have you?
If you die, there's no take less than this. It's move this shit. I'm gonna tell you.
Why do you think Why do you think I would? Why do you think I gave the? Hold on, Dan. What, Dan? What do you think? Why do you think I gave the dumpster beam? I was like, Michelle's instructions are like all of it.
Gone.
Straight in.
You see this room? How much? Take it.
Well, let me say this. I have to answer this question on my Christmas night. So, whatever. So here it is. My wife, I don't know if people know this. I don't know if I've ever publicized this. My wife is also an attorney. And she's an extraordinarily smart attorney and a smart person. And very much, we have a very symbiotic, very good relationship. We've been married almost 35 years. She knows exactly what I have. She knows exactly who to go to when or if I predecease her, and she is totally up on what to do. And I have two sons who are both big sports fans. They're not card collectors, but they're big sports fans, and they also know. And so I am not worried about that at all. And frankly, having to think about this tonight, it's really about the worst thing you could have done to me, man.
Good. So, because I hate
Dan, I feel the subheading here kind of covers it right here.
Not my fault this guy died, and we ended up with his collection this week, and I got to thank him. It's not my fault.
Hold on, Dan. Before you get into it, before anybody says anything, I just want to quickly make a note.
50.
I just want to make a note. I enjoy that Eric is always the guy who, at his birthday, every year he goes, he's making this longer and longer cycling thing, doing all this stuff, and he goes, Ham, we've gone well past 3 hours, all night, all kinds of things. Any topic you want to talk about, guys. Let me talk to you about dying.
Yeah.
So you got to think, listen, somebody came in the sports world, and I got to tell you, Ham, what a coincidence. What a convenient coincidence.
Yep.
A week after we're all starting on the trail, finding out who stole farm equipment from the Patton family. American hero General Patton. Some individuals may have been responsible for the potential thievery of certain items.
Yep.
It sounds to me, Dan, like someone is trying to take us off the trail and goes, listen, I don't want them to keep talking about the thefts. I don't want them to talk about the claw. Hold on. Let's talk about death, everybody. I've been sorting the tickle trunk all night, and you know what first thought that comes to my mind? Death.
I think, Eric just said
I wanted to bring something up, and I wanted to get people to really think about making sure that they have a plan for their collections. We can still balls, go right ahead. I'm here for it.
It's not my fault that the guy died. And frankly, I'm starting to question, maybe it was your fault. Maybe you had something to do with it.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Sports World needs some money.
You got a
needs a
confession?
kickback.
Is this going to be a big confession at midnight?
I did not know the man.
All right. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to him and his family, and that is far too young.
So
passed away, 53 years old.
With all that said,
you really brought me down tonight, man. You really.
What was the best? What was the best autograph?
Like Cloud9 coming on here, giving all this information, and suddenly, it's I got to worry if I'm waking up tomorrow morning.
Well, when you do, have a good day. What was the best autograph in the collection?
Oh man.
Oh, here we go.
I don't know. He had Mantle. He had Mantles. He had Gretzky. He had,
Everybody's got those. Give me something nobody's got.
He had.
Is there any actors? Was it all sports?
Yeah. I mean, I grabbed something from my daughter.
Oh, you stole something. What'd you get?
I stole something. Fine. We're just not gonna have a serious conversation.
I mean,
Eric, we had Eric. Hold on.
Before
I'm gonna show what Eric's got on there. I'm gonna put it on the screen there. You can see Breakfast Club. Yep. All right. So real quick, for the record, Dan, I'm happy to have a serious conversation, but Eric had a very elaborate preamble to be like, and then you're all gonna die. Dan, I'm trying. I have no problem being serious, but the setup was so unserious that I'm dying. It's like, guys, they came into Sports World and it led me down the thoughts. I was thinking about my mortality, and then we're all gonna die. Okay, great, good to know. Thanks for sharing, my man.
Carlos, as a single guy, you drop dead tomorrow. Your parents and your brother got to clean your place out. Have you talked to them about what to do with
Eric? My instructions. Hold on. I'll answer this. Hold on. I can answer this. Eric, my instructions are very clear. There are cans of gasoline and kerosene. Burn the fucker down and take others with. Eric, avenge me. Even if I die of natural causes, my answer is avenge me.
I'm out of here in 10 minutes. I don't give two fucks. My contract expires at midnight. Fuck.
Your contract doesn't expire ever. First of all, your contract doesn't expire.
Then the new day starts, and the contract.
Exactly, that's a new day. Ham. He thinks I'm joking. My exact instructions are avenge me, whether I die of natural causes or not. The answer is avenge me.
At least throw one chosen Rosen out.
Yeah, I want people taken out. That's what I want. These are my instructions. If I have to have a grenade thrown into Eric's room, then that's what's going to happen. Avenge me. That's all I want. I'm very clear on these instructions. Very clear. It's about the satisfaction that I have. See, Dan, I've thought about these things. Very simple. 2 words. This is why I say PSA failed. They could have been succinct. They could have been to the point. They could have gotten their entire instructions across very quickly. What does it say? One set of instructions, one line. Avenge me. Exclamation point. Easy.
To answer the question: Have you ever spoken to them about what to do with all your stuff?
Eric, I wasn't joking. I was like, guys, I don't care. Burn it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm too smart. I'm gonna sell it all before I die.
Okay. I get such a headache. I hate all of you so much.
You're doing great.
No, I just hate you all.
Dan, the funny thing is he thinks I'm joking. I'm not. My parents have asked me just on the off chance. I was like, no, not burn it. I don't care. I don't give a crap. I'll be dead. I don't care what you do with it. As a matter of fact, I would rather you burn it. Nobody can have it. It's just stuff. After I'm dead, I don't care what you do with it.
I understand that, but I'm not. It's not even about the hobby and keeping it going for the future and putting it in the hands of other hobbyists. It's you have a collection that's worth something. You can, and I understand that your family, your parents are not, go living paycheck to paycheck and standing in a bread line, but this is something you can leave them. They if they have the right instructions, they can sell it, get a few $1,000s and put it in the bank. And that's
only a few.
He's figured it out, Carlos.
Leave.
He's figured it out.
He's
figured out how you're going to let him out of his contract.
Eric's trying to plan. He's plotting.
9 minutes.
We can, you can clone people now, right? You'll come
back.
back.
Keep talking about when you die, and then you'll just be like, okay,
I just could all die right now.
You can leave.
Oh,
no. You'll be like Krang from Ninja Turtles, living in some things.
Dan, it's not going to work. This is the brilliance of it. One of the clones will take over. Carlos 2 will come on, and I love that Eric thinks midnight's a thing. Who says midnight's a thing?
Time doesn't exist, buddy.
I'm clicking the button at midnight.
I'll have you know that on the West Coast, that's only 9 p.m.
Yeah, button don't work.
I got things to do tomorrow.
Friday's not over for 8 more hours somewhere. Enjoy.
That's right. Benny Ryan says when Eric opens with "and the moon ran red with blood," you know it's going to be good. That's right.
Where's my crumble cookie ad?
That's before Eric became nihilistic. Before Eric said, and hey, Dan, listen, this guy, he was 53, only a year older than me, and then he died. Have you guys thought about what happens if you die?
What time? Okay, 8 minutes.
I'm dying. Yeah, it's too good. I'm just sitting there like, I loved the entire elaborate preamble to live with the fact. Have you all thought about?
I tried to have a serious conversation, try to educate people that they need to have a plan, make sure their family knows what to do. Blah blah blah. Go ahead. I don't care. Dumpster fire, gasoline. Clones. I don't give a shit.
At some point, the sun will explode. The earth will not exist.
I've already done this. I've had this conversation. Everybody knows what to do. We don't need to talk about it anymore.
8 minutes. 7 minutes.
Yes. Our job is to buy more.
It's behind me,
cards.
not today, but in most of my videos. I know what I have. They know what I have. It's all taken care of. It's like I have a will already.
Yeah, you get your top credit card and you buy vintage.
On my big night of the year,
Ham, you know what? I almost feel like maybe Eric is developing some clairvoyance, because it's interesting that he brings this up, because I've recently I've got some new cards that I purchased. I actually got this one in the mail today. So another
nice.
Mike Madano autograph for the collection.
I don't mind that one. That's a different shot. I like that.
Yeah. It's got a nice action shot there, a nice slap shot there. It's part of that set. So now I'll have a pickup video tonight. So I'll probably record it tomorrow, and then it'll be on the channel this weekend. But the reason I'm bringing this up, one of the other things that I was doing is, since cards have been a little slow, I'm finding stuff here and there, but it's not too crazy, like a couple things. So I wanted to kind of go, I wanted to start watching some physical media. I didn't want to necessarily turn on my Netflix. So I was like, let me go get some DVD sets, because some of the series I like watching, they have the complete series. I like when they got a complete series. It's a little bit more economical. It's nice to get the full series.
I agree.
I just think it's interesting that Eric decided to bring this up. It's like, so this is the one that came in.
Oh.
So Eric, you're inspired.
6 more minutes.
And Eric's like, you're gonna die.
6 minutes, 8 minutes ago.
Listen, Eric, it's at midnight when Amanda shows up, and then Name shows up, and then it's all the West Coasters.
Great. They can take my spot, because I'm out of here in 6 minutes.
So Eric, what is it that you think you're doing tomorrow? Are you going down to Strongsville? You're gonna hang out with Dan?
No.
Are
you planning on killing someone so they can die?
Hold on. He's worried about the death thing. Have you sold anything out of the room?
To killing this 53-year-old guy. He said,
I was going to say, after he committed a heinous murder, Eric is like,
and then stole his autographs.
5 more minutes. Go ahead.
No, Eric, I want to know, what supposedly are you doing tomorrow? That's so important. I gotta get to bed, guys. I'm going to start texting you at 3 a.m. What's going to happen now?
Are you working tomorrow, Eric?
I haven't decided yet.
Oh shit! That's how you get to do this.
So he's doing nothing.
Yeah.
He's slacking. Eric, I got to go take care of Carlos Sr. and help him refill the gas tank and actually do shit. Psh, I'll just stay up all night.
How much is gas in Canada?
I guess it would work out to like. Well, the thing is, I got to convert it to gallon because we do liters. We don't do gallons.
Okay, gotcha.
It's like what? I think it's like $4.20 a gallon or something like that.
Okay, same here.
Yeah, it's not crazy, to be honest. Yeah, obviously it's more expensive, but not like whatever.
Well, I mean that would make
was
our
one
gas
of
more
my,
expensive than yours.
Go ahead, Dan.
One of my downsides of this trip was the gas, and I did a little thing where I incorporated some work on Wednesday, so I ended up in upstate New York, Western New York, and I stayed in Buffalo overnight. So I ended up actually getting into Strongsville early on Thursday because I only had like 2.5 hours to drive from Buffalo, which was nice. And but looking at the gas price, and I'm in a hybrid, so I'm getting great miles per gallon, but I still had to fill up, and I'm like, damn, for something I haven't filled up in like a week. Like the last time I filled up was like 320. Now it's like 420. So oh well, one of the downers.
Oh, you know what they say? Price of gas goes up and then you die.
Mm-hmm.
I should get sponsored by an estate planner. That would have been an amazing turnaround.
There you go.
That entire segment would have been perfect.
I think they had an estate planner last year at the
National. It's going to be a
National.
big story tomorrow. Boston man confesses to killing 53-year-old card collector.
It's like how did Sports World get this collection? It's like all of a sudden Sports World goes on a run of getting all these great collections because one person gets off after another. The Sports World killer strikes again.
Yeah,
the Sports World slasher.
He takes somebody out, and then all of a sudden there's a Sports World card in the mailbox.
Proficient in recent times that the money has gotten so much that he owes Sports World that he had to do something. It's like it's the way to get the money back into Sports World. So I feel like there's going to be a big story breaking in Boston tomorrow.
Just saying. Gonna send Eric some sweating to the oldies tapes and a crossword puzzle to put his mind at ease. The man's having dark thoughts, man. He's having some dark thoughts.
Nope, not yet, buddy. You can peace out all you want, buddy. You don't realize we've already backdoored into your computer. You're not watching a live.
You might have given me the finger.
It's coming.
It's coming.
Yeah, listen, I just enjoy that Eric can do whatever he feels he needs to do, when he becomes a pumpkin. But I will say there will be consequences and repercussions. It's going to happen. And we'll get Michelle in on this. This is going to be fun.
Yep.
He thinks a cup of mayonnaise near him at the Fall Expo the other time was bad ham. I'll pick up the phone. I'll call Steve Angel and a couple of folks and go, guys, we're going to have to do something extra special for Eric. And we'll have plenty of time between now and November to plan it.
I'm never coming to Canada again.
That's not a threat.
Locked up, you won't be able to come to Canada if you're locked up.
If they finally catch the man.
They don't let murderers.
That was still two, by the way.
Eric doesn't know how to count.
He's like thumbs not a finger.
Mm-hmm. See? Gong show right here. Producer Louis
I think the best thing that could ever happen is if Eric tried to shut his computer off and then we turned it back on.
I have a lot of respect for Louis. I like him a lot. I just thought he was just better. Why is he watching this crap? I know he has a family that loves him. He has important things to do. I don't know why he's wasting his time watching this trash, but
Carlos, you need to have RMM on something in Eric's room right now, so he can't turn it off.
Listen, I'm working on some stuff, Ham. Now that Eric is trying to
because Eric doesn't know what RMM is, so he won't even be able to figure out what has happened.
I can look at that. I can Google.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Oh, finally.
We'll deal with the Eric problem in due time. In due time, my friends. In due time. But yes. So we'll go a couple more minutes and then we'll wind her down. But thank you.
I'm
Dan.
going to wake up tomorrow morning.
Listen,
You'll
you
wake
gotta
up
watch
just
out.
fine. You'll wake up just fine.
You gotta watch out, Dan, for the sports world slasher because he's got ideas.
You just say, please,
All
Jesus,
right, now
I need to
can't
buy a
hear
vintage card
Carlos
tomorrow.
or Mike. You know what?
You're dueling it. Can you hear me now?
I'm gonna leave and come back. I'll be right back.
All right, give it a try. Give it a try. Yeah. For the most part, Dan's setup has actually held up pretty well. I'm actually kind of impressed, to be perfectly honest. But it's kind of awkward doing it in a hotel.
Leaving? Okay, he's flipping upside down.
Yeah, he's gonna try to come out and come back.
Well, I know what he's doing, but it's kind of getting crazy.
Yeah, I'll mute it for now, just so that it's. Let's see if I can mute it. All right, I'll take it off screen for now.
Okay, he needs to leave and come back in to fix the problem.
Yeah, if he reuses the link, it'll bring up another one. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, quick question for you. I know that I did listen to some of the off-centered stuff, but I was kind of in and out listening. I forget. I did hear Steve go off on one of his tangents. So I was sitting there so was there like any main topic that you guys ended up talking about, or were there a couple?
We jumped to a few different topics. It actually, I mean, Steve had his normal, run there. But for the most part, we were actually all talking through this last episode. It was pretty busy, honestly. The whole episode was one of I think the better ones where it wasn't like trying to get a word always in edgewise or to stop the continuation. I think this past show we didn't have to deal with that as much because we understand where Steve's going with some of the stuff, so we just let it ride for a minute and then we continue in. So there was probably one or two of the spots in there. The rest of it's pretty micro back and forth, not so much one person for 5 minutes.
I like it. That's fair. I think it's been.
I can hear everybody now. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So that's good. I think what's been tricky, and this is a challenge we found. I'll include a link in the description as well. I think I already set it up anyway. I usually include the last Cardboard Cynics episode. Although, Dan mentioned to me, pleasant surprise, the last Cardboard Cynics episode has done well, so it's good. It's tough because it's one of those things, Ham, where you're trying to do something a little bit different than what's standard. I have found a lot of the content is repetitive. That's just it's a critique in general. It's not.
It is, and there's more. And I feel like there's more people making content regularly now.
There is,
and it's. I mean, everybody has something to talk about. I get it. Everybody's trying to teach something, learn something.
I had two people come up to me at the show today and say specifically that they like Cardboard Cynics a lot because it's so much different than everything else they're watching. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what we're going for. And they said they also like the humor aspect of it. It's just two different people. So I think we're on to something here. So I'm just gonna say that the formula seems to be working, at least as opposed, as it comes in from these two different people. So
yeah. Again, like for instance, Rick and I don't know why he's blanking on
Mangini.
Mangini had asked me to come on their show like a week or two ago, and I was busy, so I was like, I'm sorry, because Mangini and I talk nonstop all the time. We send pictures for like 3 hours. Sure. And I was just like, can't go on, but I'm like, if I go on there, what the hell am I going to talk about? Like, I'm not in the vintage scene. I don't have the knowledge these guys have. I don't collect that way. What am I going to bring to that table? And then I go back and watch the show. I was like, what would I have said anywhere? Unless they would have changed the format because I was there. I don't have anything to put or, give any information. They would know 10,000 times more than I'll learn in my lifetime, more than likely, on vintage. So plus of how they collect and what they like to collect and, where they are in life and monetary and blah, blah, blah. I'm not in that realm. I don't ever pretend to be. I don't step my foot or toe into that realm at all. So I was like, what would I talk? I mean, I literally feel like I was sitting there just trying to keep up. Like I would feel bad for myself, to be honest with you, because I don't have anything to contribute. And I talk a lot, but I don't have anything to contribute. I'm not going to say shit. I'm not going to step in somewhere I don't know.
That's fair. That's one of the big challenges. So, Dan, I'll go to you here in a second. The big challenge is you have to find that balancing act. That's why I was. I'm glad that Dan pitched the idea originally to do it. The whole cynical and cheerful thing is a fun gimmick, but at the same time, it only works as long as we can come up with something. I like the fact that we've picked topics that are that are a little off the beaten path sometimes. We managed to get FTX in there a couple of times because it was appropriate. It was appropriate to what we were talking about. It wasn't come out of left field. But if you do the news thing, it works. But if you do the news thing, you're going to wind up talking about the same thing everybody else is talking about.
Yeah.
So it gets really tricky to do. So you can do it, but you have to find a different angle. In my channel, I like to do the reaction videos sometimes to a video. Other people have done that too, but I literally go through the entire video. Not everybody does that. So automatically it's going to be a little different than what everybody else does. When we're doing that thing, even when Dan comes up with these topics, I'm versed enough in those topics where I have sometimes I'll go doing a little digging, but 99% of the time I at least have some background on it, enough to be dangerous. And then hopefully I can add something else. Dan's got his research and his information. I'll add in a little something. That's where you sprinkle something in. Then you can have it. And sometimes I'll interweave it. But the other thing that's really tricky, and kind of your point, if you go into a dynamic and you're so hyper fixated on one topic and one style of presentation, then it's tough, because for what they're doing, they're going to talk about a lot of vintage cards, which is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's great. But if you're not into that realm, then okay, so what are you going to say? I with this thing, we kind of mix genres. We go all over the place. We have a lot. We've had discussions of things tonight. Dan was able to join us here and give on the boots in discussion of Strongsville. That's great. And then for most of the night, Eric was playing with his tickle trunk. Not a euphemism. And then at the very end, when finally given the chance, the opportunity to contribute a topic, all he wants to talk about is death.
Yep.
And then of course I'm going to play off of that. Like the first opportunity, I'm going to play off of that. But that's the point here. It's a combination. Yes, we can have a more serious discussion. Yes, we can shift between this topic and that. And I'm happy to do it. Most of the questions I asked Dan were actually questions pertaining to Strongsville, like actually focused on the topic. But then, when Eric suddenly decides to talk about death, I bring in a flaming dumpster. And, I can do, but we can do that in this format because it allows it. And it's more open-ended. And if we had to go to precious metal, saying, I can talk about precious metal, go ahead. Yeah, we can do that. Sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing too, like with what you bring to the table with your Friday Night Lives, how often can you watch something that's diverse enough, that's entertaining, a little funny, poke fun at, can go any direction? Most sports card shows or related, they're kind of like drive straight down the middle of the road. They don't deviate much at all. And I understand sometimes you have a topic and you want to kind of bring that home, but at the end of the day, the majority of the people that are already watching your stuff already know everything you're talking about. You know what I mean? They're the same people. And this way, when sometimes, especially, I know I like to harp a little bit with vintage. When I watch like 4 guys showing the exact same car that all 4 people own in a different grade, and they can talk about that somehow for 45 minutes. Why do I want to watch that? Yeah, I know all about Larry Doby. I get it. I don't need to see Larry Doby cards for 3 straight weeks. Like, stop. Okay, you're pumping at this point. I don't know what you're doing. I don't get it. Like, it's only got so many legs to it.
Yeah.
And I just don't get it.
I think, Mike, you're not giving yourself enough credit. And I say this sincerely, that you are very good at this. You are very good at live streams. You're very knowledgeable in the hobby. And I feel like Mangini knows enough about the modern hobby, and he has enough of an ability to pivot that I actually think that would work. It would be different from their normal show, because they wouldn't be able to grind into the details of war and stuff, because those guys are very, very well versed in it.
Yeah. Oh, I already had something to say that might have lit them on fire if I wanted to go that direction. I was just going to drop that vintage is a lot like Pokemon.
but I think you should do it, and I think it would be great, and I would definitely watch it. But
they're going to invite me back. I really couldn't do the show. I wanted to, I just couldn't do the show.
I mean, I think you should do it. I think you could give yourself more credit. And you remember when I brought you on For Collectors because I knew how good you were at live streams. I knew how you could pivot. You had a lot of information. I think you know more about vintage than you let on. And I felt like it was a really good idea, even though For Collectors is primarily a vintage channel. Yeah, it's not entirely. So getting a new face on, and a really good new face on, I think was positive. And I think that's maybe what Mangini was thinking. And he is, as you know, you talk to him all the time, a bright guy who has a lot more hobby knowledge than just the vintage that he has. Really.
And what's funny is his knowledge beyond even cards is fantastic, and he could actually have a whole nother channel or two towards completely other things, monetarily driven, that would be very successful. Way more past cards, to be honest with you. But I appreciate it. I appreciate the kind words. Like I've been around long enough. I try to learn as much as I can, but I also don't ever pretend to have knowledge about something I don't have. I try and
Well, that's the
learn.
other thing, is I think you're one of those guys who won't talk about and won't claim to have knowledge and stuff that you don't. That you're authentic enough that you wouldn't try to sort of, bullshit your way through. And so that's
Well, I'm a pattern oriented learner. So I see patterns subconsciously, and that's where I get a lot of my opinions from. But a lot of my opinions I feel are very factual based on that information that I learn or discover over time.
No, I think these are fair. The main reason, though, I thought it was interesting, just quickly bringing it up, is that we do wind up down, and I talked about it with Dan previously on a couple of the episodes we did, is that we go down these same well-versed topics, and the problem is if we do it enough times, it's really hard to bring something new to the table that hasn't been discussed already, at length. The horse has been beaten into the ground. It's glue at this point, like it's over. But the clear thing, I always have to preface it though, because, and this is kind of a side topic to that. Sports card collectors, bless them. They're very passionate. They're very, very passionate about what they do, but they're also very sensitive about certain things. They get really offended and really annoyed at seemingly very innocuous things. I read you that one comment. I could have easily taken offense to that. I mean, literally it's making sweeping generalizations about my ability to have relationships with people based on one video where I'm reacting to Teapot. And I'm sitting there like, that seems a little strong. I don't think I gave any scandalous takes in that one video that would lead. It's like, I don't think I came off as a serial killer or a sociopath, but maybe I did. I don't know. Maybe it seems a little strong, but I actually found that amusing. Like, it amused me from that perspective.
I started off kind of being offended for you as like your friend and partner in this particular show, because you'd mentioned the show. That's where the guy came up with it. But then I was like, you know what? Let me not be like, react so negatively towards it, and let me kind of get a joke out of it, because I thought you would appreciate it, and the other viewers would appreciate kind of getting a joke out of it. So yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? A guy makes a comment like that, whatever. It was almost, it was too
listen,
much.
I'm pretty even keel for the most part, especially with my live drives that I do, or I have to record drives or whatever it is. And I get people that leave mean comments, and I'm like, okay, that's your opinion. I appreciate it. Thanks for watching. And I enjoy the comment. I move along with my life. You know what I mean? At least there was some interaction, even if they don't like it, but I don't even know why they get mean. Like, what caused the rudeness? I don't get it. I didn't even say anything mean or controversial. You just attacked me. And I'm like, okay, that's where you're at today. I guess. Okay. I hope you have a good day.
Ham, I always lead with my phrase. I always say this. Most of the time on my live streams, the biggest troll is the host. So I am so I have to practice what I preach here. I can say legitimately mean, incendiary things. Now, mind you, as the years have gone by, if people go back in the archives, I really used to throw grenades just for fun. Just to be like, I'm just going to pull the pin and I'm just going to throw it and let's see what happens. I'm going to have some fun with this. I don't do it as much anymore. I try to be a little bit more even. What made me laugh about it, Ham, is that was a really innocuous video for me. I tried to really kind of play it down the middle. It's like, look, I'm just being honest with you guys. It's not really that much to get worked up about. Yes, and again, this is with knowing folks that work in the PSA banner, and by the way, they work hard. I know this for a fact, and I know them personally, and I know they try their best. But like, collectors does them no favors. They'll put them in these positions, put people in a position to succeed. They put them in a position like, let me make your life harder. What can I do to make your life more difficult when you should just be allowed to do your job in peace? And they do stuff like that. Yeah,
the whole hobby.
But that's the point, Ham, is that they're not alone. People look at collectors, they look at the biggest companies in the space, but even the small companies. And here's the analogy that I'm going to take for this. This is the analogy I'll give tonight. When Nat Turner and that group took over PSA/collectors, here will be the baseball analogy, Dan. It's like they took over a baseball stadium that was built in the early 1900s that was made out of wood. And they replaced it with a baseball stadium that's built in the 1950s. The problem is everybody is looking and they're saying it's 2026. Why doesn't it have this, and this? Why doesn't it have these amenities? And I go, guys, they did update it, but they were starting in the Stone Ages.
Yeah.
And now, yes, they have acquired metal technology. It is no longer wooden bleachers, but we're still not in the modern age. We're not even close to the modern age because there's so many things missing.
But I think with Nat Turner, we get a false sense of actual control at any level from where he is. It's almost like he's just getting to play in the playground.
He's the CEO. The problem is he's the CEO of collectors. People keep looking at him and going like PSA. People don't realize collectors is multiple companies.
Yes,
it's PCGS, it's WADA, it's all these other things.
So, I mean, he gets to play in the sand pit, but he's not in charge of what we assume he's in charge of realistically.
And he should be. The whole point of delegating to these other people is that it's supposed to be their job to do this.
It reminds me of like a really poorly run sports franchise. Like one of the examples I remember is of Matt Millen, who was a lineman for the Detroit Lions.
Lions, yeah.
Was made their general manager, and he was, a guy who had been hit in the head 100 times a year. He was like, and he kept drafting like wide receivers in the first round. So the Lions went like decades without having a good team because they kept wasting all their draft picks. And I'm like, this is what PSA is like. It's like a really poorly run sports franchise, and they keep drafting wide receivers in the first round, and they keep making mistakes. And this thing, and I think somebody might have mentioned this in the comments, is that this Teapot is, whether he's influencer or whatever you want to call him, he is a voice in the hobby that people listen to. He has a channel with a lot of views. PSA made a very high-profile screw-up, and they sent out this guy who seemed like a nice enough guy, but they really should have sent out like Ryan Hogue or Hoge or however pronounced. They should have put somebody in a higher position to go out and do some PR. This was a PR trip into the world of market movers. This was not an opportunity to have a chat with. They could do that offline. Once they turn the microphones and the cameras on, they should have somebody who knows how to do microphones and cameras. And that's another screw up, just another screw up. In this entire saga of PSA just getting it wrong over and over again.
I'm just so curious to who's actually running anything there and who the hell thinks they're doing a good job just because all of us dumbasses are sending cards nonstop to them because of the intrinsic value that we have the opportunity to get when, let's face it, the majority of cards don't grade the way they used to anymore. And, when I heard the interview where the guy was like, every once in a while you got to rein back. I think it was on Boston Card Hunters when he was talking to one of the graders or the guys that did the grading, and people would start grading too hard and they'd have to reel them back. I think that's what's happening. There's too many new people and they're grading harder and harder because they're seeing so many things. They're just thinking everything has to be this super perfect thing that may not exist for even that card's manufacturing process and or time frame, and it's getting construed too much, and that's coming at the detriment of the person that's sending the card in. That's now getting a bad grade or the wrong grade. And that's not always the case, but I look at cards. I scrutinize my cards bad. If I think a card's a 10, because I can't find anything wrong with it. Okay. I compared it to another PSA 10, 2 PSA 10, 3 PSA 10s. Like there's no surface issue. All the corners are fine. Centering's perfect. I'm going to send it in to try and get a 10. I'm not the guy that tries to send a 9 in thinking, oh, maybe they'll give me a 10. That's not what I do. I've sent probably 12 cards to PSA. That's it in my entire life. Okay. One of them I knew was not going to be a 10 because they were going to give me a print defect. The rest of them were all 10s. So everything I've sent has always come back the way I sent it and thought it would be if I was grading it myself. So I feel like grade harder than they do. Now I don't know anymore because I don't grade every day all day long. So I start to create a stigmatism of what something should be. And I think that's where we're at right now.
The same thing in the vintage world, and it's really gotten bad where people send cards to PSA in the vintage, and cards that would do 6s and 5s are getting 2s, and that's part of the reason I've stuck with SGC is that it's whatever issues they have, their grading has remained consistent, and that to me in the vintage world is really important. And I think I have this conspiracy theory, and I'm probably wrong, that they're intentionally grading harder so that they can maintain their their resale, because everybody's like, this really should be a 6, so I'll put a 6 price on this 3. But that's whatever it is, they're just not grading vintage the way they used to, and it's
and I've always been under the impression too that if you're going to sell a card like that, where it's a 3 and you say it's a 6, take it out of the damn holder, crack it out, don't even play the game. Like that's misleading. I mean, exit here to get gas, and you get off on the exit, and the only thing there is a Wendy's. Like that's basically what they're doing.
Yeah.
I think the one thing that's a little bit tricky. So I'll use the example that you just provided. So let me use that one. The whole eye appeal conversation. We talked about, Dan and I talked about this already previously. That's the monkey wrench in the whole thing, because then so what? Here's the analogy I'll use. The hobby in general is like a rubber band. And the problem is that the hobby always does the same thing. They'll pull the rubber band apart. If you guys have ever done this, you pull the rubber band apart. You can pull it apart. And depending on how stretchy it is and how thick the bands are, you can pull it pretty far apart. At some point, it'll snap. And then it'll react to the energy that's been expended as it snaps and comes out. And it hurts like hell usually. But the point is that the hobby is like that. It's a rubber band. You stretch it until it snaps. And then suddenly it counter reacts and goes in completely the opposite direction for a little while. And then go get yourself another rubber band and start stretching it again. We keep playing this game. So that's why I want to use a visual analogy of that. Mm-hmm. The reason why this works, though, is that so now it's about the eye appeal. When Boston Card Hunter did a video with that forum PSA grade, by the way, he made a lot of hay out of it, and by the way, he got tons of views out of it to his credit.
Yeah.
But this PSA grade, by his own admission, he didn't mislead anybody. He specifically said he was trained under the thing, did all that, but he only ended up being, I think he was only graded for like 6 months or 3 months or something. Like it's not like he was a grader there for like 10 years or a senior grader or whatever.
Yeah.
Like he was this dude. By the way, fine. And when he even did the live grading where he was sent the cards and did the whole, one of the cards, he completely whiffed on it because he didn't even look at the back of the card.
And then he's like, oh yeah, now that I look at it, I'm like, well, what the hell's happening at the real place? I mean,
so
you just do this live.
You just made the point. And the thing is, because the back of the card is part of the card, like you have to look at it. So the thing is though, that whether they got it right or wrong, and this is always my thing, Dan, is that, look, I can quibble with you about the grade. There's a lot of times where like even the companies that are doing consistently, I can be like, well, I might still disagree with your grade. Yes, you're consistent based on what you've done in the past. But what he did, in the example he did the eye appeal thing. He actually bumped up cards based on eye appeal. It looks nicer than that. It is not a distract. So then the question I always ask the same question before we even get into Brendan Ryan's universal grading standard. Here's the problem. Before you even begin the conversation, even if you want to do it, your first conversation needs to be, are we doing technical grading or are we incorporating eye appeal into it? That is the first question I'm going to ask you before we even continue this conversation. Before we go any further, you must tell me, are we doing technical grading or are we incorporating eye appeal? If we are not incorporating eye appeal, then all we're doing is finding every flaw we can find and then giving you a grade based on that. Period. End of story.
I still don't even know how they grade. I don't even know how you come up to a number sometimes.
Fair enough. But the moment you incorporate eye appeal, though, forget it. I don't care then, whatever it is you do, we're playing a completely different game at that point.
That's what SGC has always done. Yes, there's technical issues you need to look at, and the centering and the corners and the edges and the registration, everything you have to look at, and their print defects or their this, that. It's like, but they do give it just sort of a general grade based on eye appeal. And then, you deduct or you add or whatever, different things. And that's the way they've always graded. And that to me has resulted in more accurate grading for what a card looks like. And a PSA, you could have a perfect card that just has a little nick and suddenly you're 3 points down, or you've got a tiny little wrinkle and suddenly
that's what I mean. I don't know how those numbers come down. I don't know how, like if a card's not a 9 or a 10, what causes it to come down after that? I don't know that calculation.
It's so by making
even the guy grading.
By making grading just so like we've
overcomplicated it. We've made it overcomplicated.
They've created a situation where they've made themselves in many respects irrelevant. And it's the old adage, buy the card, not the grade. But at this point,
it's the grade, not the card. No, they look at the slab before they look at the card. They don't even care what the card
In the
looks like.
vintage
Well,
world,
yeah,
I'm saying,
the-
like, in the vintage world, it's becoming more and more. I'm gonna look at the card, and that's what I did today. The cards that I bought today.
But y'all are also
Look at the
preaching
number.
that as a bunch of vintage collectors. Y'all have been preaching that for a few years, and just
Yeah.
the hobby's caught up to it. That's also why your prices have gone up on those visually nicer, appealing cards.
Don't get me started. Yeah.
I know, but I've seen what
Sure.
I'm a pattern operator here. I've watched it, and it's just like you kind of made your own mess at the end of the day.
Well,
I
would admit that I wasn't part of that. So
yeah. So Ham, the problem is, so again, completely fair points, but I just want to make sure I reiterate this. So thinking about the early 90s period, because I was going to card shows in the early 90s, and this is grading did exist. It was a thing, but it was very niche. It was very in the corner.
You
Like
didn't
if you
see
had
a ton, yeah, you didn't
showcases,
see
you'd
a
see,
ton.
you maybe would see a graded card here or there. It was very minor. Go ahead, Dan.
Cool.
Go ahead. Yeah. So anyway, the point was you would see the odd card here and there. The problem that you ran into, and this was the issue. So this was the only eye appeal. The only conversation we're going to have is eye appeal. And what we're talking about here, though, what I mean is that you would say like, okay, but yeah, the corner is. So the reason why you say a moment ago, it's hard to tell why should a card be this grade versus this grade and this. We can literally list the list of defects. And I've made this argument before. I can show you a list of defects. We can start off with the exact same list of defects and still come to a same conclusion and still come to different conclusions on the final problem. Because we can be like, okay, yeah, I see this list of defects. I see this corner has been bent in, but if you just unbend it, yeah, you can still see it, but it's not that big a deal. It's over in the corners, whatever. Or there's a scratch on the card, but the scratch is over at the far end of the image. It's not really affecting the rest of the picture. The rest of the image looks crisp. It looks clean. It looks good. The centering is fantastic. I actually think that card should be an 8. And then the other guy's like, no, man, it's a 6. That corner's bent. We're both looking at the same corner. We agree the corner is bent. We agree. We're on the same page. We agree the corner's bent. But you feel that it should be punished more than I do, or vice versa. So this is an interpretation thing. This is the problem was when you try to automate it, it's like, okay, the computer's only going to agree with one of us. So it's whoever programmed that that's going to decide. It's either the 6 or the 8.
Correct. Well, even what Brendan says here when Ziggy had it right when he said people want favorable grades.
A phrase that almost never anybody says. The beginning of that phrase, almost never anybody says.
I know the beginning for sure. It matters if he's on the meds or not. But but that's accurate though. That is true. Again, we've seen grading card companies come out and have to reduce. CGC when they first started coming out grading cards,
They were grading harshly.
Top.
They were grading harshly, yeah.
Yeah, because they're grading accurately. And then they realize, oh shit, people don't want to. We're not handing no 10s out. We're not seeing 10s based on our scale. So we need to change this up.
Yeah.
And
so Ham, let me ask you a question though. Can I ask you a question? Though? Ham, you are now king of grading for one of the grading companies. You want to build the biggest possible brand possible. Are you going to go in that direction, or are you going to be stricter?
I'm going to be stricter. I'm going to be whatever my standard that I create is, and whatever is realistic, and that's what my company is going to be. At the end of the day, why does everybody like BGS?
I'd like to know who likes BGS.
No, there's one main reason. Subgrades. The subgrades are visible. I know where my defect is. I see where my problem is. Okay, that's at the end of the day, everybody's always complained, oh, I hate that, blah, blah, blah. But as soon as Becker's going to go away, but I love subgrades. It's the first thing everybody says. Why do you think Tag went the way they went? Because people like subgrades. At the end of the day, we want to know why our card graded a certain way. ESA still basically doesn't tell us that unless you get grader notes, which, let's face it, even that doesn't tell you why the hell that happened. Okay, that is why. At the end of the day, we want to know why something got a grade. We're looking for the third-party vendor that we're sending this to give us the information on what we sent them and why something happened that way, so we can verify it. Right now, when we're not getting any verification.
I feel like subgrades, instead of giving you one number you can disagree with, gives you 4 numbers you can disagree with.
Yeah.
I love it. I've loved subgrades. It doesn't have to be on the front of the card. I would put it on the back.
No, that's fine. That part's fine. But what I'm getting at, so I'm kind of what Dan is saying here is kind of what I've alluded to. Again, I'm someone who is very capable of scrutinizing my own card and figuring out what grade I feel is appropriate and everything. So the problem was with BGS. You were talking about how BGS, why did people be like BGS? Well, actually, people didn't like BGS. BGS's numbers kept dropping and dropping and dropping. And part of that was that CGC had subgrades and dropped them because people didn't want to pay for it. They say they want it if it's free. They want it if it's free.
Correct. Correct. Because it should be part of it. They're already grading the card.
Yeah.
Like,
but BGS also graded more for subgrades. They had a price if you didn't have them.
And I think PSA not having a pristine card, I still think instead of making a pristine, they chose to grade harder and just pretend not to tell anybody for a while. When realistically, they want their gym mint 10 to be a pristine card.
Sure. But I think where it comes into problem, kind of playing off Dan's point. So when you have the BGS subgrades, I always used to have this conversation. I used to challenge people just for fun. I'd be like, okay, let's play the single game. Okay, fine. You got your subgrades. Okay, cool. What are 7.5 corners? What does that mean?
No, I'd have to come up with numbers.
That's the thing, though. Like, what does that mean?
But that's what I'm getting at too. I don't even know if a numerical grade exists between 1 and 10. I really don't. Like you say, if crease, it drops it to a 4. A pinhole drops it to that. Fine. Rounded quarter drops it to this. Cool. You can create data from that. I don't know how they create all the data when you're trying to figure. I think, what was it? PSA has 12 or 13 points that they grade a card on. I can think of like 6. I don't even know where these other ones are coming from, unless they're using AI for comparable data and they're cross-referencing it with the human element. They're only doing it on specific cards, and most of them aren't new. Simple as that.
Well, you know, Carlos's point has always been, and you've said this on multiple times, is that it wouldn't be that big of a deal between a 6 and a 7 or a 7 and an 8 or whatever if it wasn't several $1,000s in certain cards, you know.
But we make it that. We make it that.
We do.
That's us.
And Dan, important to this point, I'll watch video after video after video, and someone will use the phrase, we gave the card companies power, which is sort of true. But then I'll take it a step further. We gave the difference in the grades themselves. If I Thanos snapped all the grading companies out of existence, it will not eliminate the grading premium. It'll only change the nature of the grading premium, because now they'll be like, oh, the eye appeal on this card is phenomenal. I should charge double what the going rate is for an average copy. It's the same thing. The only thing I did was remove the holder. Like I didn't eliminate the problem itself. Is the fundamental nature of people want the nicest version of said card, and they want to have validation that it's a nice, hey, regardless of what it says, this says 2, but look at the color, look at the registration, look at the centering. This is a phenomenal copy.
So this card, the version that I almost bought 2 years ago was a 3 for twice as much as I paid for this, maybe even more than twice as much as I paid for this. And this looks way better than that did, including having a back with no stains on it. You know, this is a Tattoo Arbiter, is a gum card. And
why would that get a 2? What causes that to be a 2?
I don't know. It's undergraded. But that's the thing, is that it was literally 4 figures of money difference between this and what I would have paid 2 years ago in that market.
Yeah.
But that's what it comes down to. If this and that's SGC. I think SGC is more accurate when it comes to vintage.
But Dan, let's play devil's advocate here. Let's have a conversation really quick. Let's just play devil's advocate for one moment. Humor me. So the card itself that you just showed is a very nice card. I agree 100%. I think the card looks great. I think the eye appeal on it is fantastic. I think all these things. But let's play devil's advocate. Humor me, Ham. Let's play this game for 1 second. Okay. So you asked a moment ago, why did the card get a 2? Well, Dan can see it obviously in person. He's got the best vantage point right now. It's inside the holder, but he's got the best vantage point of all of us. However, that said, we can see that it is off-center left to right. I saw on there when I was looking at the card. Now, I can't measure it because obviously I can't see the card in my hand. However, depending on whatever the measurement would be, centering is one of the conditions. It's one of the things we got to factor in. Here's the question. This goes to Brendan Ryan's universal grading standard. Some people think grading is incredibly significant. For some folks, if it's off-centered, in their mind, they're knocking it down big time. Because they value the premium of a really perfectly centered card. Some cards are just off-center. However, the degree of off-centeredness is going to factor into that. Because if the edges are sharp, the corners are sharp, and everything else off, but it's almost miscut, That's going to be different than a card where, okay, the corners are a little bit rounded, but it's perfectly centered. Somebody else will say, oh, perfectly centered, that's a better card. Versus the other one where they're like, no, sharp corner, sharp edge. So which is more important to you? Which is the question that we have right now?
So here's your 13 points of grading. You have 4 corners.
Mhm.
You have 4 edges. That's 8, right?
Mhm.
You have you have a top surface and a back surface. All right. And you also have color. Then after that, you're going to deal with any type of color would fall with stains or marks or surface damage, basically. That would be 13 points of interest. So you can knock it down per half point based on how far it's off center, how bad a corner is. And you would have a diagram that gives you a level based on that they would run off of, which if you look at an old Beckett magazine, they should show the Babe Ruth big league card or Cracker Jack card, and it would show you a deterioration of the card and tell you why it was getting a grade. So you could actually have a format to look at to have an understanding of potentially what your card could grade.
Mm-hmm. All right, Dan, show that card first, and then I got a question for you. Go ahead.
So this card is a 7. Cost me $60. It's a 1974 Reggie Jackson in a 7. I have been pricing this card at an 8, and there was one at the Philly show. I think, I don't know, 2 or 3 Philly shows ago, which would be maybe a year ago. That was an 8, which was not $60. It was like $260, and it had a big ass fisheye right in the middle here, and it made it ugly. And I thought to myself, wow, I can get this 7 for like 1/3 of what I would have paid for that 8, which was way worse. Both graded by PSA. This was graded, it's a 7, which means it's probably graded, I don't know, 2-3 years ago. So it's, sort of new scale. But that to me is like, I got the 7 because I'd like the extra $200 that I saved,
Well, that looks like a great card too. The centering on that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I don't see, from what I can see, no corner edge issue. Color was great.
Do you want to play the game for a moment, Ham? I think we can have a little fun with this. So we'll wind down here in a moment, but I figured since we're having this conversation and Dan's here's got a card, I think we can have a little fun with this for a moment. I want to play this game with the chat. So Dan, that SGC card that you had there, the 2 from a moment ago, could I ask you a favor? Could you give me the serial number there?
Oh, Jesus.
Take a second. It's all right.
This is why they grade with a 10 times loop.
302.
Yep.
4893 SGC.
Yep, I got it. I've already got the look up here. So what I want to do, Ham, because sometimes they take a bigger scan, a bigger image.
Scan of it. Yeah.
So I want to see if I can get this. So bear with me a moment. I'll try to pull this. All right, so give me 1 second. All right, so my apologies, Dan. Sorry. If I log in, I get a better picture. Can you repeat the number one more time?
I got to see it in the light.
Yeah, sorry.
302 4893.
Yeah. So, pro tip: if you log into an SGC account, you'll be able to get the bigger images. It's better. Okay, so real quick, I can actually show you guys. So let me show you, and then I'll zoom in as such as I need to. So we'll do a little bit. Okay, so you can actually see there the Jimmy Fox. So now I want to show you. So here is the card itself. So, and by the way, so Mangini doesn't get offended somewhere off in the distance. I am not critiquing Dan's card from a state of meanness. I just want to talk. I want to talk it through with you guys. I just want to talk it through. Okay. Because Ham asked a moment ago, how would you? I'm going to talk to you about what I see. And then you guys agree, disagree with me, whatever. But I'm just going to tell you what I see. Okay. So first of all, I'm looking at the scan here. Dan's got the card in hand, so he can testify one way or the other. So first thing I see, looking at it, this is me as just looking at the card objectively from my end. Again, I don't even see the grade at the top right now, right? It's cut off. So I'm looking left to right centering. I'm also looking that it's slightly skewed as far as the image itself versus the card, which is fine. That's not the end of the world, because if you look at it, the line on the top of the card looks like it's moving downward a little bit. So it's slightly, almost like a diamond cut, but like very slight. It's not a big deal. And the image itself looks crisp. Okay. So we got that going on. Now, I got a little bit of stuff going on down here again at the very bottom corner. Sorry, the very bottom edge there.
Bottom left.
You got a little bit. Yeah, you got a little bit going on there. So again, Dan has the card in hand. He can testify whether that's on the card or not. And I'm looking at his face. And when I'm looking over here in his face, I see a little bit of white here. Again, it's very slight. It's like a dot, but I can still see it based on the scan here, just looking at it. I can see there's a little bit of black here. So Ham, what I'm looking at is I'm just looking at these little things here, and then I start adding them up in totality. There's also something that looks like a line right about here in this zone right here. And there's a little dot up here. So it might not be on the card. It might just be on the scan. So again, I have to take that into account. But I'm looking at those things. Those are little things, but I start adding up this thing. So, if it was your tag and your infamous report card, whatever, well, you're going to have the list of the stuff. It's up to you to determine how much or how little you care about those things. But you just add up the little things and you say to yourself, okay, so what does that mean or not mean? So that's one thing. Okay, so that's your front. That's me initial glance. By the way, we're only Ham. I don't want to spend 5 minutes on it. I just want to look at it for maybe 30 seconds a minute.
Yeah, you're going to say you only get 30 seconds. Well,
okay.
They don't do that for vintage. But
now I'm looking at the back. All right, so we got a little bit of stuff going on here. Not a big deal to me, but at the same time, like it's there. It's physically there's a little bit of a little bit of scuff going on there. This doesn't detract from the visual of the card, but it's there. So how much or how little do you care?
I don't know.
How much or how little do you care?
I agree.
That's the question. And then we've got this right here that looks like a line. So we got here, if you look from right to top to bottom, it's almost like a line. That's what's coming up on the scan. That might not be on the physical card.
No,
I'm just looking at it. Okay. So Dan,
Dan's looking all over this card.
To Dan, I only took a couple of seconds. I did not. So Ham, you can testify. I did not take a lot of time.
No,
I went quick. The point was to do it fast, not to spend a lot of time.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at the scan right now. On the physical card, maybe he sees something different, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's like a print line on the back that
goes down the left side.
The P in Philadelphia is right next to it, and it goes top and bottom. That's actually a print line. It's not a wrinkle.
Okay, fair enough.
Flip it over, it corresponds with the print line above the tree on the front.
Yeah, it goes down. It's almost like if it was a roller.
It's a roller, exactly.
Yeah. Perfect. Now we again looking at the back here. The back confirms what I was talking about regarding the cut. Because if you look here, there we got a straight line, and you can see the gap between the top and the bottom of this, and the top and the bottom of this is different. So it's almost like a slight diamond cut. It's not like the most crazy thing in the world, but it is slightly there, so you can see it. So here's the question: I'm not making a judgment on the grade. How much or how little do you care? In less than 2 minutes, Dan, Mike, I went front back. I looked at these things. These are the things that I noticed to my eye, just really quick. No loops, nothing crazy, no crazy tricks. My question is, how much or how little do you care about these things? How much or how little would you judge them? We know it's not a we know it's not a gem mint card, but then what do we do? Does the diamond card affect it? How much or how little? Does this little print line affect it? How much or how little? The answer to all those questions in totality will determine what you think is appropriate for the graded card.
Well, I'm judging this particular card against the 3 that I saw a couple of years ago. And that was, if I recall correctly, it was an older graded SGC slab. And I know that there were issues with it. I know that there were, we could, if we saw that card, and I obviously don't have the cert number to be able to see the pictures of it. I wish I did, but it had staining that was pretty severe on the back. And to me, this is just a much nicer example. And again, the difference is between 4 digits that, twice as much money, more than twice as much money. Let's put it that way, that I would have had to spend 2 years ago, that market, as opposed to now. So to me, yes. Did it get a 2? Is it a 2? Maybe not. Maybe it's a 3. I don't know. But you can see the issues with it. But does that bring it all the way down to a 2? I don't know. But it's not even the number is irrelevant. The number that's more important to me is the $ number. And if I can look at this card and I can be proud to own it, and the eye appeal is there, and it'll go in my display cabinet, and you'll see it behind me in the next time I'm on a video. To me, that's what it's all about. Is it something that I can enjoy? Is it a card I can enjoy, or does it have some issues that are going to drive me nuts, like the fisheye wood on the Reggie Jackson 8 that I did.
I know people that can't handle a card that's off-centered even hardly anything.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they can't handle that.
But I want to make sure I'm clear on this. The entire purpose of that exercise, the only reason that I wanted to make sure that I wanted to do that live with everybody and just talk through it with you guys as I showed it on the screen, was that's just me spending a couple of seconds. I'm looking at a scan. It's a nice scan. It's a decent resolution, like whatever. But I don't have the card in hand. I don't have the ability to tilt it. I can't do that.
Yep.
But the point is, what I tried to do there, what I was talking about is I tried to spend less than 2 minutes front and back. Like the goal was just to spend very little time and just look at it and go like, now the rest is in the eye of the beholder. It's up to your interpretation. I can't tell you what the right or wrong answer is here. We can go look at their grading standard, but the thing is, there's still an interpretation element to it. Any scuffing, any surface, whatever. What do you feel? How much should we punish or downgrade it? We can obviously physically see it, but is that a detraction from the eye appeal of the card? Maybe not. Maybe to you the answer is no. It's fine. Maybe if you're absolutely, oh my God, the surface has to be clean. I can't have a diamond cut. That's not going to fly. Blah blah blah. Then your answer, you may be way more harsh. I can't tell you the right answer there.
If that's your standard for vintage, you're going to go poor, very quickly. I mean, there were 7s and 8s in this room today that, I mean, I don't need a 7 or an 8 because the 7 or the 8 is going to cost me, I get one card and that's my budget for 2 years.
Totally.
As opposed to being able to have a real collection of a bunch of stuff that I really like. So, I mean, vintage, you gotta trade. There's a trade-off.
Yeah, exactly. What you're saying basically though is that eye appeal in this case means compromise, but it means you need to determine what the type of compromise is. Your budget may not allow. The perfect card may not exist, especially in the vintage category. True. So then you have to say to yourself, what is acceptable? What is to your eye? What is okay?
This is one of those things that when I see a high grade rough cut, I'm like, nope. If you're grading the right way, there's no way that is not taking off 2 or 3 points. That baby's flopping in the wind. I don't get it.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, that's how they were cut. Oh, you're making exceptions now to the grading system because of a card? You either grade everything one way or you make exceptions. And if you're making exceptions, now you're creating a bunch of nuances all over the place.
Yeah, but my contention has been was kind of funny. Like, again, I don't care at the end of the day. Do whatever makes you happy or do whatever you feel is appropriate. But if I'm talking about grading and I'm being serious about it, there are so many little nuances, so many little edge cases and little things in there. And the thing is, it's in the eye of the beholder. Even if you try to automate it, which we've talked about the whole thing, I may completely disagree with the entire basis that the thing was programmed under. So in other words, it will consistently be, in my eyes, it will consistently be wrong till the end of time. Yeah. So every time I look at that card, I go, nope, completely wrong. I either think it's too high or too low or whatever it is. And we could do 1,000 times and I still think it's too high or too low because my eye and what my opinion of what it should be is in contrast to what's been programmed. And now we can't do anything about it.
That's why I really like that one company that came out where 100 people come up with their own opinions, and then they came with an aggregated score. Card scan is what it was called. I thought that was probably the most realistic human grading system built, because you had 100 opinions creating an aggregated number on a card. Made the most sense. You're not relying on one person. Good day, bad day, coming in hungover, didn't wear glasses today, wearing the contacts.
It could be. How do you scale that to 2 million cards a month, though?
Well, you go faster. You don't get 30 seconds anymore. You get 10. 5 on the front, 5 on the back.
Look, Ham, I think you might have a problem because what's going to happen at that point is like, and then, to your point, the aggregate is going to take care of outliers. You're going to have your wild outliers. You're going to have the trolls. What every Boston Bruin card is a fake, fake. Just push that button. Fake.
Yep.
Eric makes them 10, 10, 10, no matter what it is. 10. So you got to remove those outliers. Remove the top, remove the bottom. Even that out based on that. Anyway, so hopefully you guys got something out of that at the end. Again, this wasn't just to solve anything. I just wanted to make the point that it is trickier than you might think. I just wanted to quickly show you an example. And Dan, still a great card, I think, from my perspective. So I think it's I think you did well. But I did want to show though that even when we have the discussion, well, how to get the graded there? Well, depending on your eye, I just went over it quickly in a couple of seconds, and I go, I can show you. By the way, that doesn't mean the card's bad at all. It just means like this is what you can see, a couple of seconds, and if you look at it a little differently, you may see something else. How much or how little do you care?
Yep.
That's going to be
how much does it really affect the card? Like you were
Correct.
saying with the fisheye, Dan. You know, you see that and you're just like, oh my God, you know. And then there's some dude that loves a fisheye as long as it's in the right spot.
I could live with a fisheye if it wasn't if it hadn't been given an 8, you know. And that to me was just like PSA. Like, what are you looking at? Did you guys see this? I don't know. Mangini sent me. It was the Sandy Koufax that got like an 8 or something. At 56 Koufax, and there was like a big giant like blotch right on his butt. Mm-hmm. It was like, what? You guys didn't see this. All right, Carlos, I'll pull it up and send it to you.
Okay. But Dan, though, to answer your question though, based on what you just said, there are going to be some people. And by the way, you know, Ham, here's one for you, Mr. Tagbot. Tag, by their own admission, included some allowances in the algorithm for elements that would be considered under the eye appeal category. They actually tried to determine. So the fisheye example you just gave, you say the fisheye is around his butt. From a technical grading perspective, a fisheye is a fisheye is a fisheye. It doesn't matter where it is. It should technically result in the same grading regardless. It shouldn't make any difference where it is. For a lot of folks, though, if I put that fisheye, Dan, smack in the middle of the guy's face where you can't miss it, technically speaking, it shouldn't make any difference. Eye appeal perspective, it makes a big difference because it's smack in the middle. I can't ignore it. But if that fisheye is over in the corner in the dark part of the image, over on the side that I'm not really paying much attention to,
not a big deal.
Technically, it's the same thing, but eye appeal wise, it's not.
Yeah.
So that's the difference between your eye appeal versus your technical grade. So do you treat it as a technical grade, or do you incorporate where is the wrinkle? Where is the crease? Where is the paper loss? If it's on the back, down in the corner, visually, you might not care. The rest of the car looks fantastic. Who cares?
They have created something that is going to give you the ultimate determination of that. And you know what it is, right? The
Magic 8 Ball
sticker.
Magic 8 Ball.
Mike Baker sticker. Well, I now grade Mike Baker stickers, so I grade his grade on his sticker.
You should grade the centering on the sticker.
Oh wait.
That sticker's askew. That sticker's askew.
One of my little side videos I do in the middle of cards and cases when I'm at the National.
Nice. I like it. All right, guys. So I think that's good. I think it's solid. Carlos Sr. needs me to help him run errands tomorrow. So unlike Eric, that coward ran away, hit the like button to make him pay.
Killer.
He ran away to do nothing. Probably to plan his next heist is probably what he's doing right now.
Mm-hmm. He's still watching.
Or next murder. Whoever he's going to murder next.
I was going to say, he did fixate quite a bit on death. So if anything happens, Dan, out in the Massachusetts, I got questions.
Mm-hmm.
I have a list of suspects, and they all rhyme with Derek. I use my Fanatics Amex for fisheye cards, not stink eye cards. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Get your points. Get your points, my man. But yes. So thank you to Yannick for joining us tonight. Eric was here. He was. And then he ran away like a coward. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate you from Strongsville being our on the boots on the ground correspondents. We will be back for a future episode of Cardboard Cynics. We'll talk about some of those things, but great job by you. Hopefully you enjoyed the trade night. Hopefully it goes well. So far, so good. A good show coming up. And then, like I said, in a couple of weeks, we're now less than 3 weeks out. So I've got my Spring Expo coming up. That'll be my next thing. And then we'll have a couple of the shows. We'll see how it goes. Ham's got a card show every 37 minutes. Actually, it's the middle of the night, but he's still got a card show beyond that screen window. So he's going to go to the card show.
Mm-hmm.
Well, having been the high of the show with everything going great and filling up my 52 Bowman set, and then being confronted by Eric with my own mortality, I think I've got a nice little sort of thing going on, a little equanimity going on. Mm-hmm. So I think I'll be all right.
We tried to balance it out at the end, Ham. I was trying to at least be educational at the end to give people some after Eric took us down the path of death.
Yep.
Wow. Just wow. This guy.
What are the odds he has another autograph from that collection next Friday?
I was gonna say the claw strikes again.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Anyway, all right, folks. Thank you very much. By the way, this will be the new thing up here. The cup may not be here. The cup won't be here every week. But Dan, I'm kind of liking the little top thing. We got a little sub theme there going on there. We'll see. I'm kind of liking that. 101 Fisheye Center for it. That's right.
Mhm.
All right, folks. So thank you very much. Hit the like button. Eric pays for it on the way back, and I'm going to increase his like button rate. You better believe it, especially after what he's done. Allegedly and totally on the record for everybody to see. All right, folks. Longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know. We'll be back next week because we're not quitters. SGC Pete. Have a good night. Take it easy.
Isn't he supposed to be getting an interview soon?